Hey there, folks. Me again. Not dead, despite appearances, and the best efforts of several agents of our criminal underworld. Live once more, and I bring to you Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Fangames, as you probably guessed from the title of this stream. Gonna be looking at 6, or more accurately, I have 6 fan games lined up today. Will we finish all of them today? Definitely not. Will we finish all of them today and tomorrow? Honestly, probably not. We're looking at a pretty wide variety of titles today. Some of them I've played before, some of them I have not. The game I think we're going to start out with today is of the latter. I have not played this game before. First title on the list is Turnabout Heartache, developed by the incredibly modestly named Awesome2464, winner of the most recent fan game competition on Ace Attorney Online. Ace Attorney Online, of course, being where I got all of these games from. I basically just pulled 6 titles off the front page of that. I don't really have anything else lined up to talk about, so I guess we should head over to the game section and get on with that already, why don't we? 1 second, please. Goodness me, we're here. Isn't technology amazing? And now, we shall begin. Turnabout Heartache by Awesome2646, or whatever his name was. Okay, let's see here. List, check. Errors, check. Snacks, check. Alright, that should be everything. It's gonna be a long day with a lot of work to be done, so I just gotta stay focused. Oh, I just can't wait to see their happy faces. The music is trying to sell this as very ominous. I don't know how well they're landing. We have a badge. We have the Magatama. We have Maya's profile. Let's go. It is February the 14th, we all know what that means. 9:45 in the morning, Wright and Cola offices. What a day this has been so far, and it's only just begun. We haven't had a client as of late, so it's mostly just been cleaning the office over and over again. Gotta scrub those toilets. Heck! You'd think that would mean there's less and less to clean every day, and you'd normally be right. Hey, Nick! But all it takes is one small trip to make a giant mess on the floor. Hey, Nick! Dagger! Sheesh, it took you long enough. I swear, we really need to invest in getting you a hearing aid, you old fart. Sorry, I got lost in my thoughts. Did you want something? You know, other than to give me a heart attack? I did, actually. I just want to let you know that the broken vase in the hall is cleaned up. That's a relief. Thanks. Yeah, I'm still sorry about that. Yeah, take nothing of it. I'm just glad it was only a vase. It could have been worse. Hello, Walter. Thank you, Walter. That's true, it's pretty easy to clean up. But if I had dropped an extra cheesy double bacon burger, that would be a different story. Yes, I suppose it would be. Am I interrupting something? That's not the voice we're going for Pearls. I'm very sorry. Not at all, Pearls. I'm also very sorry about, like, the quality of the voice acting you're about to hear. I don't have voices. I can do accents, but not really, like, bitching that far up or down. I brought Pearls along today to help with the cleaning. Honestly, I kinda forgot she was here. Oh sure, you heard her the first time she spoke. That's because I actually care about what she has to say. Mr. Nick, that's no way to treat Mystic Maya. I had nearly forgotten how much punch that little body of hers packs. Violence. For everything she's done for you. Whoa, Curly, calm down there. Nick was just teasing, that's all. Huh? God. Oh god, dare I continue? Huh? You were? Of course! Mostly. Oh, I'm sorry. I just hate to see you two fight, especially today. Huh? What do you mean, especially today? Actually, now that I think about it, isn't today Valentine's Day? Is it? I took a look at the calendar. Huh. So it is. So you see, you shouldn't be arguing. You should be spending this day showing your special someone, trademark, how much you love her. So can you turn the music down a little bit so we can hear you better? No problem. Ba-ba-ba. Ma-ma-ma. La-la-la-la-la. Is this better? One, two, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Oof, too much down. How about here? Yeah, the audio levels on OBS are real touchy sometimes, I'm sorry. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hey, you got Radio MITC, your #1 spot for murders and mayhem. Alright. The audio is good now. Thank you. We now resume to our current murder investigation already in progress. Pearls, for the final time, Maya and I aren't like that. Sure, you may say that, Mr. Nick, but I can tell that you've been struck by Cupid's arrow. I think I would know if I'd been struck with an arrow. They're not real arrows, Mr. Nick, they're special magic arrows. Everyone knows that, you silly. Yeah, and last I checked, everyone else knew that Cupid isn't real. So, do you two have any special plans for tonight? Not really. You know, unless we got a client. Really? So, nothing like a big fancy dinner or exchanging gifts? No, Pearly. Sawa. Go, menacing. Okay. I understand. Anyway, I better get back to cleaning. Bye! She then ran out of the room before either of us could say anything to her. Great. What is that girl up to now? Maya? Maya! God! I guess that makes us even. Oh, be quiet. Anyway, we should probably get back to cleaning too. Must have been all that talk about the bacon cheeseburgers from earlier. More like the fact that filling your stomach is harder than winning a marathon blindfolded. What do you say we get some lunch at the usual joint? My treat. Liar. Hey, you don't know that. Yes, I do. Alright, fine, you got me. Anyway, you coming or what? Well, I guess I'm a bit hungry too, now that I think about it. Alright then, let's go. Alright. Gameplay has begun, which means it is time to test if this game is actually good or not. Ah yes, your infamous attorney's badge. Kind of a shame you haven't really put it to use lately. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Don't worry, I'm sure our next client is right around the corner. If not, maybe you can polish or something so you can pay the rent. Yeah, seems a bit counterproductive, wouldn't you say? Okay, first hurdle cleared. Second option. Do you have responses to other evidence? It's weird to think that my own Magatama has the ability to see locks on people's hearts. I guess, unlike Pearly, I lacked the spiritual energy to unlock that ability. Don't tell me that you're actually jealous of a child. Maybe I am. After all, a child can watch TV and eat junk food all day while adults can't. Despite the fact that's exactly what you do as an adult. Is 19 really an adult? Also, hey, that's me! You know, I've always wondered why you still keep my profile in there. I just like to keep note of everyone involved in what's going on, no matter how much I know them. Are you sure it's not because you're afraid of getting hit with another fire extinguisher? Consider that a bonus. Right. Pearl. Burley's certainly done a lot of help with the cleaning, hasn't she? Indeed she has. She's also done a lot of not-so-subtle pushes about her perceived relationship we have. Does it really bother you that much? Well, maybe not bother, but every time I explain it to her, it's like it goes in one ear and out the other. I guess so. But the way I see it, if she's that happy about it, who am I to take that away from her? Oh, maybe you have a point. And I suppose at the end of the day, it's not hurting anything. Except occasionally my patience. Yeah, the fire extinguisher. It's such a contrived plot point, how do you not, like, make fun of it every chance you get? Okay, so everything we currently have in the court record has unique dialogue. That is a good point. But everybody does that. Now, question of the hour. How good is the default examination text? We've had that poster up there for a long time now, haven't we? You know what they say? Don't fix what ain't broken. Okay. The weather's actually pretty nice for a mid-February day. It'll make the walk to the diner a lot more pleasant. Okay, they're kinda skimping on the dialogue. Missed here? Yeah, that's fair. The desk? I'm actually pretty relieved that I was able to get the desk cleaned. I even managed to find some unopened mail that I'd nearly forgotten about. I had everything from thank yous from past clients to junk mail in there. And there was also a letter from a university in London. I've actually been a bit scared to open that one, who knows what challenging puzzle lies within it. Alright, this one's for all the marbles. How good is the Charlie dialogue? It's nice to see Charlie still bright and green after all these years. I guess his life is a lot less stressful than mine, all things considered. 6 out of 10. Perfectly utilitarian plant dialogue. What do you have to talk about? What, are you deaf and senile? We were just about to go and get some boys. You've already surpassed your Insult Phoenix quota for the day, you can stop now. Actually, I do have one idea. I should try and see if they sell quadruple burgers. I think my wallet just fainted. Gonna order a double triple Balti Deluxe on a raft animal style, 4x4, with a shimmy and a squeeze, make it cry and swim, and Curse, my SpongeBob knowledge is failing me. Anyway, we've exhausted everything we can do here, so let's go to Carlton's Diner. February 14th, 10:25 a.m. Carlton's Diner. Is it just me or does it feel busier than usual in here? No, I've definitely picked up on it. The lunch rush can be pretty crowded at times, but it's usually never this big. Table for two? Yeah, table for— Hold on! You look familiar. Have we met before? Oh, I very much doubt it, sir. I've only just recently begun work at this establishment. I don't think it's this diner where we met, but whatever. I'm sure it'll come to me. Now, would the lovely couple like a table or a booth? Or perhaps a spot here at the counter? Well, we're not a couple, we're just two friends grabbing some lunch. Oh, I see. My apologies. We've just had a lot of couples come in today, with the holiday special and all. Holiday special? Indeed, miss, the Carlton's Diner Valentine's Day Hullabaloo. Not only are select meals 25% off, but every couple that comes in gets a free slice of chocolate cake. They get what? Nick, will you please be my boyfriend? What? Come on, I promise I'll make it worth your while. Yeah, chocolate? Did you just say chocolate? You know, I'm really not supposed to be doing this, but you two seem like good people. I suppose I could give you the cake regardless of your relationship status. Really? You can just do that? I won't tell if you won't, sir. Well, alright then. Darn! And I was all prepared to call you pet names to sell the act. Darn indeed. Balderdash and damnation. The waiter then brought us some seats that had just opened up at the counter. Fortunately, for Maya, the extra cheesy double bacon burger was a discounted item. And as my luck would have it, my preferred meal of a chicken sandwich was not. Some sort of discount on the bill is better than none, I suppose. Very well, I shall get your meals to you as soon as possible. But when you're finished, your cake will be delivered right over. Alright, I like the sound of that. I've never seen someone this excited over cake before. Phoenix, believe me, once you're a parent, you'll know. How can you not be? Probably because I'm not a child. Hey, who do you think I am? Pearly? As much as I'd love to go into the specifics of how Pearls is somehow more mature than you, I'll pass. Speaking of which, I'm honestly shocked she didn't want to come with us. Well, she kept insisting she wasn't hungry. I don't buy it. I think she wanted to give us alone time. Yeah, that's possible, I suppose. ... Maya, are you okay? Yeah, of course, why wouldn't I be? Done. You sit upon a throne of lies. Maya? What in the world are you hiding from me? Well, small world, pals. That voice. Hello, Detective Gumshoe. Fancy seeing you here. You're wearing the wrong coat. Speaking of fancy, what's with the coat? It's a lot more clean than your usual one. Well, since it's a special occasion, it just felt right to wear something more, you know, formal. My dress trench coat. Special occasion. There you are, Detective Gumshoe. I thought I'd lost you, sir. Oh, Mr. Wright, what a lovely surprise! Hey, Maggie. For my police officer, okay. Last we saw her, assuming I'm right about this being set after trials and tribulations, she was working as a waitress. Hi Maggie, what's up? Ah, hello Maya. I'm just here on a date. A date? With a boy? My gosh. That's so cool, good for you. So, who's the lucky guy? He's standing right here, pal. What? No way! Yes way. After the Tribune case was finished, he told me how he felt about me, how he really felt, how badly he wanted to give me all his weenies. To be honest, I was really unsure how to feel. You've seen firsthand how bad my relationships can go. But I made it very clear that I was willing to be surrounded by all sorts of bad luck to be with her. She's worth it that much. Aw, that's so romantic. Well, I'm happy for you two, really. Of all the people I know, these two definitely seem the most compatible. After all, who better to deal with your foolishness than another fool? Man, Phoenix is in a really bad mood today, like... I didn't want to bring it up earlier, but his snark isn't usually this venomous. So, what about you two? Are you here on a date too? Nah, we're just getting some lunch. I don't know, Nick. We are getting that free chocolate cake they're giving to couples, so... It's kinda like a date. Giving us free dessert out of pity hardly equates to being on a date. Ah, welcome to Colleton's Diner. Table for two for the lovely couple. You got it, pal. Wonderful. If you would please follow me. Well, see you two later. Yes, it was nice to see you two again. Same here. Catch you guys later. I hope you enjoy the rest of your date. It's not... But they were gone by the time I could finish my sentence. I gave a small sigh and turned back towards the counter. Nick? Yeah? Dots. If I asked you something, you'd answer honestly, right? What do you mean? Of course I would. Then, I really need to know something. It seems like anytime someone brings us up being a couple, you quickly explain that we're not. Yeah, but we're not. I know, but the way you do it almost makes it seem like you dislike the idea. Maya? So, I guess what I'm trying to ask is... Do you? Dots. But, well, first, I'm sorry if I offended you, Maya. I didn't realize that I came off that way. It's just... Well, your career revolves around revealing the truth. Yeah, I understand that, but it doesn't answer my question. No, I suppose it doesn't. Well, I guess regardless of how you feel, I might give you something. She then pulled something out of her robe pocket. I think it's pockets? It's something I've wanted to give you for a while now, and today of all days just felt right. So, here. I paused for a second before taking it from her. A pink envelope with my name on it. Maya's letter taken from Maya and placed into evidence. A letter written by Maya. She seemed hesitant to give it to me. I'll definitely have to read this when I get time. Maya? Yeah? Is this what I think it is? I'm a spirit medium, not a mind reader. I get to see their sense of humor is still present. Well, look, before I open this... Yeah? Seeing her this emotional right now gives me a pain in my gut. The fact that she's bringing all this up is definitely a bit of a shock. All this time, I had no idea she might potentially see me this way. Was I blind to it, or did she just do a really good job at hiding it? Either way, I guess that cat's out now. Some sort of response is in order. Yeah, I just want you to know that— Ah! Help! Somebody help! What in the— Please, somebody help! Joey, he's been shot! Shot? Alright. This is still a murder mystery, don't get me wrong, I'm not going off-brand. Coming through, move it, pal! I'm a police detective, miss, what's going on? My brother, he's in the kitchen. There's an arrow or something in him. He's not moving. Do you know who did it? No, I don't. All I saw was someone run out the back exit. I saw Joey. Alright, I'll call for backup to see if they can find any suspicious people in the area. In the meantime, take me to the kitchen to see if we can save your brother, pal. Yes, sir. Over here. Rightfully so, panic ensued in the diner. Someone getting shot with an arrow right in the next room and nobody noticing? Horrifying realization. 2 hours later. Unfortunately, by the time Gumshoe got back there, it was too late. Nobody was allowed to leave the diner until they gave a statement as to what they saw. It would seem that most patrons, including us, had the same general response of not seeing anything. I still can't believe that happened so close to us. Yeah, I'm with you there. That poor man. I'm definitely glad that Pearls wasn't there with us. The girl's already been through enough. Well, I suppose we all have, really. Ring, 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 ring. The office phone, and I can tell because it's not his ringtone. I'll get it. And company law offices, how can we help you? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You don't say. You don't say. I'm sorry, your name is what? Uh-huh. Sure, we'll be there as soon as we can. You're welcome, bye-bye. Junk. Oh, who was it? That was someone who requested you to defend her for murder. Oh, that's nothing new or unusual. Nick, it was the murder at Carlton's Diner. It was? That was a pretty fast arrest. Which is also nothing new or unusual. I don't know why you're acting this way. But that's not the part that's confusing me here. Then what is it? Okay, hear me out. The woman said her name is Cupid Valentine. Cupid Valentine. So that's a fitting name given what day it is. I don't think that's a coincidence, Nick. She says that she's the Cupid. Come again? She says that she's the Cupid and that this is a big misunderstanding. Which part? They really arrested Cupid? Come on, Mr. Nick, you gotta get her out of there. How is she supposed to make people fall in love if she's in jail? Love doesn't come from jails. Not even if you drop the soap. Wait a second, you don't really think— You know what, that's not important right now. Let's head to the detention center and hear what she has to say. Yay! Murder! I'm definitely unsure how to feel about her excitement. Oh, we can't look at stuff again, just gonna take us away automatically? Okay. This might set the record for the most confused I've ever been walking in here. Well, it's time to meet this so-called Cupid Valentine. Oh, Mr. Wright, thank goodness you're here! There are too many women in this case. I'm running out of voices. You must be Miss Valentine. Yep, that's me, the one and only Cupid Valentine. That's actually something I wanted to ask you about. When you say your name is Cupid, you really mean... Yes, sir, I'm the Cupid, the goddess who brings love to all who request it. Yeah, that's what I thought you'd say. You don't believe me, do you? I mean, I don't, but do I say that? Would that produce more funny dialogue? I'm gonna say I believe her just because I think it's gonna be funnier. I do believe you, actually. I'm just amazed that you're somehow here in the flesh. Oh, that's a relief. Sometimes you just gotta say whatever it takes to make the client happy. Oh, that's right. I gotta believe. Thanks, Walter. Cupid Valentine, age unknown. So we have nothing to work with there. Hi, Miss Cupid. Oh, if it isn't little Pearl Faye. Wait, you know Pearly? I do indeed. It's rare to see someone with love wish levels off the charts this much. Love wish levels. You see, the more a human wishes for two people to fall in love, the higher their love wish level. And Pearl here has some of the highest levels in town. I do. Wow, that means I have strong spiritual power and love power. In fact, looking into the source for levels is actually how I learned that you were a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Is that so? Yes, sir. But just how I knew that if anyone could get me out of this jam, it would be you. Speaking of which, we should probably get into why you're here, Miss Valentine. Please, feel free to call me Cupid if you wish. Noted. Alright, first and foremost. Ooh, what a shiny badge you've got there. I'm glad you have it. It means you're able to help me out of this predicament. Oh, if only this badge alone was able to do that. Anything else? What can you tell me about this? Other than the fact that it's from Earth? Not much. That's really all that you know about it? Alright, maybe. I probably should mention this letter to her at some point if she really is who she claims to be. But we should probably wait until a more appropriate time. So you know Pearl. Little Pearl Faye. What energy that one has. You really think so? I really know so. Thank you. And it being complimented by Cupid would be such high praise for her. It's actually rather odd, really. Oh, what do you mean? Her love wish level was shockingly low for most of her life. But then, around a year ago, they spiked up astronomically. A year ago, huh? Can't imagine what would have sparked that sudden increase. Any responses? Maya is from Earth, that is correct. Tell me all about yourself. So to clarify again, you are the Cupid. Distant relative of the Bruce Dickinson. Is it really that hard to believe? No, you don't exactly look very Cupid-like, if you ask me. Don't tell me you were expecting a flying naked baby. No, of course not. I was expecting a flying baby in a diaper. I've never liked that modern interpretation of me. It was a baby thousands of years ago. That doesn't mean I gotta be one forever. Would you like it if everyone expected to see a baby every time they went to see you? Well, I'd be told that I was a pretty cute baby, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, really. So I think you're missing your point. I kind of wanted to say on that image for a minute, it was funny. Oh well. Guard! What are you doing? Yep. Yep. Oh man, they don't do the guard or security camera running gags. That's not a good sign. Oh well. Tell me of the nature of the homicide. So, about the murder you've been accused of. Nick, I just said that. Don't talk in circles. I'm being framed, I tell you, framed. I didn't hurt anybody, I promise. Okay, I believe you. You didn't have someone else do it, right? No! My job is to help people. I would never do anything that would cause harm to someone. Just covering my bases. I don't want to make that mistake again. So, why exactly did you get arrested, Cupid? I'm telling you, it's all a big misunderstanding. Yes, the victim was shot with an arrow. Yes, I was near the diner when he was killed. Yes, I happened to be pointing my arrow at someone at the park when the cops saw me. But none of that means I killed anyone. Maybe not, but you gotta admit that it certainly gives off that impression. Yeah, even I think that comes off as suspicious, and I've been arrested like 3 times at this point in the series. But you mentioned something about being framed. Care to elaborate? Well, the cops told me that the arrow was in the victim's heart. Really? His heart? Yes, and that's exactly where I land my arrows when I fire them into my targets. After all, what better place to radiate the beautiful feeling of love than the heart? That's so true, bestie. That's why I suspect that I'm being framed. Someone really had the audacity to fire a real arrow into someone's heart when Cupid was nearby. That's the sort of thing you only do with malicious intent towards her in mind. Yep. No other possible explanation there. So, Ms. Valentine, about you being Cupid. Yes, what about it? Well, for starters, what exactly is it that you do? Only the most important thing in existence. Increasing love to all humans. Not to sound like a downer, but I'm fairly certain there are more important things in life than love. And how exactly do you go about that? Well, you see, I have my bow that fires special arrows loaded with a Well, you see, I have my bow that fires special arrows laced with a love tonic I've perfected first try. Perfecting it was not easy. My first attempts resulted in death at best. At best? Anyway, that's not the point. The other murders I've committed in the past are not relevant to this case. I demand they be stricken from the record. The tonic in question contains the essence of the person they're to be romantically paired with. Firing the special arrows into my target causes them to fall in love with the person in the tonic. Is that neat? Yeah, that's pretty neat, but also creepy. Well, I suppose humans don't exactly view things the way we gods do. So she pumps me with the drugs. Yep. Don't do drugs, kids, you might wind up getting married. That's actually something I'm curious about. You're really a goddess? Like, a being not from Earth? You know, the definition of the word goddess that everybody uses? I am indeed. A bona fide goddess, straight from Sutmillow. From where? Sutmillow. It's a fantastic place where all the gods and goddesses live. I've never heard of it before. Well, once upon a time, humans all around the globe knew about Sutmillow. In fact, it's the reason why your holidays even exist at all. What do you mean? You humans loved us so much that you gave all of us our own dedicated day of celebration. Their names have changed over the course of history, but they all have the same general dedication. Really? So does that mean Santa and the Easter Bunny are gods? Oh, Nicholas and Peter? Absolutely. In fact, they're the two major gods in charge of Submalo. Although that said, they do tend to let their day's popularity over the others go to their head at times. Admittedly, they can be a bit hurtful towards some of us minor gods. Aw, that's not very nice. No, it's not. But I'm not in this for the popularity. I'm in it to spread love. Just like how Mr. Right over here doesn't do this job for money, but to help others. Why do I get the feeling that she doesn't plan on paying me? Does Phoenix ever get paid? How do you still have a home? Anyway, you were framed, you tell me framed. Do you have any idea why someone would want to frame you, as you claim? Well, even though my job's to spread love, I do tend to receive hate from time to time. So 1 billion pairings I've made throughout history ended poorly. Big flippin' whoop. I see. So our killer is anyone who ever is or ever was in an unhealthy relationship. That narrows it down significantly. My god. I can't believe Larry's finally snapped. I'm sorry. I try my best. I really do. Hey, be nice, Nick. Yeah, be nice, Mr. Nick. Ow, ow, my bones. Okay, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I think you might actually be onto something with that bad relationship thing, Nick. You couldn't have said that a few seconds ago? Cupid, did you pair the victim with anyone recently? You know, I asked myself that same question when the police showed me the crime scene photos. But try as I might, I don't recognize his face or name as anyone I targeted in the past. What about a future target? You know, like the killer wanted to be with him but found out he was going to be with another? Even if all that somehow was the case, wouldn't that require them to be aware of Cupid's existence? Oh, right. I guess that's not really common knowledge, is it? Maybe to some people. You fools. But somehow, I just knew that Cupid was real. Well, I'm glad one of us did. Oh, assuming this really is all legit, then the suspect would have to know who she is. And it's not that common of knowledge. Miss Valentine, how many humans know that you're real? Now that's a toughie. There are those who speculated, and that number's in the thousands, if not millions. Well, let me rephrase that. How many people in town have you told that you're the Cupid? Oh, that's easy. 4. Only 4? Wait a second, don't tell me you mean... Yep. One of them was the cop who questioned me, and the other 3 are right in front of me. So you think you're being framed by someone who wouldn't even know you exist? You're right. That doesn't make any sense. Huh. Usually you have to wait until the courtroom to get to notice these contradictions. So I guess that's just a dead end then. I guess so. Wait, not exactly. What do you mean? All this means that the killer wasn't a human. Come again? It has to have been another god or goddess. That's the only other explanation, I tell ya. Okay, I'm officially starting to feel the migraine increase. But some lead is better than none. So, you think the killer is non-human. Specifically, another deity. It's the only thing that makes sense. Only I would end up in a situation where that's the case. Well, if you haven't angered any humans who could have done it, then what about a god or goddess? I feel like I generally get along well with them all. Wait a second. Do you have someone? Possibly, but I still find it a bit hard to believe. Not too long ago, myself and St. Nicholas got into a bit of a dispute. Chat, would you believe me if I said this is the first case I've investigated where the murderer turned out to be Santa? I may have accidentally called him an old overrated creep. But in my defense, he called me a weakling that was incapable of doing anything right. Can you believe it? Me, of all goddesses, not doing anything right? I'm not sure what to believe anymore, to be honest. And it's not just that either. The way he acts like gods are so much better than anything else. Not even demigods are safe from his frustration. Demigod, as in half human, half god. Basically, they're rare, but they do exist. This does mean that within the universe of Ace Attorney, Santa and the Easter Bunny have both canonically gotten it on. Just gonna leave you with that mental image for a moment while I take a drink. You're welcome. Of course they do. It's just... the way he treats anyone that's not a full-blood god is just awful. So, are you implying that you think the killer might be Santa Claus? Oh, goodness, no, Nicholas may be rude at times, but he would never hurt someone physically. Well, maybe not directly. Meaning... Nicholas can be a bit of a trickster, you see. Gods have the ability to change their appearance, which Nicholas likes to take advantage of. Sometimes he sends his helpers in disguise to bully innocent children to try to get them to retaliate. This in turn gives him justification to put them on his list of naughty children. Santa really does that? Not all the time, but on occasion. My god, I can't believe Santa was actually Satan the whole time. What a twist. It's believed that he does it so there aren't so many toys to make and deliver to the nice children. That's terrible! Wait. 1 year? Right around Christmas? I got into a fight with one of the children in the village. And she's the one who started it. She just came up to me and started shoving me, so I shoved her back. You don't think it's possible? Why, Santa? Why? Come on, Pearly. She said it's possible. That doesn't mean it's what really happened. Yes, it does. After everything I do to protect her, this is what ends up traumatizing her. Walter, you're right, that probably would count as a trap, but unfortunately, I'm pretty sure Santa does not follow any international laws or standards, including the Geneva Convention. You take care of her, I'll handle our client. Thanks, Nick. Maya then took the still-waiting Pearl out of the room. Oh dear. I messed up, didn't I? I am not sure. I didn't I? Oh, darn it, Cupid. Nicholas is right. I really can't do anything right. Please stop crying. You didn't do anything wrong, I promise. I didn't? No. If anything, that information actually helps me a bit. I'm going to sound so ridiculous, but I have to work with what I've got here. So, you don't think that the killer was Santa, but one of his helpers working under his orders? Well, to be honest, I'm not sure he would order anyone to kill someone. That's just not like him. Although, it is entirely possible that would have made one of his helpers did it out of their own free will. Do you have any ideas which one it would be? I'm sorry, he has thousands of helpers, spread across the world and even more on ours. I couldn't possibly name them all, much less know them enough to know who would do this. That's okay. If nothing else, we have a lead. Albeit one that in no way would be taken seriously in a court of Earth law. Alright, we're back. Everything okay now? Yes. The Santa Mafia has members all around the globe. No man can escape the ever-watchful eye of the Klaus organization. Yeah, I'm okay now. Miss Maya told me the truth about that mean kid. The truth? Her mother can be really mean to her sometimes, and she takes that pain out on other people. Really? Well, that's horrible. No. No, he's so mean for treating her like she was so bad. Well, you didn't know, Pearly. But now that you do know, maybe you can start being nice to her. I will, Mr. Maya. I'll be the nicest person she ever met. And what's most important about all of this is that Santa didn't set you up, and Christmas isn't ruined. Hooray! Well, I'm glad all of that worked out in the end. Alright, I think I get the picture of what we're dealing with here. So how about it, Mr. Wright? You take my case? Well, admittedly, I've never defended a literal goddess before. The irrational part of me is screaming that I still won't be. But, yes, I'll take your case. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you! Oh, I just hope everything goes well. I really want to go home. Not to mention it, why haven't you used your god powers to try to make an escape? It's not that I haven't tried, it's that I literally can't. My powers have been taken from me. Come again. I haven't been proven guilty of anything, yet they already think I broke the interference agreement. Come again. Oh, right, humans don't know about the agreement. You see, thousands of years ago, long before the dawn of man, all the major and minor gods signed a contract. This contract gave regulations of what certain gods could or couldn't do to interfere with life on Earth. For example, I'm permitted to alter humans' love levels, and Nicholas is permitted to give gifts every year. Because of its nature, the contract was dubbed the Interference Agreement. Get it? Yeah, I get it. The Interference Agreement is a big deal. Breaking it under any circumstance results in banishment. And let me guess. Killing humans is against the agreement. It's the biggest offense. So because you were arrested for murder, you've been banished and had your powers taken from you? That has to be the reason why my powers aren't working. So you have to prove me innocent, Mr. Wright. You have to show that I didn't break the agreement. Of course, Miss Valentine. I'll prove your innocence without a doubt. I know you will. I have complete faith in you. Ha! A goddess having faith in a human? Usually it's the other way around. Oh, indeed. Well, we better get to work building our case. Roger that. Let's get cracking. Yeah, let's go prove that Cupid didn't kill anyone. That's a sentence I didn't think I'd be hearing today. Quick stop off to gather my thoughts feels like the best course of action. So oh, right, you. Right, the bot has been dealt with. Bot has been dealt with. Hold on. Alright, blocked and reported. Alright, back to work. Now back to the homicides. Alright. So, Santa does obey some laws. Again, just not the Geneva Convention. February 14th, 1:15 p.m. Man, what a case we've got. You can say that again. I'm not exactly sure. What's message is still. Alright. But how do you. Alright, I blocked and reported the account. How do I make this go? Why isn't this... There you go, you Alright. It's weird that reporting an account, like, as a bot doesn't, you know, do anything to it. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to that's Phoenix. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to defend a supposed goddess in a court of law. You know, without being taken as a fool. Wait a second. Yes? Didn't you say earlier that you wouldn't be free tonight if you had a client? Something like that, yeah. So that means you and Mystic Maya wouldn't be available to, say, go to a massage parlor at 7:30? Probably not. Why do you ask? Oh, no reason. Absolutely no reason at all, Mr. Nick. I'm on a completely unrelated subject that has nothing to do with what I was just talking about. I have to, go do something. I'll be right back. I've never seen that girl run that fast in my life. If she can undo what she did, though, all will be forgiven. Well, while she's out doing her something, what do you say we start planning the investigation? The best course of action would be to start at the crime scene, right? Yeah, that would be a good place to start. We probably didn't need to talk about this to figure that out. And the police haven't been investigating that long, so maybe that'll work in our favor. Possibly. Ooh, what if we find some magic dust or something near the body that nobody can identify? That would be proof that the whole gods from another world thing is legit, right? I honestly can't tell if you're joking. Why would I be? Are you actually buying all of this gods and goddesses stuff? Are you not? Why would I be? Nick, after all the things we've dealt with, this is what's too unbelievable for you? You'll have to forgive me for having doubts about our client being Cupid. Oh yeah? How do you explain her knowing about Pearly and everything about us? It's called stalking, Maya. It's a very real, disturbing, and illegal way she could have done it. Fine. But what about the kid that picked on Pearly? Didn't you prove that was just a coincidence? I didn't prove anything. I just told Pearly another possible explanation to calm her down. Who's to say that the kid that bullied her that day wasn't really one of Santa's helpers in disguise? Anyone with common sense? Nick, what is up with you? Whatever happened to trusting your client no matter what? Oh, don't you dare try to pull that on me, Maya. This is different. How? How is it different? I would very much love to hear you explain how Cupid claiming to be a goddess is any different than something like me saying I was a spirit medium when we first met. Simple. You claiming to be a medium didn't have any direct impact on the circumstances of the murder. It's not like you told me that the killer was actually a spirit that had been possessing you. Fine, then what about all the magic and witches in Labyrinthia? Are you serious? Have you forgotten how that experience ended? That doesn't change the fact that you still believed it. Even if that was so, the entire thing revolved around the defendant saying she wasn't a witch. Yeah, but... Face it, Maya, this is a different case with a different set of circumstances. Circumstances that even I have to acknowledge make no sense. So please, just do me a favor and for once in your life, stop being so damn stupid. Phoenix, you're feeling very out of character today. Maya? I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it, honest, it just slipped out. Slipped out? Nick, how does something like that just slip out? I covered my face and tried to calm myself down. I then walked over to the window and looked outside. What the hell just got into me? I've never talked to Maya like that before, ever. I really am sorry, Maya, honestly. I'm not trying to come off as a bad guy, I'm really not, but I can't believe our client this time. Not completely, anyway. Do you understand? I hear you, but I don't understand. Wait, that's not Maya's voice. Mia? What are you doing here? You know, I asked myself that same question at first. But between my wet cheeks and your monologue, I think putting it together. It's not like you to not trust a client, Phoenix. What's going on? You wouldn't believe it. That's for me to decide. Fine. Huh. Well, I must admit that that's a pretty bizarre case, even compared to your past experiences. That's exactly what I was trying to explain to your sister. Well, I may not have met this Cupid Valentine, but... did she do or say anything to give off the impression that she was lying? Well... no, not exactly. She didn't have any psych locks, and she'd said everything so naturally, like it was true. Then what's the problem? What do you mean, what's the problem? Didn't you hear me? She said that she's the Cupid, the magic flying pixie or whatever. Hold on. That's why you're saying you can't trust her? But, yeah, what else am I supposed to... Phoenix Wright, did you get conked in the head with a semi-truck? Huh? You're not supposed to be proving whether or not your client is a goddess. Your only priority should be proving her innocence of murder. So tell me, and be completely honest, do you think she committed the crime? No. I don't think she killed anyone. Then who cares if she claims to be a goddess? If you have complete faith in both your client and the evidence, the truth will reveal itself. You should know that better than anyone. Yeah, you're right. I'm really sorry, Mia. I don't know what came over me. Well, if I were you, I'd figure out so it doesn't happen again. Your client's future is on the line here, Phoenix. She's trusted you to help her. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Mia. I guess hearing it from you is just what I needed. Don't thank me. Thank Maya. Heh. Yeah. I will. And... you're not mad about what I said to her, are you? I'm not sure if mad is the right word here. Maybe more along the lines of shocked and disappointed. Brilliant. And hey, who hasn't said something stupid when they're angry? Yeah, I guess so. You know, Phoenix, between me, you, and Charlie, I can tell that Maya really cares about you. More than you may realize. Please don't take that for granted. Okay? I won't. I promise. Mr. Nick? Mystic Maya? So, are you sure you aren't available to go to a massage parlor together? Pearls, what did you do? Well, don't worry, Pearly. If the parlor won't accept any refunds, then it is what it is. It's easy for you to say. I doubt she used your money. Look, we have more important things to focus on right now. Like Miss Valentine. Let's get to the crime scene and investigate. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, let's go. Hey, Maya. Yeah? Thanks. Talking with Mia really helped. Well, I'm glad. It's just... seeing you that way was so... I know. And I'm so sorry. Honestly, I'm still not sure how to feel about the whole gods and goddesses thing. But she's still our client, and we need to prove her innocence. Ah, now that's the Nick I know. I'm really glad I was able to clear my head a bit and focus on what's important. I'm not really sure what came over me. Come on, let's go investigate. Well, that was an interesting conversation. Any new dialogue? Doesn't look like it. Any new dialogue? Nope. It would make sense to check out the crime scene first to see what the police have found. So let's get going. Alright. Nothing new here. If your client is insane, it's your job to get them out of the jail. Yep, pretty much. Man, that was a weird scene. They hammered... I want to complain about how out of character Phoenix was, but... they hammered the idea that it was so much that I almost want to assume it's going to, like, something's gonna come of it. I guess we'll see. February 14th still. Did not take us over a day to go back to the diner. Wow. I never thought I'd enter this place and feel anything but happy. Phoenix was pushed to this point, maybe. I don't really know what would have pushed him, though. I'm with you. Hey, this is a crime scene, Pat. Oh, it's you three. Hey, detective. Don't tell me. You're our suspect's lawyer. You got it. You know, I expected as much. It almost feels routine at this point. Yeah, I suppose you're not wrong, are you? But you're really with magic influence from another god. I highly doubt they're going to go with the route of, like, actually confirming the presence of magic involved. This is still a mystery case, which won a mystery tournament. So, what goodies can you share with us? Sorry, pal, not gonna be that easy. Oh, come on, please. Yeah, please, Mr. Detective. Well, as hard as it is to resist two pleases from two young ladies, I'm afraid I couldn't even if I wanted to. Ming? The prosecutor on this case is requesting we keep on knowledge of the case on the down low. Well, it's just Edgeworth, I'm sure he... Oh, it's not Mr. Edgeworth, he's out of the country at the moment. Oh, that's right. Honestly, that might actually be for the best. If the fact that the suspect might be a goddess comes out during the trial, which it most likely will, he'd drop dead from a heart attack right in the middle of the courtroom. So who's prosecuting the case, then? Her name is Tara Norma. She's been here in the district for about 3 or 4 years now. This is the first I'm hearing of her. What's she like? Why don't you ask me yourself? What? Who said that? Right here, Spikes. Really, I thought lawyers would be more observant than that. Especially a lawyer with a reputation like yours. Oh, sorry, you must be the prosecutor? What sharp deduction skills you've got there, Spikes. The name's Terra Norma. I'll be prosecuting that pink-haired client of yours. Unusual look for a prosecutor. Yeah, this is, yeah, I've been hanging around the Ace Attorney online forums long enough to recognize this is a pre-made, like, generic character sprite that just gets recycled into different uses in different cases. I think she's primarily meant as, like, a defense attorney, like a protagonist. And they just mirror her sprite sometimes to make her a prosecutor. And I guess the look works for her if they're going for, like, a sort of, you know, casual, sort of punkish prosecutor who, like, calls people nicknames like Spikes, which she has. So that would check out. Terra Norma. Terra Norma. Terra Norma. Is it a pun on paranormal, maybe? Because we're prosecuting someone who claims to be not human? As we'll find out. Oh, my name is Phoenix Wright. I know who you are. Everyone in the prosecution's office does. Do they? Yes, everyone. The prosecutors, the guards, the janitors, and the ghosts that walk the halls. Well, back up a second. Ghosts? Yes, I can feel them. Walking with me when I go to my office every day. Oh, I see. I'm sure you understand in your experience with the spirit world. I suppose so, but a spirit being channeled isn't quite the same as feeling a ghost's presence. Maybe not. But having an adversary with knowledge and experience with such supernatural entities will definitely make for a pleasant trial for me. That said, because you're so well known, I'm fully aware of how you operate, Spikes. So if you're truly as good as you come off as, then you shouldn't need to need us to give you vital info. You shouldn't need us to give you vital info. If you want to find evidence, you'll have to find it yourself. No hand-holding, capiche? Yeah, I think. Well, I've got paperwork to work on. In the meantime, the detective here is ordered to not give you any vital pieces of information on this case. Should he give you such information, I'll see to it that he be punished. I'll be seeing you in court tomorrow, Spikes. That's kind of, does that break proceeding rules? I've played every game in the Ace Attorney series, and I'm still not entirely clear if it's okay for us to be given evidence by the detectives, or if that's like them going behind the rules. It's strange and inconsistent sometimes. I hope, for the sake of all of us, that you can properly manage to defend a goddess. Hold on, how do you... Until tomorrow, Spikes. Well, she's quite the character, isn't she? Yeah, that's putting it kindly. Now, as odd as it is, a prosecutor that believes in the supernatural might work for me. If you remember, pretty much every Ace Attorney court hearing brings tons of rules of how real courts go. Yeah, pretty much. And they're better games for it. At the very least, I won't be the only one looking like a fool out there. Woo, she's gone. Alright, pals, what do you want to know? Wait, what? Detective Gumshoe, she said not to give any vital information. She never said nothing about basic info. Suppose you're right. Aha, see? Lawyers aren't the only ones who can find holes in logic. I suppose not. But aren't you worried that she might not see it that way? Do you want to be caught up on the basics or not? Yes, I do. Excellent. I'll also let the boys know to let you into the crime scene to do your investigation. Thanks, Detective Gumshoe, you're the best. Yeah, what Mystic Maya said. Ah, shucks, think nothing of it. This definitely isn't going to be an easy investigation after we believe everything I've been told. But it's like Mia said, trust Miss Valentine and the evidence. The rest will fall into place. Time about my badge. Still got that badge of yours, eh? Of course. I wouldn't be able to defend the suspect without it. Just like I wouldn't be able to arrest a suspect without my badge right here. Was it in this pocket? No. What about this one? Just pretend I showed my badge, will ya? Right. Generic evidence. What can you tell me about this Detective Gumshoe? Not sure. If you'd presented a packet of instant noodles, that'd be a different story. For example, I've often noticed that the pork-flavored noodles are slightly saltier than the beef. Thanks, I get it. Yeah, same dialogue. He lost his fucking badge. I hope he didn't lose his gun as well as some another cop. Yep. Guns are hard to get a hold of in this world, except for when the case requires that they not be. Detective Gumshoe knows literally nothing about any of these people he just said he knows a lot about. Detective Gumshoe does not know anything about himself. But he knows about his girlfriend. Relatable. I mean, not super relatable for me, but... Ah, that Maggie, what a lucky guy I am to have her. A bit of a shame your date today got ruined. Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate. She keeps blaming herself and her terrible luck for the murder. I wasn't really sure how to respond to that, to be honest. Don't look at me, I'm no expert on talking to women. You can't actually tell me anything about the person you've arrested. Or Santa Claus. Or the prosecutor. Okay, great. Doubt there's gonna be anything out here. The crime scene was the back room. And I think we just came for lunch not too long ago. Yeah, I know, it's crazy to think about. I'm actually a bit upset we never ended up getting that cake. Seriously, Maya? Hey, I was really looking forward to it. Who says I can't be upset about the murder and lack of dessert? Valid point, I suppose. The kitchen is just behind those doors, right? Yeah, you should be able to head in there and look around. Alright then, let's get to it, Nick. Yeah, let's get to it, Mr. Nick. I wonder if we should get to it, Phoenix. There's nothing else here. Alright, so what's the basic rundown of this case? Well, for starters, the victim's name was Joey Duncan. He was a cook here at the diner. Unfortunately, he also happened to be the young son. He was? That's so sad. It is indeed, pal. He was shot directly into the heart with an arrow. There wasn't much that could be done to help him. I assume his father must be aware of what happened, right? Yeah, he is. Obviously, he's pretty upset by the whole ordeal. As is his daughter and the victim's sister, Dina Duncan. She was the one who found the body in the first place. Poor thing. She's a kid, really. Oh, you're talking about the girl that ran out of the kitchen screaming about the murder, right? Please, somebody help! Joey, he's been shot! Yeah, I remember her. Didn't she mention something about seeing someone run out of the back door? She did indeed, pal. I put out a search of the area to see if we could find the culprit. Turns out she made it pretty easy for us by trying to shoot someone else in the nearby park. But you're wrong, she didn't kill him. Yeah, Miss Cupid would never hurt anyone. Well, we'll just have to wait and see what the evidence says, pal. Yeah, I guess you're right. So what's the deal with Prosecutor Norma? Well, like I said, she's been to the district for a few years now. I've never worked with her before, so most of what I know about her comes from secondhand information. Oh, between you and me, she gives me the heebie-jeebies. That's all. She can be pretty intimidating, as you may have noticed. Thankfully, she seems to care less about victory and more about justice. Now, that doesn't make her words any less cold and heartless. Now, at least this time, the pain a professor caused me is from insults and not a whip. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be something to be happy about. She mentioned something about sensing and feeling ghosts. What's up with that? She has a bit of a reputation around the prosecutor's office, apparently. She seems heavily obsessed with the supernatural. Apparently, she spends a lot of her off hours exploring abandoned locations to find ghosts and such. Wow, that's quite a hobby. Though it seems a bit creepy to do something like that alone. She doesn't do it alone, apparently. Her husband Cab goes along with her, as he's also into these things. Wow, so it's a fun hobby and a date night. Have they ever found anything? Well, he claims to, but apparently there's never really any evidence to prove it. A prosecutor who can't provide evidence of her claim? Maybe this won't be so bad for me after all. But don't you dare think she's that way in court. Not too soon. She's got a pretty impressive prosecution record under her belt. Not a perfect one, but big enough to where she could definitely be a threat to the defense. Good to know. I wonder if she's ever been to Korean Village before. It sounds like something she'd be interested in. Yeah, maybe we can get her to witness a channeling. Maybe after the trial. For now, she's still our enemy, so to speak. Okay. But after you find Miss Cupid innocent, then I can know Miss Norma my spirit channeling powers. If you want. Yay! Nope, fair. I wanted to be the one to show her spirit channeling. As soon as you lose, I guess. Right, that appears to be everything to do here. Let's head to the back room in the kitchen, where we find a young corpse. Already removed. Huh, so this is where the magic happens. Say, would they notice their burger recipes went missing? Focus, Maya, we've got a job to do. I didn't hear a no. Maya! Oh, come on, Nick, you know I'm just kidding. I do? Ladder, ladder. Look, it's a ladder. Step ladder. Ladder! Step ladder! Ladder! Step ladder! Ladder! Step ladder! Step ladder! Ladder! Wait. Oh my gosh, it actually worked! Someone's been watching too much television. Okay, the running gag has been achieved. Let's look at the body. So this is where the victim died? Looks like it. Getting shot in the heart with an arrow on Valentine's Day. Truly ironic. The question is whether or not that was coincidental. Alright. What's under the table? This bowl is empty. What do you think is supposed to go in there, Mr. Nick? No idea, Pearls. Better leave it alone for now. A bowl of potatoes. They look pretty fresh. Why do they have a bowl of potatoes lying around here? Beats me. Maybe there's something nearby that can tell us. You know what, we're looking at, there's a lot of small details in this case, so I think I'm going to switch on cursor capture. So you all... That's the wrong button. Switch on cursor capture so you all can see his... Just switch on cursor capture, but it's not showing. That's unfortunate. Oh well. I'm looking at... There it is. There you are, you son of a gun. Okay, back to work. Anything here? Nothing of interest there. Looks like a sign over here on proper sanitation techniques. I've never gotten sick from a meal here before, so it's safe to say they follow these procedures. Good. Proper kitchen hygiene is important. Okay, here's the empty bowl, here's the potato bowl. Nothing on the bottommost shelf, it looks like. Hello, what do we have here? Whoa! It's the diner's French fry recipe! Oh, I love French fries. They're so crispy and salty. It looks like they were about to make a new batch of them when the murder took place. This might be important. Are French fries a particularly difficult recipe? Just plain fries? Let's see, French fry recipe. The recipe recalled is homemade French fries. A new batch was about to be made when the murder occurred. So 2 potatoes, a cup sugar, 2 cups warm water, 6 cups vegetable oil, and salt. Dissolve the sugar in the water, cool the water with ice or refrigeration when fully dissolved. Peel the potatoes, 1/4 inch. Soak the potato strips in cold sugar water for at least 15 minutes. Oh, they're making sweet fries. That's interesting. Dry them on a paper towel when finished. Heat the oil to 375 degrees Fahrenheit. Cook the potatoes for 5 to 6 minutes until golden. Drain on a paper towel. Season with salt. So looking at this ingredient list, we have the bowl of potatoes. The most likely option for what's in the second bowl, I think, is white sugar. Warm water you just get from a tap, vegetable oil. Can't really keep in a bowl. Well, I suppose depending on what we wind up needing it for, it could be. Certainly have more of it. And salt is just a few sprinkles for seasoning. Ah, so we are taking their recipes. Sugar or oil, depending on what, the culprit winds up needing to commit whatever locked room or false alibi trick we're looking at. As evidence. Okay. Nobody to talk to. What am I not seeing here? Sign on proper sanitation techniques. Here's the stepladder. Whole body is just a single uninterrupted item. Yellow, yellow! Numbers. How'd it go? We're playing an Ace Attorney fan game. Someone was shot in this fast food restaurant kitchen with an arrow on Valentine's Day. And our client claims to be Cupid. Is she delusional? Is she actually right? 8730-0579. Thank you for following the channel. I'm certainly suspicious enough to warrant it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, it's not a case of having to question Gumshoe. We cannot present... I could just call you 8 to make it easy. That is easier, thank you. Alright. So I've given this room a good once-over already. I'm not really sure what else is to find, but we don't really have much else to look for. This bowl is empty. This bowl has potatoes. Hey look, there's some white crystals at the bottom of the bowl. Okay, so it is the sugar bowl. The sugar bowl is empty, which means sugar was used for something. Or salt. But the salt is just a seasoning. So they shouldn't need like a whole bowl full of it for just one order of fries. Or one batch of fries, rather. I love Fangames so much, they're so fun. Yeah, this is a... Jesse, we have to make the crystals. Wouldn't that be a twist? Well, I guess there's one way to find out. Maya, no, what if it is... Wait, Maya, get your hand out. What if it is crystal meth? She then sprinkled the salt pinch onto her tongue. Salt, definitely salt. Okay, it was the salt. That's what I get for trying to use logic. Mystic Maya, are you okay? Yeah, I did. I was expecting it to be sugar. Expecting or hoping. Well, at least that's one mystery solved. Good job, Maya. Why, thank you, Nick. I try my best. Okay, an empty bowl with trace amounts of salt. So salt is usually used to dissolve stuff. Yes, the potatoes are for the french fries. That is generally how these things work, That would definitely make the most sense. Wait a second, Nick, one of these potatoes is half missing. Hey, you're right. Was that cut in half? I'm not sure. Look at the markings. They almost look like someone took a giant bite out of it. Huh, peculiar. And unsanitary. But how did someone bite a potato like this? This is definitely something to note. So, was there something not human present at the crime scene? The way they're talking about it, it certainly seems weird that a potato this size has a single bite taking out half of it. Okay, nothing new on the fries. Okay. Can I touch Detective Gumshoe about these? As soon as I remember how to... Okay. Guess we're done there. Hey, this is a crime scene, Pat. It's my daddy's diner. I have full right to an enter here. What's going on over there? I understand that your father owns the place, but nothing. You can't kick me out of here. You wouldn't want my daddy to file a complaint against you, would you? No, but... Jeez, now she's getting eaten alive over there. That's put it nicely. She's being so mean to him. Why I ought to go over there and... It's not worth it, Pearls. The last thing we need is another murder in this diner. Hold on, isn't she the girl who found the body? I think it is. What was her name again? Danielle? I think it was Dina. Dina Duncan. Come, she did say that she was the victim's sister, after all. And maybe we can use this to our advantage. I don't like how you said that. Excuse me. What? Who are you? We're the defense team for the murder that happened here. Defense team? So you three are gonna defend the lady that killed my brother? Well, we don't believe she did kill him, but... What the... It's downright hilarious! Oh, now come on, who are you really? The defense team. I'm Phoenix Wright, defense attorney. This is my assistant Maya Fey and my, well, other assistant Pearl Fey. How long and awkward can one silence be? Good gracious! You're serious, aren't you? Yes, now if... Oh, you're telling me that Joey's killer is going to be defended by a porcupine head, a masseuse, and a child? Oh, this is just the kind of hilarity I needed, thank you. Hey, I'm not a masseuse! Yeah, we're Pearls, I don't think telling her that you're a spare medium will help. But you can't just let her insult Mystic Maya like that. No, I suppose I can't. Look, regardless of attire and assumptions, we're still the defense team in this murder. You were the one who found the body, right? Excuse me? He isn't the body, he has a name. It's Joey Duncan. Right, my apologies. You were the one who found Joey, right? When he was shot with the arrow? Yeah, what of it? I was hoping maybe you could help us by answering some questions. Now, why on earth would I want to help the people who are trying to let my brother's killer go free? Because she's not the killer? But you're gonna give me a six-pack by the end of the day if you keep cracking those jokes. Look, I promise you that despite how it looks, we all want the same thing. Joey's killer caught and locked away. I promise you that any information you have for us will help that happen. Besides, think of it this way. If our client really is guilty, then your information will only hurt her, not help her. So really it's in Joey's best interest to give us all the info you can. What the heck, sure. Awesome, thanks. Don't mention it. Anything to get Joey's killer the punishment she deserves. Whatever it takes to get info from her, I suppose. Dina Duncan, age 17. Daughter, a bit of spoiled. Okay, first off. Whoa, you've got a badge? Are you a cop? I'm a lawyer. This is my attorney's badge. Well, you certainly had me fooled. Is having any sort of badge really enough to fool someone into thinking you're law enforcement? Okay, Maitama. Oh, you think I know something about that? That's hilarious. A simple I don't know would have sufficed. Gotta show off my love letter to anyone who will ask. You work here, you know about french fries? It's my daddy's french fry recipe. Yes, it is. We think Joey was about to make some fries when he was murdered. Does that ring any bells with you? I'm sorry, but I don't recall anything like that when I found Joey. So it has been going. Desmere, welcome, 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 welcome. Things have been going alright. We're playing Turnabout Heartache, a prize-winning Ace Attorney fan game. A restaurant employee, who is also the son of the restaurant's owner, was shot with an arrow in the kitchen on Valentine's Day. And our client is a delusional woman who believes she's Cupid. It's quite a production. We are currently investigating the victim's younger... not investigating. Questioning the witness's Sorry, I'll remember how to speak one of these days. We are currently questioning the victim's younger sister, who is taking it simultaneously very well and not well at all. Well, I suppose it would be natural to have all of your focus on Joey when you found him. You're darn right. Now give that recipe back. Sorry, but I can't do that until I know for sure it has nothing to do with the murder. My daddy came up with that recipe, and I ain't gonna risk having some outsiders try and leak it. I'm not going to promise that we won't reveal information about it in court. But I will promise that if we do, it will be only if it's important to bring the killer to justice. Just wait until Daddy finds out about this. Speaking of your father, can you tell us more about him? I know he's the founder and owner, but you seem to come off like he's this big and powerful giant. Ha! He may as well be. Care to elaborate? Okay, that probably unlocked a new dialogue option. May I offer you a nice potato in this trying time? Nope. Empty bowl. The defendant? So this is the coward that killed my brother. This is who the police arrested. It's still to be determined if he's the killer. But she's not the killer. Cupid would never do such a thing. Cupid? That's what she said her name was? If you're gonna go with a fake name, at least make it believable. But it's not a fake name, right, Mr. Nick? Well, I don't exactly have access to her birth certificate, but yes, I believe it's her real name. Whatever you say. Mr. Klaus? Nope. Prosecutor? Tell me you have a reaction to your own brother. Oh, Joey. I still can't believe that you're gone. You must have been really close with your brother, huh? You bet I was. He was basically a second daddy for when our real daddy wasn't there. Now that he's gone, all I have left is my real daddy. And when he gets busy, I won't have a second daddy there for me. Who's gonna be my second daddy now that the first second daddy isn't there anymore? My head suddenly hurts. Well, at least she's distracted from the thought of finding her brother's body. Time to about yourself. I suppose it is rather humorous in the grand scheme of things. I mean, honestly, is it really believable that anybody knows themselves, truly? Alright, that was fun. Let's talk about stuff. So you and Joey in the kitchen. Can I ask why you were back there? Simple. I was doing my job. Which is... waitressing, duh. Huh, you're a waitress at the diner? Is it really that much of a shock? My daddy's the owner and his son is a cook here, so why can't his daughter be a waitress here? Well, we've been coming here for a while now and we've never seen you before. That's because I was just recently hired, genius. Been here for about a week now. Ah, that makes sense. So when you found Joey, you were going to the kitchen to pick up an order? Pretty much. I honestly don't really remember if I was giving an order or picking one up. What I do remember is that when I went back there, I saw a movement towards the back door. Pretty stated practice to order the owner to be a waitress, yeah. Plus she's also, you know, very obviously wearing the same uniform Maggie wore in 3-3, so... Yep. Totally seamless cutting. Then, before I could really question it, I saw Joey laying down on the floor. I walked over to him to see what was wrong, and then... that's when I saw the arrow. I'm really sorry that you had to find your brother like that. Me too. Believe it or not, Dina, I know that pain very well. And I wouldn't wish that pain on even my worst enemy. I don't even imagine what that must feel like. Oh, thank you all. Really. Do you remember anything about what the person at the door looked like? Really? Nothing? Not a single thing stuck out about them. It really was rather sudden. I didn't get a look at them for very long. Besides, even if they were still there, I reckon I would have been too distracted by Joey. That makes sense. So nothing stood out to the person running out the back door? For reference sake, this is the defendant. You wouldn't mind writing everything you just said as an affidavit, would you? An aff what now? Basically, using your statement as evidence. Oh, well, why didn't he say so? Yeah, Nick, why didn't you say so? My apologies. I don't remember anything about their appearance. Then I walked over to Joey, realized he was dead and ran for help. Okay, fascinating. So, what can you tell us about your father, Carlton? Besides that he's the greatest daddy in the world? Preferably. And he certainly seems to do a good job of running this place. The food is so good that I could eat it 24/7. You know, I don't doubt that for a second. Well, of course the food's good. My daddy's a culinary genius. He put lots of time and money into this place, and he's very proud of what he's accomplished. Heck, he's told Joey and I that the diner is his greatest accomplishment right after us two. He definitely seems like a good father. Like I said, he's the greatest daddy in the world. I wouldn't want anyone else as my daddy. Especially you, Mr. Porcupine. Well, what do you mean, especially? Hey, I wouldn't be so judgmental towards Nick, Dina. I think Nick will be a great father one day. Me too. Thanks, I guess? The heck did the conversation come to this? Anyway, even though your father wasn't here at the time of the murder, having a talk with him might help gain more information. Well, I suppose you can try, but don't go getting your hopes up too much. He not only just had his son die, but his business is temporarily closed while the cops check the place out. He's got a lot on his mind. I'm not sure he'll be in the mood for a chit-chat. Especially with the man trying to get his son's killer free. Well, regardless, it's worth a try. Do you know where he is? Yeah, he's back home. At least that's where he was when I left. Well, let's hope he's still there. Agreed. We just know where the Duncan home is. So let's run on over. Can I help you? Pardon me, but are you Carlton Duncan? Who's asking? My name is Phoenix Wright, and these are my assistants, Maya and Pearl Faye. I'm the defense attorney in the case for the murder at your diner. Is that right? I know it's a hard time for you right now, Mr. Duncan, and we're very sorry for your loss. We just wanted to ask you some questions about the incident. Sorry, afraid it won't be as much help seeing as I wasn't there. Please, Mr. Duncan, any information you have will be helpful, I'm sure of it. To be frank, I'm not really in the mood to discuss this. Especially with the people who would try to defend my son's killer. We don't think she's the killer, Mr. Duncan. I suppose you wouldn't. I know I'm a bit biased here, but I know that's why we need as much information as we can get. Please, Mr. Duncan. I promise we'll try not to take up too much of your time. If only I'd been at the diner. Joey, I'm so sorry. Alright. What do you want to know? Definitely can't help but feel sorry for the guy. I'll try not to take up too much of his time with these questions. That said, can I take up some of your time with this badge? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. Okay, we've hit the limit. Okay, there is some stuff to investigate in the house. Is that a newspaper clipping you've got displayed over there, Mr. Duncan? Yeah, it's just a little thing I've got hanging up as motivation. Motivation? You see, the diner wasn't always a blooming success. I've had a pretty rough start. But around a year after opening up shop, we really started to boom in popularity. That article up there is about said popularity boom. I keep it up there to remind myself where I've come from and how you never know what's next. Wow, that actually is pretty motivational. I wonder if we should hang up a newspaper up one of your cases back at the office, Nick. It's not a bad idea. But where do we hang it? Maybe we could replace that Steel Samurai poster with... If you lay one finger on that poster, I'll saw off your hand. But Mr. Maya! The news article does feel like it might be important. I better make a note of it. His face looks like a bootleg Hotline Miami, right? Yeah, it is. It is a bit janky. I think it's like the bottom half of Larry's face with like a thicker, lighter beard sort of drawn on that hat. Maybe the proportions altered a bit. Alright, what do we have in the newspaper? Carlton's Diner, a local restaurant in the downtown district, was once a small business with a small customer base and small profit. But what started small has quickly become big. Around a year after opening business, the establishment boomed seemingly overnight, with reports of the customer base nearly tripling. It's truly a miracle, commented owner and founder Carlton Duncan, further adding that he wished his wife Ellie were here to see it, as she had passed away from liver cancer 2 years before the diner's opening. There's no clear explanation for how this boom came to be, though the locals suspect that old-fashioned word of mouth might be a factor. Interesting. You definitely have a pretty nice kitchen, it seems. It's only fitting given my career. My wife Ellie spent the most time in that room out of all of us. After the cancer took her a few years ago, that title moved on Joey. Boy, it's almost a feeling a Duncan who cooks is cursed or something, really. Anyway, can we change the subject if you don't mind? Sure. Right, that looks like it. Should probably do that thing we said we were gonna do. Like I said, I know this is a hard time for you right now, Mr. Duncan. But if there's anything you may know about what happened, it could help a lot. Well, as I said, I was there when it happened. I was across town buying my supplies. Ingredients, napkins, etc. I just finished when I got the call about what had happened. I see. So there really was no way you could have known. When I got the call, I just couldn't believe it. I honestly thought it was a joke. I actually punched the store wall so hard that I bled. Yikes, that looks like it hurt. I haven't been to the diner since then. I'm sure I may break down too hard if I do. Nobody would blame you, Mr. Duncan. Frankly, I'm not too sure if I'll ever get the strength to return. Last thing I would want is my business to suffer after everything I've done to get it where it is. But how am I supposed to go into the kitchen again without being reminded of what happened? I don't know, sir. I'd certainly hate for him to possibly shut down the diner, too. But I wouldn't blame the man if he went through with it. Although something he said has piqued my curiosity a bit. Mr. Duncan, you'd mentioned something about everything you'd done to get the diner where it is. Would you mind elaborating on that a bit? Psyche locks. You know, typical blood, sweat, tears that goes in any business. Nice try, Mr. Duncan. But I have protagonist cheat powers. I wonder what you would want to keep hidden away like that. Okay, I don't really have anywhere else to be, so I guess we should just take a swing at this now. The news clipping is probably good for something. The diner. The only one in the entire city of Los Angeles. Mr. Duncan, I think you're hiding something. Hiding something? Like what? I don't think you're being honest about your diner. Specifically, its success. Mr. Rot, please, what are you talking about? Simple, Mr. Duncan. This right here showcases that your dining success is a bit questionable. You said yourself that your first year of business wasn't the best. But then, a year later, you start booming with success. Why? You're a regular at my establishment, yes, you know how good the food is. All it takes is one person to spread the word. Well, I do think that someone had an influence on your dining success. But I don't think it was a random customer. Oh? Mr. Duncan, would this person happen to be the one who attributed to your diner success? Think of a few ways this could have gone. Yep, sorry. Oh, that's unfortunate. The victim is suspected. You can't blame your own. Is it Maya single-handedly keeping the business? Okay, if I don't have this much, if I have like literally no lead like this, it usually means I don't have much. Don't have enough, rather. Hello, there you are. What's the— Don't touch that! I'm sorry. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I'm not exactly myself today, as you might imagine. I understand. Though I am pretty curious as to what that paper is. What may I have to take this? No problem at all. Hey, Nick. You think what I'm thinking? I think I am. Mr. Duncan won't be gone for long, we better use this time wisely. Alright, let's take a look at this. Interesting. What is it? It looks like it's some sort of blackmail letter. Blackmail? For what? I'm not sure. Skimming through it, it looks like they're asking for around $500,000. $500,000? The author addresses himself as Oleg Linkrenovsk. Oleg. I'll definitely have to look for more into this person. For now, I'll have to make a record of this letter. So this quickly after your son was murdered? I skipped that line. Have they no decency? Does a question like that even warrant an answer? Anyway, where were we, Mr. Wright? I believe we were discussing your life of crime.
Take that! Take that!
There we go. Does the name Oleg Linkranask ring a bell? Yeah, it does. You see, Oleg is an old friend of mine. We go way back, you see. Old friend? I'm not buying that for a second. Of course you aren't. But I'd love to see you back that up with proof. Gladly. Here's the proof that Oleg Linkranask is no friend of yours. Maybe it's just me, but I don't think old friends blackmail each other. Especially for $500,000. You're good, Mr. Wright. You successfully read the letter I leave out in plain view on my tabletop, while I left you alone in the room with it. Truly a master detective. Oh, if only I'd paid him. Maybe my Joey would still be here. Unlock successful. Now tell me what's what. So what exactly is the history of your diner, Mr. Duncan? Well, I guess I better be careful with what I say here. You see, Oleg and I actually really do go way back. We were roommates in college, best night days we could get. I pursued during business, while he was a bit more of a slacker pursuing general studies. When I opened up a diner many years ago, business wasn't the best. It wasn't bad enough to where I was necessarily going broke, mind you. But I was barely earning over any sort of profit. Then one day, I received a message from Oleg. He told me that he had connections that could help boost my dinner's popularity. And I suspect that he wasn't going to do such a thing for free. You suspect correctly. It started small, with 5% of my monthly profits. But as business boomed and more money came in, well, that interest increased. This Oleg person sounds like a really mean guy. Why would you want to keep giving him more money? Well, it's not like I wanted to, little girl. In fact, not too long ago, I put my foot down and did stop giving him the money. Then, my little Dana was nearly hit by a car. Wait, you think that was an attempted hit? Oh, no, it was. That letter on the coffee table is his confession to the near miss. Oleg. It also said that if I don't give him the 500 grand, I'll be sure to tell it next time. You're kidding. Can't you get the police involved in this? Don't you think I would have if I could? Oleg's got some powerful connections. They can either help you or make you regret every wrong choice you've ever made. Do you think Oleg is responsible for what happened today? You know, I've been wondering that since I heard the news. He's never gone after Joey before, but maybe that was the point. Maybe he put me so focused on keeping Dana safe that I'd let my guard down around Joey. Where can we find Oleg? Who knows? He does is communicate through unmarked letters and phone calls, never face to face. Of course, even if I did know, I wouldn't recommend you pay him a visit anyway. It's not exactly someone you want to get on the bad side of. Well, Nick is no stranger to powerful figures with connections like this. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean I want to interact with them. Well, regardless, please be careful. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to lay down for a bit. It's been a bit of an eventful day. We will Thank you for your time, Mr. Duncan. Don't you worry, Mr. Duncan. Joey's killer will be brought to justice. I'm sure of it. Yeah, Mr. Nick will do whatever it takes. Well, I sure hope so. Now if you'll excuse me. So what's next? Well, we have a lead in the form of Oleg Linkrenask. Maybe we should talk to Miss Valentine again to see if she knows anything about him. Alright then. Hey, your dad's being blackmailed. Glad you find that as funny as I do. Alright, for those of you who came in late, it's time to meet the defendant. Mr. Wright! Maya, Earl, you're back. Yes, we are. So, did you figure out who framed me? I don't know about that necessarily, but we do have a lead. That's wonderful to hear. The sooner I can be proven innocent, the sooner I can get back to Sutmillow. Don't worry, Cupid, you'll be back home before you know it. Yeah, and then you can keep spreading love around the world. Golly, I sure can't wait. Okay, one thing at a time here, folks. Miss Valentine, we just have a few more questions for you, if you don't mind. Fire away, Mr. Wright. Do you have deep dialogue with the badge? Nope. Have you added dialogue to... Nope. Do you know Oleg? Miss Valentine, do you know if an Oleg Linkrenask by any chance? Linkrenask. No, I'm afraid I don't know of anyone with that name. Why do you ask? Is he the one who framed me? At the very least, we suspect that he had something to do with the murder. Whether or not he's the one who fired the arrow has yet to be determined. Odd. Why would a man I don't even know want to frame me? You know, Cupid, have you considered that maybe you aren't being framed? What are you talking about? I mean, isn't it very possible that you were simply just in the wrong place at the wrong time? And the whole arrow in the heart thing is just a coincidence? After all, if you don't know this Oleg guy, how could he possibly know about you? She has a point, Miss Valentine. You've made it clear that you haven't told many people about your being a goddess. So unless this Oleg Linkrenask is a fellow god, I don't see how he could know you enough to frame you. Oh, I guess you're right. So where does that leave us? Well, the story you presented is as follows. You never stepped foot in the diner, and the arrow you were about to fire at the park was a special arrow. Specifically, one that's non-lethal, correct? That's correct. Then as long as we can prove both of those things in court, we should have a good case to go on. Do you have any of your arrows that we can take a look at? I wish I did, but they, along with my bow, confiscated off of me upon my arrest. I see. Guess that would make sense. And I take it you don't have any spares lying around. The only spares I've got lying around are in my workshop on top of Mount Sutmillow. Now what are we waiting for? Let's go to Mount Sutmillow and get those arrows. Girls, get back in here! Yes, Mr. Nick? Do you even know where Mount Sutmillow is? Hey, Miss Cupid, where's Mount Sutmillow? Greece. Got it! Then let's go to Greece. Girls, we are not going to Greece! We just got back from the diner, didn't you get enough grease there? If I wanted to, that way we'd have time. Aww. So we don't have any of Cupid arrows to examine then. Unfortunately, no. Our best hope is that one of the confiscated ones will be presented in tomorrow's trial. But at least we can do our best to work with the she never entered the place angle. That I can agree on. Miss Valentine, is there anything else you can think of that you could be of help to us? I believe I've told you everything I can think of, Mr. Wright. Wait, there was something that happened right before I got arrested, but I'm not quite sure how much of use it'll be. Even the smallest and most seemingly insignificant of details can be a big help, Miss Valentine. Well, shortly before I was arrested, I placed my quiver of arrows down so I could eat a quick snack. But when I was done eating and I turned back, the quiver was gone. It wasn't in the spot where you left it. Oh, that's just it. I scanned the surrounding area to look for it, but when I looked in the spot again, it was right where I had left it in the first place. So your quiver of arrows completely disappeared for a brief moment? I guess so, but I just thought maybe I was hallucinating because I was exhausted. I suppose that's not entirely impossible, but that seems like too big of a recollection to ignore. I should keep the fact that she couldn't find her quiver in the back of my mind. Well, regardless, Miss Valentine, we'll prove your innocence tomorrow somehow. I never doubted that you would, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe that Mr. Nick is going to defend the Cupid in court tomorrow. Can you imagine how popular you'll be, Mr. Nick? Honestly, I don't want to imagine what the press would say about that. Although... Hey, before we head back to the office, can you two step outside? Huh? Why? I just want to talk to our client alone real quick. Well, alright then. The two then left the room, leaving only myself and Miss Valentine. So what did you want to speak to me about, Mr. Wright? I'll be honest with you, Miss Valentine. I'm still not completely sure if you are who you claim to be. But the part of me that believes that you are has been asking a question in the back of my mind. A question that you, of all people, should be able to give a clear answer to. A question that doesn't exactly relate to the case. Oh, you have a love question, don't you? Well, she knows what I'm talking about, I may as well get it out there. Yes, Miss Valentine. I was hoping that maybe you could shed some light on this. Maya gave you this letter this morning, right before the murder. But surely you have an idea of what its contents are, Mr. Wright? I do. It's not what I'm questioning. It's not? Miss Valentine, please be honest with me. Did Maya write this letter because she was under your arrow's influence? Huh? Because if she did, that just makes me feel like it doesn't mean anything. What are you talking about? Of course it means something. She poured her heart into that thing. That's something you do if it doesn't mean anything. But if she only wrote it because she was under the influence of something she wasn't aware of... Mr. Wright, please try to understand. I don't just go firing arrows around willy-nilly. I do my research. I study my targets. You see, my arrows don't create feelings of love or none exist. They merely amplify any already existing feelings of romance. Think of it as adding a log to the burning kindling to create a larger flame of love. If the levels of one or both parties seem like they would match, only then do I do my part. I'm still not sure how to feel about that. Even if you don't, here's the truth, Mr. Wright. Whether I had any part in her decision to write that letter or not, the feelings and emotions in that letter are 100% those of Maya Fey. Please keep that in mind when you read it. I guess I will. Well, you have an important day tomorrow. Take it easy, will you? Will do, Mr. Wright. Tomorrow will definitely be an interesting day. A defendant who may or may not be a goddess from another world. A prosecutor who believes heavily in supernatural beings. A mysterious, powerful man who blackmailed the victim's father. And besides all of that, a letter from Maya that she allegedly poured her heart into. If the gods truly exist, then I hope they give me the luck I need. Now, on to part 2 of the trial. The actual trial day. February 15th, 9:48 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Alright, Nick, it's nearly time for you to make history by defending a goddess in court. After this commercial break, because this is a contender for longest stream I've ever done, and I don't plan on being done anytime soon, but I need to go refill my drink real quick. Don't you all go anywhere. I will be back within a few minutes. Love y'all. Yeah, okay, maybe in hindsight I could have positioned that a bit better. But we're back. I have returned from the depths of hell to battle with thee. And it's time to play Ace Attorney. Alright, Nick. It's nearly time for you to go down in history. My defending a goddess in court. This is going to be so exciting. It's gonna be something, alright? Don't worry, Mr. Wright. You'll do fine. You always do. Thanks for the encouragement. I don't think I got much sleep last night. I rightfully had a lot on my mind. Between the evidence, the claims from the client, and the letter Maya gave me, my brain is just fried. But if I stay calm and focus, I should be able to get through the trial today. Hopefully. Good morning, Mr. Wright, sir. Oh, hey Maggie. Brings you here. I just wanted to let you know that I'll be rooting for you in the gallery today, sir. I know my life of non-stop terrible luck is the reason this whole mess took place, so the least I can do is watch and hope justice is served. Oh, thank you. I'm not really convinced her unluckiness is the reason Joey was murdered. But I get the feeling that I won't be able to convince her that. It's a bit odd that you would want to root for Nick. After all, isn't your boyfriend going to be testifying against our client today? Oh, you mean Detective Gumshoe? Well, yeah, who else would I mean? Wait, you're not seeing anyone else, are you? No, I would never do anything like that. I guess I don't really think of us being on that level yet. I mean, we've only been on one date, but it didn't really last long. Regardless of the specifics, she is right that it's a bit weird for you to be rooting against Gumshoe. Gumshoe is suffering. Well, I'm not sure if I'm necessarily rooting against him. I guess you could say that I'm rooting for both of you. Even though you're on totally opposite sides. I don't know, it's a bit complicated. Well, at least we can agree on that. Anyway, I don't want to take up too much more of your time, sir. Good luck out there. Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, thanks. Oh, that Maggie bird. What a character she is. Oh, you know Maggie? How do you think she managed to get boyfriends? By being a cute girl with a great personality? Well, yes, partially. But she would never confess her love on her own. She's too shy for that. So I may have done my duty as a professional matchmaker to help her out. Wait, are you saying that her and Gumshoe? My greatest work yet, if I do say so myself. True, it's been a bit of a bumpy start for them. But gosh, don't you think they're just the cutest couple? Well, they certainly do seem like they'd be happy together. Just like how you and Mystic Maya are. Yeah, sure, Pearls. Ah, you didn't deny it that time. What's the point if you're never gonna believe otherwise? Anyway, we should focus on the upcoming trial. First and foremost, we should definitely do our best to keep your status as a goddess under wraps. Huh? I just think it would make things significantly easier on us if that were the case. Mr. Nick, you're going to lie? No, not lie. I just won't, tell the truth. It's a big difference. There is. Believe me, Pearls, it's what's best for Miss Valentine. If all goes according to plan, then her being a goddess shouldn't even matter. If we can at least prove that her being at the park was a coincidence, we should be fine. I'm not sure how we'll do it, but at least it's one of those few times we have an idea of what to do. I can't help but wonder what Prosecutor Norma's play is going to be. Yeah, Prosecutor Norma. She's definitely in belief of our client being exactly who she claims to be. But surely she'd have to be aware of how suggesting such a thing would come off as... well, unusual. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Kinda exciting, don't you think? I'd prefer to not wait in anticipation on things that could make or break our case. Trial's about to start. Please enter the courtroom. Well, I guess that's our cue. Good luck, Mr. Wright. Thanks, I'm definitely going to need it. Click, 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 click. Day after Valentine's Day, we're here in the courtroom. Court is now in session for the trial of Cupid Valentine. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is also ready, Your Honor. Ah, Miss Norma, it's been some time since I've seen you in the courtroom. Yes, it's certainly been a while, Your Honor. I've just been a pretty busy woman who invests a lot of time into her hobbies, that's all. I see. And how's Cab doing? He's doing well, Your Honor. In fact, we celebrated our 10th anniversary not too long ago. Oh, congratulations. Thank you, Your Honor. Huh. I never would have guessed she was this close to the judge. Same here. Of course, we've only just met the woman yesterday, so it's not like we know her entire life story. Now then, please commence with the opening statement, Miss Norma. Nothing would make me happier, Your Honor. Well, I suppose that's not completely true. Capturing a ghost would truly make me the happiest woman on Earth. I hope her husband didn't hear that. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. Where were we? Your opening statement. Ah, that's right. Yesterday morning, Joey Duncan was murdered in the kitchen of the family diner he was a cook at. Specifically, he was shot with an arrow directly into his heart. An arrow? Oh my, how medieval. Indeed it is, Your Honor. Shortly after the murder, another employee spotted the killer fleeing out the back door of the diner. Minutes later, the police managed to find the killer as she was about to fire an arrow into her next victim. It's a very straightforward case, Your Honor. Yes, it certainly would seem so. A woman about to fire an arrow into someone near a place where a man was just killed with an arrow? That doesn't sound like a coincidence. Well, we're off to a good start. But Mrs. Norma, here's something I'm curious about. Yes, Your Honor? Why exactly was the defendant pointing and firing these arrows? These two people connected? We couldn't find any connection between the man in the park and the victim. But I assure you that a motive does exist. To explain it, I would like to call up my first witness. The prosecution would now like to summon the defendant to the stand. Summoning Miss Valentine? I wasn't told that she would be taking the stand. But somehow I get the feeling that Miss Valentine wasn't told either. Your name and occupation, please. My name is Cupid Valentine. I'm a professional archer. A professional archer? Well, says we've already established your usage of bows and arrows. Now, Miss Valentine, let me just state for the record that you are under oath to answer honestly. Understood? Is it my imagination does Miss Norma's grin look like one with malicious intent? Understood perfectly. Very well. First, I couldn't help but notice that your age wasn't specified in the court record. Do you mind telling the court how old you are? Wait a second, is she trying to do what I think she is? I think she is. Oh, this should be bad for us, I gotta do something! Mrs. Norma, what does the defendant's age have to do with this case? Nothing, I suppose. No, I certainly do find it odd that it isn't specified. She does have a point, Mr. Wright. It is a rather odd exclusion. Witness, for record's sake, can you please state your age? Oh boy. Sure, I'll tell you my age. It's not hard to remember, as luck would have it. Yesterday was my birthday. It was? Oh, happy belated birthday then. Why, thank you, Your Honor. Which means yesterday I turned 15. 15? 15? 15? Huh? Why do you all sound so... Oh, right, you're thinking individual years. I mean that I'm 15 millennia old. 15 millennia? But that's 15,000 years. And still got plenty more left in me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? I love how as soon as anything even remotely out of line happens, the judge's first impulse is always to start talking to Phoenix, regardless of who initiated. Are you by any chance trying to attempt an insanity plea? No, not exactly, Your Honor. Now, defendant, I would like to remind you again that you are under oath to tell the truth. Are you still sticking with your claim that you are 15,000 years old? Well, if I have no choice but to be honest, then yes, I am 15,000 years old. I see. Then please allow me to ask one more question. Your last name is Valentine, and your birthday falls on Valentine's Day. Would that happen to be a coincidence? And what does that have to do with the case? But don't you find the connection rather intriguing, Spikes? Mrs. Norma, I will not allow you to ask my client irrelevant questions. The court agrees with the defense, Mrs. Norma. The witness stands for discussion about the case, not casual chit-chat. Very well, Your Honor, I apologize. Nice one, Nick. Alright, Miss Valentine, allow me to ask you this. She's got that look in her eyes again. Can you please tell the court what exactly you were doing in the park when you were arrested? Why, certainly. You see, I was, come on, don't lie, but please don't tell the truth. I was just, doing some archery practice. On a human being. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's a bit odd, really. You don't strike me as a woman who would attempt to murder someone. Now wait a second, that's not why I was doing that. But Miss Valentine, what other reasons would there be to try and fire an arrow into someone? Please, I demand that this line of questioning stop. Overruled. Witness, answer the question. Well, it's simply, Your Honor. I just, wanted to show him how much someone loved him. Firing an arrow into someone to show how much someone loves him. I swear, the youth these days have the most absurd and destructive trends. Okay, Boomer. That was a lazy joke. Cut that joke. Come up with something better. Put it in editing. Firing arrows at someone on Valentine's Day to spread the feeling of love? Why, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were pretending to be the real Cupid. Mrs. Norma, that's just silly. Alright, that's good. How could I pretend to be myself? Here. Uh-oh. Well, Nick, do you have any forks you're taking us? I was gonna ask you the same thing. Firing arrows because she claims to be Cupid. How's that for a motive? Mr. Wright, the court believes it would be in the best interest of yourself and your clients for you to try for an insanity plea. I concur, Speaks. You should do what's best for your client. After all, it would still be considered not guilty, so at least you can have that on your conscience. Give you a moment to think, Your Honor. Very well. Nick, are you really considering pleading insanity? Of course not. I just need to think of a way to convince the judge to not declare her guilty as soon as I say no. Well, Nick, you got to admit that even if it's not the best way, getting a not guilty is preferred. It is. It's also admitting that she was responsible for Joey's death, which we both know isn't true. Besides, they'd also sent Miss Valentine to a psych ward for who knows how long. Does that sound like a desired outcome? No, not at all. So now what do we do? We gotta try and salvage the situation. And I think I know how. Mr. Wright, have you come to a decision? I have, Your Honor. The defense will not try for insanity plea and will proceed with its not guilty plea. Is that so? Believe me, I am fully aware of how this situation looks. But what we're here to prove is whether or not the woman at the stand committed murder. Her claim of being the mythical Cupid may sound ridiculous, because it is. That alone doesn't mean she was responsible for the victim's death. Also, you of all judges are aware of how even those unbelievable claims may have merit. So I only ask that you please keep an open mind going forward. That is all, Your Honor. I cannot deny that the defense is correct. Claiming to be thousands of years old or a magical creature doesn't mean you're a killer. It does, however, make you seem very unreliable and mentally unstable. But if the defense does not wish to plead insanity, then we shall proceed through the trial as per usual. And fret not, Mr. Wright, for I will uphold my sworn duty to judge fairly and accurately as we do. Pushing on the judge's feelings. I mean, they're his feelings of wanting to do a good job of actually judging fairly. I don't think it's the dirtiest trick we pulled in court this series. Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Norma, you may call your next witness. Yes, Your Honor. Nice one, Nick. Don't congratulate me. Your sister did all the thinking. I still can't believe Mrs. Norma pulled that on us. Oh, she's only doing her job at the end of the day. We just need to focus on doing our job of getting Miss Valentine off the hook. You're right. Let's get ourselves that acquittal. Name and occupation? Dick Gumshoe. I'm a detective at the local precinct as well as the lead detective of this case. I believe it's worth mentioning that Detective Gumshoe here was at the diner when the murder occurred. He was? Yes, I was, Your Honor. And so were those two pals behind the defense bench. Oh? Were you three out having a meal together? No, Your Honor, it was more of a coincidence, really. That's right, Your Honor. I went in for a Valentine's Day date and saw them already there. Detective, did you say you were on a date? Yeah, that's right, Your Honor. And it was... I believe we're getting off track here. The main point I want you to understand, Your Honor, is that Detective Gumshoe's testimony can most certainly be trusted due to his presence. I see. Detective Gumshoe, you may begin your testimony. Sure thing, Your Honor. Alright, first testimony of the case, let's go. A deadly date. At about 10:45 yesterday morning at Carlton's diner, a young woman began screaming for help. She said that her brother was shot but didn't know who did it. I called for backup to see if anyone could find the culprit while I tried to help the victim. A few minutes later, an officer spotted the defendant pointing an arrow at someone in a nearby park. That alone was worthy of arrest, but being near the diner after what had happened was fairly suspicious. It didn't take long for us to conclude that she had to be the killer. I see. This all seems to be fairly straightforward. That said, you may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. As Maya and I were there, I know that the first half of what he said was true. It wouldn't hurt to press everything. I should focus more on the info that I wasn't present for. And the cross-examination. Okay, before anything else... Your Honor, that statement is clearly a contradiction with the evidence. Is it? How so, Mr. Wright? Oh, whoops, never mind. Please think before presenting, Mr. Wright. Perhaps this penalty will remind you. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, we've had our fun. Time to press some statements. 10:45, a young woman. I remember that. She sounded really scared. Well, who wouldn't be if they found a body, pal? Yeah, that is a pretty natural reaction. Spikes, do you have any questions for the detective, or do you insist on casual discussion? Oh, I guess I don't really have a question, no. Then please continue the cross-examination. Will do. She said that her brother was shot but didn't know who did it. So, to clarify, the girl who found the body was the victim's sister. That's right. Oh my, that's horrible. Nobody should ever have to find the dead body of their sibling. Seconded. And she wasn't aware of who did it because the killer had left through the back door, correct? That's right, pal. I knew all this information, but it doesn't hurt to clarify for those that don't. Thanks for the clarification, detective. Please continue. Called for backup to see if anyone could find the culprit. How did you try to help the victim? Well, pal, it pains me to say this, but there wasn't really anything I could do once I got back there. Joey Duncan was already dead, you see. Indeed. A pierced heart isn't generally something you can survive long for afterwards. In fact, the official autopsy report here confirms as such. Does it now? The court requests that this autopsy report be submitted to evidence. Request granted. Alright, between 10:30 and 10:45. Punctured heart, died within seconds. Alcohol found in the bloodstream. Wasn't he on the job? That's suspicious. The question is, what direction is it suspicious in? Well, yes, it says it right here. Died within a few seconds. Regardless of this fact, I commend your attempts to help, Detective. Ah, think none of it, Your Honor. I better be sure to give this autopsy report a good look over when I have a moment. Now, Detective, you also mentioned requesting backup to find the killer. What exactly became of that? Well, I'd say it became a success, pal. I can't really argue about my client pointing an arrow at someone, as she admitted to doing so. Oh, did she now? Now wait a second, let me finish. I have yet to see this arrow that she was pointing at the person in the park. Well, last I checked, Spike's arrows haven't changed design overnight. Unless you suspect that this arrow might be different somehow. She's good. I'm gonna play it dumb, though. Different? How? I don't know, you tell me. Look, this is getting us nowhere. Is it in any way possible to add this arrow into evidence as it is important to this case? Well, anything's possible, Spikes. I see why this would be more impossible than a killer being a mythical being. I feel like I'm being mocked. Here is the arrow in question. Oh my, what a cute little design it has. The colors are so vibrant, especially that bright red head. It almost looks like a toy my granddaughter would play with. Well, don't be fooled by its appearance, Your Honor. It's still a dangerous weapon. Observe. Ah! Shade the arrow's tip into the bench. Mrs. Norma, please refrain from damaging the court benches. Sorry, Your Honor. Oh, yes, I got it cleared away there. I'll pay for the repairs. Thank you, Miss Norma. But you have indeed proven the danger this arrow can provide. Oh, that went over well for the defense. The court accepts the arrow into evidence. One of the arrows confiscated from the defendant upon her arrest has a very sharp tip. Detective, please continue your testimony. It looks suspicious, yes. But you can't claim she was a killer for simply being in the area. Despite if she were being accused of murder simply because she was near the crime scene, there would be hundreds of people that would have been arrested. No, she was arrested because she was caught trying to kill someone. The suspicious part is that she was trying to kill someone the same way someone nearby was just killed. Wouldn't you agree that would make logical sense? Yes? Detective, please continue. Well, it's as you said, Prosecutor Norma. So, like, if Cupid hadn't been arrested, coincidentally for unrelated bow and arrow killing, she would have actually killed a guy. Like, that's what this evidence means, right? But I assume that there is some sort of evidence of this claim. Now really, what kind of a question is that? This here is the arrow found lodged in the victim's chest. Does it look familiar to you, Spikes? Well, it looks like its blood was hastily MS painted on. You've got to be kidding. A simple yes I do would have sufficed. Now allow me to present the arrow we found on the defendant's personage upon arrest. They look identical. Mayday, mayday, we're going down. The court accepts this arrow into evidence. The arrow that killed the victim. They look their arrowheads might be slightly different, but I think that's just the blurring and the bloodstains. We already know that the quiver, the defendant's quiver, was stolen at some point prior to the murder, or around the time of the murder, I should say. Okay, this looks bad for us. But I just gotta stay calm. Stay calm and end the testimony. I believe we've gathered enough information from this testimony. It would seem that these arrows are definitive proof of the defendant's guilt. I couldn't agree more, Your Honor. It's like I said, this is a very straightforward case. Mr. Wright, do you have any objections? Okay, I need to think for a minute. If the arrow that shot the victim is indeed identical to the one that Mrs. Valentine had in the park. However, that alone can't be enough evidence for a guilty verdict, right? Well, even if it is, I can't give up this easily. Very well, if the defense has no objections, then... Just 1 second, Your Honor. I don't believe we're at a point where you can declare a verdict just yet. And why is that, Mr. Wright? Simple. There's more information that we need about these arrows. More information? Like what? I would like to know more about... Hi, I've been looking for a while now. Thank you, Neapolitan. Welcome to the channel. I think the answer is the fingerprints, because doing archery with gloves... I mean, it's certainly a thing, but... Would Cupid do that? But first I'm going to ask about the aerodynamics for memes. Have the aerodynamics of these arrows been tested at all? No, why would they be? Well, isn't it possible that the arrows might, you know, not fly? Spikes, as stated before, an arrow's basic design is still unchanged from the dawn of man. Besides, even if it was somehow unable to fly, that wouldn't change the fact that it killed the victim. Right, of course. Moving on. Can you tell me more about who manufactured these arrows? Spikes, does this look like the sort of arrow you can just buy at a store? Well, it's not exactly something I've seen on shelves, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I'll say you once passed by the Snackoos 5 times before I had to point them out to you. Well, if you really must know, we did do some digging into these arrows and their creation. And we found no evidence that they were mass-produced, Rather, are homemade. And you suspect that they were made by my clients? Unless you can prove otherwise, yes, that is the assumption. Miss Fanta did explain how she created her own arrows, so I suppose that checks out. Well, in that case, I would like to... Alright, we've had our fun, now it's time for the obvious answer. Tell me about the fingerprints. Have these arrows been tested for fingerprints? Why, as a matter of fact, they were! And the results came back with... nothing. Nothing. There were no prints on the arrows? Not a single one? No fingerprints... Well, doesn't that mean that it supports the claim that the defendant is the killer? Why, yes, it does. As per protocol, the defendant had her prints collected upon arrest. But what baffled everyone in the department was that she didn't even have any fingerprints. What? The defendant has no fingerprints? None, Your Honor. This obviously begs the question of why. There are 2 conclusions I have come to. 1. She really is the Cupid of legend as she claims and is thus not a human. Or 2. She removed them through some means to avoid incrimination. Now tell me, Your Honor, which one sounds more likely to you? Well, the second option, of course. I rest my case. Jeez, how unlucky can we possibly be? Her arrow was the same one used to kill Joey. She doesn't have fingerprints. What's next? The guy she was about to shoot in the park was the president? Trust me, I'm just as angry and confused as you are, but we need to keep our priorities in order. Huh? Just sit back and watch. If the defense may present a counter-argument. Well, the defendant not having fingerprints certainly does explain the lack of them on the arrow. Is it not possible that the same result can occur with an average Joe with a pair of gloves? There are plenty of witnesses who can confirm that the defendant was holding the arrow in the park. But she's not currently on trial for the incident in the park, now is she? Actually, yeah, why isn't she? You're allowed to be put on more than one case in a single trial. The only error that really matters here is the one that killed Joey Duncan. Yes, that's right. This is the trial for the confirmed murder, not the attempted one. However, it's reasonable to assume that she first fired both arrows given the circumstances. We can assume things all day, but that doesn't determine a verdict. Evidence does. So, Mrs. Norma, do you have evidence that the defendant held the arrow that killed Joey Duncan? No, I didn't have such evidence. Rubble. Order in the court. The defense is right, Miss Norma. Without proof that the defendant fired the lethal arrow, I cannot declare a verdict. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Ha, you sure showed her, Nick. Which is why I will be going to Plan B. I suppose it couldn't be that easy to stop her. And, what exactly is Plan B, Miss Stima? It's a brand of post-coital abortion pill, but that's not important right now. Simple. A good old-fashioned witness. Witness? Well, if we have a witness, then I suppose we should hear them out. Court will now take a 10-minute recess to prepare for the witness's testimony. Well, on the bright side, you managed to stop a guilty verdict. Yeah, good job, Mr. Nick. I'm sorry. Huh? I didn't want to say that I was the real Cupid, but I was on the stand, and I had to be honest. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry. It's okay, really. It is what it is. Just please calm down. But just to clarify something, the reason you don't have fingerprints is because you're a goddess, right? Of course. I would never dream of trying to remove my fingerprints if I had them. Oh, the pain that I would have to endure to make that happen. Well, for the future, if Mrs. Norma tries something like that again, just use your right to silence. Oh, right, they mentioned something about that when I was arrested. How I had the right to remain silent and anything I said could be used against me in court. Exactly. Such as a confession of being a mythical goddess. All defendants have the right to remain silent to avoid self-incrimination, so please use it. Understood, Mr. Wright. If Mrs. Norma tries to trick me again, I'll stay silent. Good. Now let's focus on something else. Specifically, your arrows. My arrows? What about them? Can you explain to me how an arrow sharp enough to pierce a wooden table isn't lethal? Well, it's like I told you, my early tests did indeed result in death. But that's where years of experimentation pay off. Meaning? Well, my current arrows not only contain love tonic that gets pumped into the target, but they're also laced with another tonic that instantly heals and repairs any physical damages. Is that right? So how exactly does your target not notice the arrow sticking out of their chest? Oh, right. You see, the arrow is set to completely disintegrate upon contact with organic matter. So, while seemingly happening instantaneously and simultaneously, the events occur in this order. 1. Love tonic is ejected. 2. Arrow disintegrates. 3. Healing tonic repairs damages. Oh, that's quite an arrow you have there, Miss Valentine. Hehehe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. But then how did your arrow kill the victim, Miss Cupid? Shouldn't it have disappeared and healed the wound? You know, Pearl, I've been wondering that myself. I had hit multiple targets yesterday with no incidents. Everything went according to plan with no harm. The only way it would be possible for my arrows to hurt someone is if they didn't contain the toxins. Is it possible that one of the arrows you brought yesterday was missing the tonics? I quadruple check each and every one of my arrows before taking them down to Earth, Mr. Wright. In fact, it's one of the last things on my list before going on a trip to Earth to use my arrows. Your list. Well, I may have been doing this for thousands of years, but I still can't afford to be complacent. So I have a checklist of things that I do before going down to Earth. And you completed everything on that list yesterday. Yes, sir. The original list I had yesterday was confiscated when I was arrested, but I can rewrite it if you'd like. I suppose I don't see the harm. Alright, if you please. Cupid's checklist. A list of all the tasks Mr. Todd completes before going down to Earth to fire arrows. She insists she followed all of the tasks on the day of the murder. Verify targets' names are correct. Verify targets' locations are correct. Clean arrows. Verify that enough arrows are available. Not available. Create more arrows if not enough are available. Not applicable, I guess. Verify that the most current arrow tonics are available. Apply tonics to all arrows. Verify that all arrows are full of tonics. Verify again that all arrows are full of tonics. Once again, check that all arrows are full of tonics. Seriously, Cupid, I can't stress this enough. Make sure all the arrows are full of tonics. Grab enough snacks to last the trip. Grab a list of targets, names, and locations. Names, locations, arrows. Verify. Didn't create more arrows because she had enough. Verify arrows, verify tonics. Apply tonics. Check, 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 check. Grab snacks. Grab snacks, huh? Interesting. So we know it can't be obvious enough as her actually having never set foot at the crime scene. Do you think it could be that she's the one who put into this potato? I wonder. Wow, you weren't kidding. Checking the arrows is on there exactly 4 times. Exactly my point. If I had an arrow that was missing the tonic, I would have known. Especially since arrows that don't have the tonic don't have red heads, which I've seen. So there's no possible way that any of my arrows were defective. I see. So if the arrow wasn't defective, then why else would it not have done the process? You know, assuming the process is legitimate and not the result of a delusion. But it's nice to know that you're staying sanitary by cleaning all of the arrows you used. Well, there's no point in infecting my targets with anything other than the love bug. That's why I stay extra safe and wash all of my arrows currently in my possession. Every single one. Wow. Certainly is quite a dedication. Well, since she checked and cleaned them, now we have a way to prove that her arrows really are safe. We just need to shoot someone with the arrow we already have. Girls, I am not even going to bother explaining why that's a bad idea. Court is about to reconvene. Please make your way back to the courtroom. Well, sit back in there now that the prosecutor enormous witness isn't too difficult for us. February 15th, 10:55 a.m. at District Court Courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session for the trial of Cupid Valentine. Mrs. Norma, is your witness ready to take the stand? Yes, Your Honor. And then you may call them up if you please. With pleasure, Your Honor. The prosecution calls Dina Duncan to the stand. Expected this much. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, please do as Prosecutor Norma says and... Witness? Sorry. It's just... I can't help but picture you in a red hat and suit. We still have Santa in the cast list. I wonder who that is. I can't help but picture you in a red hat and suit. Gosh, I really need a good laugh right now, thanks. But, well, you're welcome, I think. Anyway, my name's Dina Duncan. I'm a waitress at my daddy's diner. And by your daddy, you're referring to Carlton Dunker, the owner of Carlton's Diner. You're darn right. Now, Miss Duncan is a key witness to the murder, as she was the one who found the body. Why did everyone keep calling my brother a body? He was a human being, not some piece of trash. Of course, do forgive me, Miss Duncan. The point is, Your Honor, that since she was the one who found Joey shortly after his death, she can provide us with a great deal of information in this matter. Very well. Miss Duncan, please state your testimony to the court. That's odd. Didn't seem like she knew too much when we talked to her yesterday. That's true. I guess we'll have to see what happens. The twist said all along what it was. That's not a twist. Everyone's known that since game 1. Fine, Joey. Well, I was going into the kitchen of the diner yesterday morning when it happened. When I got back there, I caught a glimpse of that pink-haired lady over there running out the back door. But before I could do or say anything to her, she was gone. Then I saw Joey on the kitchen floor with something sticking out of his chest. I swear, when I get my hands on her, she'll wish she had died that day. But witness, I understand that you're feeling upset about all this, but I don't take threats in my courtroom lightly. Since when? I apologize, Mr. Judge. That's your honor to you. Right, now that that's settled, claim that you saw the defendant fleeing the diner. That's right, Your Honor. I don't recognize that silly pink hair of hers anywhere. It's not what you said when we got you to sign this affidavit yesterday. Well, that would certainly be incriminating of the defendant's guilt. So write your cross-examination, if you will. Oh, I will, Your Honor. I already know the contradiction, but we gotta press every statement just in case. By it, you're referring to the murder? Ah, no, I was referring to my dentist appointment. Of course I mean the murder. Just checking, that's all. And why exactly were you going into the kitchen at that time? I'm a waitress. Waitresses go into the kitchen all the time while they work. Honestly, I expected you to have some sort of common sense, Mr. Porcupine. Very well, please continue. When I got back there, I caught a glimpse of that pink-haired lady over there running out the back door. You saw the defendant running out the back door. You're sure? As sure as the sky is blue. I see. Nick, don't you think that's a bit of an odd claim that she's making? I do. Maybe I should take a look on the court record to see if there's an explanation for this feeling. Miss Duncan, please continue. But before I could do or say anything to her, she was gone. So you just barely missed the person exiting the building. Yeah, that's right. Oh, if only I had been so slow getting back there, maybe I could have stopped her. Don't worry, young lady. What happened to your brother was not your fault. In fact, I'm sure he'd be proud of you for doing what you can to catch whoever did this. Thank you, Your Honor. But I still can't believe it. Then I saw Joey on the kitchen floor with something out of his chest. Did you attempt to try and help Joey at all? Of course I did. Well, kinda. I ran to him to see if he was okay, but he wasn't responding to me, and the blood... I patted the screen for help. An action nobody in this room would blame you for, Miss Duncan. It's just... that lady. I swear, when I get my hands on her, she'll wish she had died that day. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? How do you think you'd feel if you saw your brother's killer right across from you, Porcupine? Well, can't really answer that from experience. But His Honor is right. Threats like this are no joking matter. If you say so. I'm not the only one who feels like something is off in her testimony, right, Nick? Not at all. I definitely feel like something she said contradicts the evidence. I just need to figure out which evidence contradicts which statement. You know, the way the series works. Okay. You claim to have positively identified the pink-haired lady as the culprit, but yesterday you signed a sworn affidavit that you didn't remember anything about the witness victim culprit's appearance. Dina, I'm sure you remember the conversation we had yesterday, right? I remember that we had one. What of it? Do you, by any chance, remember the part of the conversation where you swore in an affidavit? Of course. How could I forget that funny word that you... Oh. So you know where I'm going with this. Then allow me to read the statement that you provided. When I entered the kitchen, someone was running out the back door. I don't remember anything about their appearance. And yet now that you're on the witness stand, you claim that you saw a pinkhead exit the diner. That sounds like a slur. I don't know who it's against, but it sounds extremely racist. That's a contradiction if I ever saw one. Order! I will have order in this court. Witness, please explain yourself. But isn't it obvious, Your Honor? When I swore on that alpha thingy, the trauma of the entire situation was still fresh in my mind. But now that I've had the time to think about it, my memory's becoming a lot more clear. See? No lies or contradictions. Just a repressed memory re-emerging. The witness's claim does make sense, Mr. Wright. It's completely realistic for a traumatic memory to become more clear after some time has passed. Yes, I suppose it would be. Nick, are you really going to give up that easily? Well, I can't exactly prove that she didn't suddenly remember something she forgot yesterday. Not with the evidence I currently have, anyway. Well, yeah, I guess so. So I guess that makes the affidavit worthless, huh? Half of it, anyway. Let's just hope she doesn't suddenly remember that she didn't walk over to Joey. It would seem that the witness's testimony holds up after all. Mr. Wright, do you have any objections? Okay, let me think about what came out of that testimony. What did I learn, and how does it help or harm my case? Wait a second. Your Honor, there is something about that testimony that I feel should be discussed. And what would that be, Mr. Wright? Tell me, Your Honor, what did we learn from that testimony? What we learned? Well, we learned that the witness saw the defendant leave the diner at the time of the murder. Alright, what else? Oh, we learned that the witness wishes harm upon the defendant. Yes, we definitely picked up on that. But tell me, Your Honor, do you see what information was missing from that testimony? Missing? If you recall, Your Honor, Mrs. Norma called this witness to the stand for a reason. She hadn't been able to prove who fired the arrow that killed Joey Duncan. Now tell me, Your Honor, after the testimony, do you have any new information on the subject? Is he okay? Just give him a minute, Maya. He needs time to think. Why, no! That subject wasn't touched upon at all. That's right, Your Honor. We're essentially right back where we started before the testimony. Now, will you wait just a second, Spikes? We are in no way right back where we started. The witness revealed that she saw the defendant leaving the diner right after the murder. But assuming she's telling the truth, her simply being at the diner doesn't mean she killed anyone. So, Mrs. Norma, do you have definitive evidence that my client killed Joey Duncan in that kitchen? So you have no evidence that she was in the kitchen, and no evidence that she held the murder weapon. One has to wonder if that might be because my client didn't commit the crime. You wipe that smug grin off of your face, Spikes. She's guilty. She has to be, you hear me? Mrs. Norma, please calm yourself. Wow, it's kind of weird seeing her so unhinged. There's no kinda about it, to be honest. No, the defense has a strong point. Without any sort of evidence revealing whether or not the defendant fired the arrow, it's simply impossible for me to render a verdict. I mean, sure, we have her holding the murder weapon after the murder, after being caught fleeing the scene, but you can't arrest someone on those grounds. You will have to end today's proceedings to allow a more thorough investigation. Well, what do you know? Things are actually in our favor. Yeah, that certainly isn't the outcome I was expecting, but I'll take it. I expect both the defense and prosecution to have sufficient evidence in tomorrow's trial. Of course, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. With that, court is... Your Honor, oh no, I'm sorry, it's just that normally when I attempt to end trial this early, someone interrupt... There we are. Don't you wait just a gosh darn second right there, you little-livered seersucker. I saw that lady in the diner. Shouldn't that be enough to prove she did it? I'm afraid not, witness. It's as Mr. Wright said. Simply being present at the scene of a crime does not mean you committed said crime. But why else would she have been in there? Well, Miss Duncan, I mean no disrespect when I say this, but the only thing that points to Miss Valentine's presence at the diner is your testimony. That, well, you're not exactly the most unbiased of witnesses. What are you talking about? Ever since I met you, you've been insistent that my client is the killer despite the lack of evidence. It's not out of the realm of possibility that you may have created a false memory as a result. False memory? That's ridiculous. My memories are real, Mr. Pokemon, and I can prove it. Prove it? Witness, are you saying you have evidence that the defendant was in the diner kitchen? Well, I don't know if it's necessarily evidence, but I can describe how I remember the kitchen at the time. Couldn't that prove my memories are real? Relying on memory alone is much less preferred than physical evidence. Your Honor, if I may, I believe it would be in the court's best interest to hear her out. After all, any testimony brings us at least one step closer to the truth. Very well. Witness, you may testify about how the crime scene looked upon discovery of the Joey. Thank you, Your Honor. What do you think, Nick? Do you think this will change anything? It's too early to tell. If all goes well, it's just a brief detour to the first day's trial coming to a close. That's how if Dina's memory isn't as clear as she thinks it is. Hooray, Phoenix, because I'm hoping it is. One thing I remember was how clean the kitchen looked. Minus the blood. There was nothing on the counter except for a recipe for French fries. This one. There were 2 bowls under the counter, one full of potatoes and one full of salt. See, I knew that was coming. And finally there was that ladder in the corner of the kitchen for the recent ceiling repairs. Even a stepladder? I see, if all these details are confirmed, it can be used as some credibility for the witness's memory. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Sorry, Dina. Your memory isn't as accurate as you had hoped. There's no point in pressing for details, I better head straight for the jugular. Phoenix, you... oh. That's rude. Phoenix, I wanted to ask her stupid questions that won't advance the plot but will get me funny dialogue. So you claim that when the murder occurred, the bowl of salt was full? That's what I said? Well, that's odd. I investigated the crime scene yesterday, and guess what? The bowl next to the potatoes was empty. What? No way, you're lying. I'm afraid not, Miss Duncan. Look, I even took a photo of it. But that's... Miss Duncan, either there's information that we're missing here, or your memory is failing you. No, Order! Order! Witness, please think very hard and carefully. Are you sure that the bowl was full when you entered the kitchen? Well, I'm pretty sure it was, Your Honor. I think.
Objection!
Spikes, may I ask why this is considered a contradiction to you? What do you mean? Sure, the bowl may have been empty when you investigated, but that was hours after the murder. How do you know that the bowl was emptied sometime between the murder and your investigation? Huh? But why would it have been? I don't know. But without evidence to the contrary, it's still very much a possibility. Well, I suppose it is a possibility. But based on what we know about the day's events, I believe there's a way to find out. You do? How? The answer is quite simple. This could determine if the bowl was full or empty when the murders occurred. Recipe? While Joey not started to make the french fries yet when he was murdered is a possible answer. It's just that, a possibility. After all, maybe he was just about to refill the salt bowl when he was shot. I need something more concrete and tangible that can determine the status of the salt bowl. Are you going to present evidence, or are you just going to point in silence? Oh, my bad, just lost a thought, that's all. The only other thing that has to do with the kitchen is this potato in the bowl itself. How does that prove anything, Spikes? Mr. Wright, I'd expect you to have a better understanding of what can and cannot help your case. My apologies, Your Honor. Let me try again. There has to be a thing or person that was also... Yeah, I've already caught up with you, game. No? No? They would have specified thing or person if it being a person wasn't a possible answer. Yep. The murder weapon? It's the only other thing we know was present at the crime scene when... Oh, I'm an idiot. Detective Gumshoe. We're claiming it occurred between the murder and the investigation, so no. As you may recall, a certain detective was brought to the kitchen shortly after the murder. A detective that you yourself said can be trusted, Miss Norma. Well, yes, I did say that, didn't I? The defense requests that Detective Gumshoe take the stand to give his recollection of the... no, his voice is so hard on my throat, though. Very well, this does seem like a good way to clear up the situation. Would Detective Dick Gumshoe please take the stand once more? Detective Gumshoe, you've been following the events of the trial, correct? That's right, pal. I've been paying attention to every second. Very well, then let's get right into the question. When you entered the kitchen to help the victim, was the bowl of salt full or empty? Well, I hope you're not focused on the small things like that at the moment in time. So, are you saying that you don't remember? No, that's not what I'm saying, Your Honor. I simply didn't pay attention when I entered. But shortly afterwards, I did a quick run-through of the kitchen for evidence. And that's when I found the bowls everyone's been talking about. Well then, what are you waiting for? Was the bowl of salt full or empty? I can confidently say that the bowl was... empty. What? If that's the case, then that means Miss Duncan's recollection of events is incorrect. And if she was incorrect about the bowl, she could also be wrong about the defendant's presence. The court has no choice but to take her testimony with a grain of salt, so to speak. Alright, way to go, Gumshoe! No kidding, that could have easily been bad for us. It would seem that we are right back to where we were before. No clear proof of whether or not the defendant was in the diner kitchen or holding the lethal arrow. Once again, I will simply have to end today's proceedings so more investigations can occur. Well, it was a waste of our time, but at least now we've got ourselves a lucky break. With that, court is... oh, goodness me again. Your Honor, please listen to me. I know what happened. I know what's going on with my memory. I'm sorry, Miss Donkey, but we must adjourn this court for today. But I know why I thought the bowl was full, I really do. Please, Your Honor, I promise that it's important. Very well then. The court will hear your votes. But if this does not yield any pertinent information, today's trial will be over. Understood? Loud and clear, Your Honor. See, I thought the bowl was full when I found Joey. It was because I had the thought it would still be full by then. Still be full? Last time I entered the kitchen before finding Joey, it was completely packed with salt. So it would make sense for me to still think it would be full when I went in a few minutes later, right? So you're saying that an entire large bowl of salt's completely emptied in a few minutes? How on earth did that happen? Well, that's the part I'm still trying to figure out, Your Honor. But I'm not crazy, you hear me? That bowl was full. And do you have any sort of evidence proving this, Miss Duncan? No, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may. I acknowledge that the witness's credibility has been heavily questionable thus far. But this does sound like a plausible explanation for the contradiction in her memory. After all, don't forget that it's barely been a whole day since her brother was murdered. Her mind is still a bit frazzled, but she's slowly piecing the puzzle together. The fact that her mind is frazzled is exactly why she's currently unreliable as a witness. It would benefit both herself and the court to end today's trial. Now hold it, both of you be quiet, my mind isn't frazzled. Yeah, I'm still trying to cope with my brother's death. But I know what I saw, you hear me? I'm not lying about any of this. And I really do believe that you're trying to be honest. But until we know for sure that you can properly remember everything, you can't be completely trusted. Why, I do remember everything. I remember the bowl of salt being full. I remember seeing the pink head running out the back door. And even now, as we keep talking about the whole thing, I remember seeing the arrows on her. The arrows? You saw the arrows the person leaving the building was carrying? Yeah, I did. I saw them. The white feathers. The pink body. The silver head. What? Why is everyone looking at me like I'm in my underwear? I'm sorry, Miss Duncan. That last statement proves without a shadow of a doubt that your memory is unreliable. What does me being in my undies have to do with— No, not that statement, the one before it. When you were still clothed. You claiming that the arrows' heads were silver completely contradicts the evidence. This is one of the arrows that was on the defendant upon her arrest. Does anything stand out about it? No. That can't be true. I saw a silver-headed arrow. I know I did. Maybe there was one with a silver head on her that you're just not showing me. Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry, Miss Duncan, but all the arrows that were confiscated were identical to that one. There were no arrows with silver heads, only red. But that means jump. Dina collapsed to the floor with tears flooding down her face. She was sobbing heavily, but it sounded like she was saying, "I'm so sorry," over and over again. The bailiff quickly escorted her out of the courtroom. I see where this is going. I think I do too, Walter. Oh, the poor girl. This whole experience has definitely taken its toll on her. That all being said, I believe it's for the best that we finally end today's trial. Does anyone object? No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. Good to hear. Perhaps tomorrow we shall put this case to rest. This definitely wasn't how I expected things to end today, but at least we still have a chance. Nick? Yeah? I can't stop thinking about what Dina said. She really looked like she believed that the arrows had silver heads. Yeah, she really did. But why? Why silver of all colors? Wouldn't it make more sense for her to think it was something closer to red? Excuse me. I guess that would make more sense. Why would Dina mistake red as silver? Excuse me. Unless... Gotta go catch up later. Okay, Disney, thank you for showing up. Enjoy the rest of your day. Unless... Is it possible, as some ancient alien theorists believe, that she did mistake a color? Because if she didn't, that would change everything. But that court has finally Oh, for the love of... Oh, now what is it? James, stop stealing my jokes. Your Honor, just one moment. I think there's a chance that Dina Duncan was right when she said the arrows she saw had silver heads. What? Spikes, what are you talking about? Let's assume that she's right when she says that the arrows she saw had silver heads. Yet the heads of the arrows the defendant was carrying had red heads. There is one way that these two statements could both be true. The person Miss Duncan saw at the diner was not the defendant. What? Order! I will have order this instant! Mr. Wright, do you really believe this to be true? Yes, Your Honor. I believe that there's a chance that this is what happened. Of course you would believe anything that could help your client, Spikes. It's what you're known for. But it means jack squat if you can't prove it. So, can you prove that you saw a silver-headed arrow at the diner? You know, I think I can. That's what I... Wait, what? We'll know if the arrowheads were silver if we take a closer look at this. Mrs. Norma, I assume that this looks familiar to you? Yes, of course, you mean... That's right. The arrow that killed Joey is covered in blood. Which means we have no idea what color the head is. We rightfully assumed it to be red, but what if it happened to be another color? No. No way. Bailiff, I want this arrow cleaned at once. Mrs. Norma, has the color of the arrow's head been determined? What's this? Mrs. Norma doesn't look too happy. Mrs. Norma. Yes, Your Honor. It's been determined. It's as the defense said. So you mean... Yes, Your Honor. The head of the arrow that killed the victim is silver. I'd really call that more of a like, dark metallic gray than a silver, but whoa! Wow, so you were right, Nick. At least we have a leg to stand on, but let's not celebrate too early. Then, what does this mean for your case, Mrs. Norma? I acknowledge that this error throws a wrench into my case a bit. But I believe that this case isn't settled just yet, as there are multiple ways to interpret this. For now, I would like the defendant to take the stand once more. Why? What's the matter, Spikes? Scared I might get more damaging info from her? Yes. Mrs. Norma, please answer my question. If you're going to question my client, I should at least be aware of what information you need. The defense is correct, Mrs. Norma. Please state the reason you wish to hear the defendant speak. Jeez, nobody has interest in dramatic reveals anymore. Very well, I'll explain. When I learned that the witness was correct about the color of the arrowheads she saw, it made me question what else she might be correct about. Due to my prior research into the defendant and her claims, I believe there's reason to suspect that she was in the kitchen during the murder. Because Miss Duncan said she was there? Not only that, but another piece of information she had mentioned may link her to the crime scene. I just needed some confirmation about it from the defendant. Very well then. If this can determine if the defendant was in the kitchen or not, then I'll allow it. Will the defendant please take a stand once more? Now, Miss Valentine, I have a question pertaining to you being a goddess. Hold it, Spikes. This is relevant, I assure you. I'll see. Now, Miss Valentine, as stated, I've done my homework on you, and I'm mighty impressed. You are? I am. I mean, all the research you do on who to pair up, all the traveling you do. That can't be an easy feat, even for a goddess. I commend you for that. Oh, stop. You're making me blush. Looks like Mrs. Norma's trying to butter her up. Yes, it does seem that way. I just hope she remembers her right to silence and doesn't fall for another trap. But all that traveling must wear you out, right? Surely there must be a way for you to recharge. It is for Ventus! Ventus, welcome! We are playing Turnabout Heartache, a prize-winning Ace Attorney Yeah, prize-winning, contest-winning Ace Attorney fan game by awesome 26288. 2624, something about that. It's off screen right now. So we're taking the case of this woman, Cupid Valentine, a woman who claims to be the actual Cupid of myth and legend, who is charged with shooting a fast food chef in a kitchen with a bow and arrow. We've made a decent amount of progress through the case, and are determined that the murder weapon arrow has a different arrowhead color than that of the arrows the defendant was caught with during the arrest. But the prosecutor appears to already have a solution to that. Jack can be a bit of a pain at times, both figuratively and literally. But I make do with periodic breaks and a healthy diet. Would this diet happen to consist of things similar to a human one? Sort of. Gods do absorb things like fruits and meat from time to time. Absorb. You see, I don't eat things the same way humans do. I simply put food in my mouth and voila! Food and nutrients absorbed. No chewing required. But because a goddess's body is different than a human's, I require different amounts of each. Currently, the only thing I find myself eating is a large amounts of pure salt. Salt. Like the item that was present before the murder, but missing after. No way. Trap officially sprung. It doesn't prove anything and you know it! There were no traces of salt anywhere in the kitchen save for the small amount in the bowl. So if it wasn't spilled or dumped, then what happened to it? I don't know because I had nothing to do with it! Believe me, please! Rhubarb, 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 rhubarb. Order, order! While the defendant is correct that her high sodium intake doesn't prove she was in the kitchen, the prosecution is correct in that it would explain how the salt disappeared within a few minutes. Of course, this is still all under the assumption that the defendant really is some sort of goddess. No, Your Honor, it's the story that the defendant is sticking to. Therefore, we have no choice but to treat it as facts. I suppose so. I hate to interrupt, Your Honor, but despite all this talk about the missing salt, we're still just going off of assumptions here. I've yet to see Prosecutor Norma provide evidence that my client was responsible for its disappearance. Or that the salt was even there in the first place, for that matter. Furthermore, what of the silver-headed arrows spotted by Mrs. Duncan? Do you have any explanation for where they went when Miss Valentine was arrested? Signs pointing. Okay, signs don't point to now. I'm disappointed in you, Spikes. I beg your pardon. Really, I expect you to be more prepared than this. Says the woman whose plan A relied solely on the defendant being cuckoo. As I've stated before, I did a bit of research into gods and I learned the defendant claimed to be one. And I learned something quite fascinating. And what would that be? Miss Valentine, I have a question for you. Yes? Is it true that you, as a goddess, have the ability to change the appearance of objects? I'm exercising my right to remain silent. Better late than never, I guess. According to the wording of the law, that right is reserved for any person. And I mean no offense when I say that I don't think a goddess can be classified as a person. Mrs. Norma, that's just ridiculous and inhumane. If my client doesn't wish to self-incriminate, she has every right to stay silent. I'm only going off the wording of the law here, Spikes. It's not my fault that your client decided to make things difficult by claiming to be non-human. Unless, of course, she is not a goddess. But I am! You have to believe me! And I do. But if that's the case, then your right to remain silent may not be applicable. Your Honor, what says you? Regardless of whether or not the defendant claims to be human or goddess, she is still a defendant. Therefore, the court believes that she is entitled to the same rights as any other defendants. You do? I understand, Your Honor. Thanks, Your Honor. She really was so desperate that I tried using the wording of the law against us. Sometimes you speak a very long sentence and don't give any indication of the question until you see the question mark at the very end. Hey, just figured that the judge was there to be on our side again. Very well, then. Back to my initial points. According to my research, gods can change the appearance of objects in this world. So if we are to believe that Miss Valentine didn't commit perjury when she insisted she's a goddess, then it's possible that she simply changed the color of the heads of her arrows. The most likely reason for doing so would be for the very reason being presented by Spikes over there, implying that there were two sets of arrows, creating two separate individuals. Mrs. Norma, do you really believe that the defendant has the ability to do such a thing? She's the one who revealed under oath that she's a goddess, Your Honor. I'm simply taking that claim and making my case around that. As much as I would have liked to have her confirm if she has such an ability. Well, you know. Sore loser much? This truly is an absurd-sounding situation. But if there's one thing I've learned over the years, it's that all possibilities should be examined. Mr. Wright, do you object to the idea of the defendant changing the color of the arrowheads? No, Your Honor. I don't object. You don't? Miss Valentine told me information yesterday that was very similar to what Miss Norma is suggesting. So I can't disagree with the possibility that she could have done it if she were in the kitchen. You still insist that she wasn't in the kitchen, huh? Yes, I do. And not just because it's my job to defend her. Meaning? Well, I certainly don't want to imply that my client has poor intelligence. But if we take into account this new information with everything that we've learned thus far, that if my client were really the one in that kitchen, she would be an utter fool. A fool? What do you mean? Think about it, Your Honor. If my client had the ability to change the arrowheads and did, why didn't she change something else during the murder? Something else? And what would that be, Mr. Wright? This, Your Honor, is what the defendant would have changed during the murder if she were the killer. Her own appearance? Yeah. Your Honor, if you were about to commit public in a murder place, Your Honor, if you were about to commit murder in a public place where you could easily be spotted, and you had the godly ability to change the appearance of anything you want, then wouldn't it make sense to use that ability to change your appearance? Oh, well, yes, that would make sense. That would be infinitely more effective than a mask or something similar. Now, remember what Miss Duncan told us. She was heavily insistent that she saw the defendant fleeing the scene. If this is to be believed, then that means my client didn't use her ability to change her appearance. Why would she change the heads of the arrows but not the biggest thing linking her to the crime?
Objection.
Could it not be simple as you implied, Spikes? The defendant might just simply be an utter fool and didn't think about it? Mrs. Norma, do you really believe she would be smart enough to think about changing evidence, but dumb enough to not think about changing her own face? It's like the saying goes, sometimes the correct solution is the simplest one. This is where the prosecution stands at this moment in time. the defendant, as the goddess Cupid, shot Joey Duncan with a silver-head arrow in the kitchen. During that time, she absorbed the bowl of salt to recharge her energy. Upon fleeing the scene, fearing she may have been spotted, she changed the color of the arrows. She was then dumb enough to try and shoot someone nearby, only to be caught. And your refutes, Spikes? We both know that can't be true, Nick. We do, but how do we prove it? We'll just need to come up with our own possible explanation based on the facts. Well, as much as hard evidence is preferred, I suppose this will have to do. So, what do we know? First and most important, Cupid was never in the kitchen. Right. And above all else, that is our constant factor. Also, the silver-headed arrow shows that the claims Dina made are worth treating as true. You mean that the salt bowl was full before the murder and empty after? As well as her coming out and saying that she saw Miss Valentine exiting the building. So if Cupid was never in the diner, how would that be possible? That's the million-dollar question now, isn't it? Her powers seem limited to transformation, not cloning. And the missing salt. What would have happened to that? Beats me. It's certainly impossible for all that salt to just disappear under normal circumstances. Wait a second. Normal circumstances? Do you have something, Nick? Think about it. What's the current explanation for how the salt disappeared so quickly? Because Cupid ate it, right? Because a god ate it. Wait, Nick, are you suggesting what I think you are? I can't believe I am, but yeah, I am. The defense believes that there is an alternative explanation to be had based on the circumstances. And what would that be? The defense believes that its client is being framed. For the benefit of anyone who came in late, at the very beginning of the case, Cupid was very insistent that she was being framed, just because the victim was shot in the heart. And obviously the heart is the organ of love, and we talked her out of it. Framed? This is actually a possibility my client proposed when I first met her, but it was eventually dismissed. However, given the circumstances, I believe that it might be worth reconsidering. Alright, I'll play along. Tell me, Spikes, who was framing your client and why? Well, I'm not sure specifically. However, it would have to be someone who has the same abilities as my clients. Abilities? Oh, I see. You think the defendant is being framed by another god? What? As Norma has stated, we can't completely dismiss the assumption that my client is a goddess. And if that's the case, then we have to assume that there are other gods out there. If your only reason for claiming my client did all of these impossible things is because she's a goddess, then it's also possible that they could have been done by a different god or goddess. Spikes, really think about this. Do you really believe that a god would commit murder just to get revenge on your clients? Is it any more illogical than inadvertently killing people because you think you're a goddess? Well, perhaps you have a point there. But at least in that scenario, there was evidence and testimony to back up the claim. From what I see, all you have is a guess based on your diehard belief in your client's innocence. Unless you can provide evidence proving it was a different god, it's simply conjecture. She has a point, Nick. Can we really prove that there was another god in the kitchen? Well, we don't have much of a choice, do we? Alright, Phoenix, this is the moment of truth. I need to look at all the evidence and remember everything I know. Even if it's nothing completely concrete, I need something to at least suggest another presence. Alright, Mrs. Norma. Here is your proof that another god was in the kitchen during the murder. proof that someone else was present, huh? This potato is the only real proof we have that there was something unaccounted for. It's got a big old bite out of it. No one's acknowledged yet. Yeah, potato powers! When in doubt, place your faith in the spuds. The empty salt bowl wasn't the only thing we saw in the kitchen during our investigation. We also found a bowl full of potatoes. However, something about one of them seemed odd. It had a rather large bite taken out of it. A bite? Out of a raw potato? How is that even possible? I was wondering that same thing myself, Your Honor. It didn't seem to make sense. But I believe Miss Valentine has given us our answer. She has? Recall what she told us earlier. You see, I don't eat things the same way humans do. I simply put food in my mouth and voila! Food and nutrients absorbed. No chewing required. It would be impossible for a human to bite a potato like this, but it would be probable for a god to. Sure, this might prove that a god was in the kitchen, but it could have easily been eaten by the defendant by that logic. On the contrary, the defendant herself explained why it couldn't have been her who bit it. Recall what she said in that same testimony. The only thing I find myself eating is salt. Then that would mean... That's right, Mrs. Norma. This potato is proof that a god other than my client was in that kitchen. Order! Well, this is certainly quite a revelation. Fun fact, the Navy sunk a sub by the power of potatoes. That's a very fun story, and I get the feeling you'd like to tell it to us, Ventus. The floor is yours. Though I will continue reading you while I wait for you to post it. Well, this is certainly quite a revelation. So are we really to believe the defendant is being framed by a god? A fellow god, even? If the god in the kitchen wasn't my client, yet a witness saw my client at the scene, then yes, Your Honor, it's lucky that the killer was trying to pin the blame on Valentine. I see. So tell me then, Mr. Wright, who is framing the defendant and why? And also, why kill Joey Duncan in particular? Was that random, as alluded to at the beginning? Okay, the tide is currently in our favor. I just need to find someone who would want Joey dead and Miss Valentine to take the fall. Do you have any ideas on who it would be, Nick? Well, I have two different answers. Unfortunately, I run. I'll watch the VOD later. Good luck with the case, you got this. Okay, thank you, Walter. Goodbye. Well, I have two different answers for both of those options. Given that we're claiming that gods are shapeshifters, that could be the same person. Not at the moment. It might be best to look at all of our options. If we check potential suspects for the murder and framing individually, we may find a connection. Alright, then let's run through our suspects. First, who would want to frame Cupid for murder? If we assume the killer was a god, as a god would be the only being who would know what she existed, then it's safe to assume that this person would try to frame Miss Valentine. Yep, chat. I joked about it earlier, but it turns out it's true. The murderer was Santa Claus! Right! Cupid says that she and Nicholas haven't been getting along. But framing her for murder? Would he really go that far? We don't really know enough about him to say so, now do I? But at the moment, it's our best possible lead. Alright, so now on to the next question. Who would want to kill Joey? As far as we're aware, he and Nicholas have never interacted. That's true. In fact, from what we've gathered, Joey didn't really have any enemies. So who would want him dead if not Nicholas or an enemy? That's a good question. Is there anyone in this case who would benefit from killing Joey Duncan? Wait a second. Do you have someone, Nick? Possibly. There's nobody that would have anything against Joey. But there is someone who would hurt him to hurt someone else. Oh, you mean... Exactly. This person may have killed Joey to get back at someone else. Oleg Linkrenask, a career criminal blackmailing the victim's father with a previous history of threatening the lives of his children. That's right. This guy has it up for Mr. Duncan. Exactly. He's already claimed he went after Dina, so it's possible he may have went after Joey, too. Alright. So Oleg Linkrenask could have killed Joey, and Nicholas Kringle could have framed Cupid. Is it possible that these two people are connected somehow? Well, if Kringle is a god, that would mean Linkrenask would have to be aware of God's existence. And Cupid said she didn't recognize Oleg Linkrenask's name, so he's most likely not a god himself. Well, even if we can't prove that there's a direct connection as of now, it's something to go off of. Mr. Wright, you've been deliberating for a while now. Have you reached a conclusion? I believe we have, Your Honor. There are two people of interest in this case we should consider. And who might they be? First, there's Nicholas Kringle. He's a fellow god that Miss Valentine has brought to our attention as someone she's had trouble with. The second is Oleg Linkrenask. He's a man we admittedly don't know much about, but he's had encounters with the Duncan family. Encounters that are, to be frank, not very pleasant. Interesting. I should have known you'd learn about Linkrenask in your investigation. So you know of him, then. Of course, as established, I pursue every possibility. One of you bring me to speed on who you're talking about. Of course, Your Honor. You see, Oleg Linkrenask is, to explain it simply, a crime lord involved in numerous cases. During our investigation, we learned about his contact with the victim's father. Or rather, his blackmailing of him. Blackmail? Against the victim's father? Correct, Your Honor. Specifically, he demanded $500,000. Why, an individual like that seems like the perfect suspect for this murder. He does, Your Honor. Except for one little problem. Problem? As we've established, the evidence shows that the one who killed Joey Duncan was a god. And our investigation has shown that Oleg Linkrenask is a human being. We have everything of his in police records. His DNA, his hair samples, and even his fingerprints. Fingerprints? Yes, Spikes. Fingerprints. Something we've established gods do not have. While Linkrenask is definitely worth looking into, he has no relevance to this case. How can you possibly say that he has no relevance whatsoever? Even if he's not a god, he may still have gotten a god, such as Nicholas Kringle, to do it for him. Sorry, Spikes, but that's not possible. Our investigations have shown that Linkrenask works alone. Well, maybe this time he didn't. Maybe. You don't sound too confident, Spikes. That's because I'm not. Linkrenask didn't have the abilities to pull the murder off by himself. But I don't have any evidence that Linkrenask had help from Kringle. Alright then, Mrs. Norma. For now, we'll go off the assumption that Oleg Linkrenask is uninvolved. That would mean that Nicholas Kringle is our only suspect. No way, Nicholas would never kill anyone. Yes, we don't exactly get along. He would never do something like this. I've known the god for thousands of years. I know him better than any of you. Ms. Valentine, do you realize that if it wasn't Linkrenask and it wasn't Kringle, then the only one it could have been is you? Defendant, is this your way of confessing to the crime? No, I didn't do what I promised. Then this is the situation as the court sees it. We have a human suspect who could not have committed a crime done by a god. A god suspect the defendant insists is incapable of committing foul play. And a god defendant who still insists on her innocence. As the courtroom sees it, this case is at an impasse. Unless either side can provide evidence of some other way of solving this conundrum, then court will have to adjourn for the day so more investigation work can be done. Provided, of course, there are no interruptions. Again. Mr. Wright. What do you think? Is there a way we can prove Kringle or Linkrenask had involvement? Ms. Valentine is our only link to Nicholas Kringle, but it's clear that she's not going to incriminate him. So that just leaves Oleg Linkrenask. Aha! Your Honor, I believe there's a way we can tell if Oleg Linkrenask really had involvement in this murder. And what would that be, Mr. Wright? Yes, I would like to know myself. It's simple. A good old-fashioned testimony. Testimony? From whom? Wait, don't tell me you're suggesting that Linkrenask himself take the stand. Well, as convenient as that would be, no, it wasn't what I was suggesting. But there is someone with a connection to Linkrenask that might be able to shed some light on him. A connection to Linkrenask? Hold on, you don't mean... Well, but I do. I propose that this person testify about Oleg Linkrenask. And who might this be? This, Your Honor, is Carlton Duncan. He's the father of the victim, the owner of the diner where he died, and the one who was blackmailed by Oleg Linkrenask. If anyone can shed light on whether or not Linkrenask had a hand in this murder, it's him. Well, Mr. Duncan does seem to have heavy relation to the crime case when you put it that way. Ms. Norma, Mr. Duncan currently here in the courthouse. No, Your Honor. He wasn't present during the murder, so there wasn't anything he could testify about at the time. Well, it would be in the case's best interest to summon him here as soon as possible. Until he arrives, court is adjourned for recess. Back in the defendant lobby. So we've been going at this about 4 hours. Ventus, anyone else in chat, would you be terribly upset if I popped off for a few seconds to refill my drink? I had to do a lot of talk at his gumshoe earlier. That boy's voice is raspy. I don't know why I'm asking this. You don't actually get a say in the matter. I'll be back within 5 minutes. Just gotta refill my drink so I don't pass out before we're done. I'm gonna throw out my BRB. I have to do. I wish there was an option. Is there like an option to throw a background on this thing? It doesn't. There we are. There, that's nice and legible. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, the case is almost over. I'm back. And I see Ventus has told his story while we were out. R-34 was a kaiju type medium-sized submarine that fit both an anti-aircraft gun and anti-aircraft machine gun. In 1944, it serviced in the South Pacific when O'Bannon caught sight of it and decided to act. Initially, O'Bannon intended to ram the sub. It accordingly charged ahead, but changed course at the last second when the crew realized the sub might be a mine layer. A collision would have meant disaster for the American crew, not only the Japanese. O'Bannon veered so sharply to avoid the collision that it was now suddenly right alongside RO-34. In a reversal of fortune of the Hiei incident, O'Bannon was too close to fly upon the sub, but RO-34 was well able to fire at Bannon. Lacking sidearms, the crew of the O'Bannon began pitching the only weapons at their disposal, potatoes, at the Japanese crew topside. The Japanese panicked. They mistakenly, but rather understandably, thought the flying objects were hand grenades. Many of them either threw the potatoes back at the Americans or tossed them into the sea. The spontaneous, clever action brought time for O'Bannon to put a safe distance between itself and RO-34. Once it had gained enough distance from the sub, O'Bannon began firing and sank RO-34. Furthermore, the American ship took out 2 enemy planes later that day as well. That is absolutely fascinating, Ventus. Thank you for telling me. Yeah. I suppose in the dark... I mean, I imagine it was dark. They were, just out on the open sea. Either it was dark or the sun would have just been blotting things out and they didn't have a lot of time to think. A military person starts throwing an oblong spheroid at you. There's only so many things that can mean. You do eventually learn not to trust everything you see, but why risk it? Anyway, we think Santa Claus might have killed somebody, so do you really think Mr. Duncan can prove that Oleg Linkvernosk had a part in the murder? There's no real way to know for sure until court reconvenes, but it's definitely possible. But it turns out to be true. That means I'll be found innocent, right? Well, not exactly. Huh? Why not? Mrs. Norma doesn't seem like the kind to give up that easily. She'll find some way to keep going. Oh. Sounds like a certain defense attorney we all know. Oh, be quiet, you. I'm not the only one who senses the feelings in the air, right? Naval history is weird and fun. That's most history, really, Ventus. People are strange and unconventional animals. Not at all, Pearl. Not at all. You do realize we're right here, right? Prosecutor Norma? What are you doing here? I wanted to congratulate you on your success thus far, Spikes. Be warned that this little stalling tactic of yours will all be for naught. Stalling tactic? As I said in the courtroom, Oleg Linkvernosk has no involvement in this murder. When that's proven after you waste Mr. Duncan's time with this testimony, it's game over for you. So I'd do yourself and your client a favor and brace yourself for defeat. I think we both know it's not going to be that straightforward. Perhaps you're right. Regardless, don't say you weren't warned, Spikes. Oh, Cupid? Yes? Your attorney should have gone with the insanity plea. Because now, you'll go from the beautiful Sutmalo to a cold, putrid prison. I hope you give him all the thanks he deserves. Well, ta-ta, folks. See you back in the courtroom. Can't believe that woman. She really thinks Miss Cupid will go to prison. I can't help but feel like Mrs. Norma has it out for you, Cupid. Well, yeah, it's her job to prosecute her. No, that's not what I mean, Nick. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it just doesn't feel like a typical prosecutor doing her job. Not that we get many of those to begin with. Miss Cupid, you haven't paired Mrs. Norma up with someone bad, have you? No, Cab and her are a perfect match. They both love ghost hunting and over supernatural stuff. It's all they do together. Plus, you heard her say it in court, they've been married for 10 years. If that's not a sign of a happy relationship, what is? They're automatically a happy couple because they've been married for so long? Just how naive is this girl? 15th of February, 1:05 p.m. Let's see, the trial's been going for a few hours now. Court number 3. Court is now back in session for the trial of Cupid Valentine. Mrs. Norma is the witness ready to testify. Yes, Your Honor. Surprisingly, he was willing to cooperate and testify with no persuasion. Well, that's good to hear. Will Carlton Duncan please take the stand, then? Your name and occupation, please. I'm Carlton Duncan. I'm the owner and founder of Carlton's Diner. Oh god, why did I go with this voice for you? Now, Mr. Duncan, you're aware of why you've been summoned here today, correct? I have indeed. Mrs. Norma, when they brought me up to speed when I arrived. And I figured the best way I could have fun the investigation is by stating the truth. Oleg Linkrenovsk has nothing to do with what happened to my son yesterday. Is that so? Oh no, I know. You already know about the blackmail, so you'd think you would. But I'm telling you, Oleg has nothing to do with it. Mr. Duncan, would you please testify as to why you're so sure Linkrenovsk has no involvement? If it means making sure Joe's real killer is locked up, then absolutely. Well, it's certainly nice to see Mr. Duncan isn't as gloomy as he was yesterday. Yeah, but yesterday he didn't dismiss the idea that Linkrenovsk might have done it. I wonder what would change his mind. I guess we'll just have to hear his testimony to find out. Oleg is innocent. I'm telling you, Oleg has nothing to do with Joey's murder. It just doesn't make sense. You see, Oleg and I aren't exactly what you would call friends, but we're not exactly enemies either. That blackmail situation is admittedly a pretty crazy one, but it doesn't mean he's a killer. Besides, Oleg would be crazy enough to kill someone in my own diner with potential witnesses. I see. Well, you do know Mr. Linkrenovsk better than any of us in here. That I do. Cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, I can think of a few directions we could tackle this from, but let's see what Phoenix thinks. Mr. Duncan, when we talked yesterday, you seemed to believe Oleg may have had involvement. Well, yesterday I wasn't exactly in the best states of mind. But I might have had the time to think clearly, it just doesn't add up that Oleg would do this. Having a clear thought process the day after the murder? Like father like daughter, I guess. And what exactly are these things that don't add up, Mr. Duncan? Well, for starters, I can't see Oleg hurting me this badly. Can you elaborate on that, please? Sure, anything particular you want to hear? I'd like to hear about how did the two of you meet? How exactly did you and Oleg Linkrenovsk meet? Well, we met in college around 20 years ago. We were roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates. To put it simply, we had very different career paths. I suppose running a diner and organized crime are very different, aren't they? Well, it wasn't always that way, but time has a way of changing people. Mr. Rich, would you like this test fit added to assist? Yes, yes, always. The statement is useless, but I want to press it. It's quite a difference in career paths. It is indeed. Truly a shame. I could see that he had a bright future ahead of him. What caused LA to go into organized crime exactly? I wish I knew, Mr. Wright. I wish I knew. That question isn't really getting me anywhere. I'll change the subject and see if I can find anything I can work with. When did you last see Oleg? When was the last time you saw Oleg? Now let me think. That would have to be around 5 years ago. We had dinner at my place with my family. So Oleg has met your family? Yes. He didn't have the chance to meet my Ellie before she passed. He even gave us a bottle of wine. We never drank it. None of us drink, you see. I suppose that's not the worst trait a family can have. Mr. Wright, would you like any of that added to the testimony? Yes, Your Honor, I would like him to add the part about... Why would you invite a criminal to your home? Well, none of us were aware of his criminal dealings at the time. I simply wanted to get in touch with an old college buddy and catch up. If he didn't start getting blackmailed at his diner opened up, I suppose that's possible. The question isn't getting me anywhere. Alright, now, tell me about the unopened bottle of wine. No. Accelerate the dialogue. He gave us a bottle of wine last time I saw him, but nobody in my family drinks. Is that a fact? So none of you drank the wine? Nope, we couldn't accept it, but poured it down the drain when he left. What? Wine is super expensive and you just wasted it? I mean, just seems a bit rude in my humble opinion. Well, that's what we did. Not sure what else to tell ya. Is wine really that expensive? I never bought it myself. I stick to the classic non-fermented variety. Now, despite everything, something doesn't feel right about that story about wine. That blackmail situation is admittedly a pretty crazy one, but it doesn't mean he's a killer. Oh dear. I don't even know if... chat, I don't know if any of you are seeing this, but my computer appears to have decided to take this moment to spontaneously vomit all over itself. If anything is still live, Ventus, I did see your hydrate, thank you. Okay. Oh god, it's been a while since the last time we saved, isn't it? Alright. Where'd you leave us off? Alright. Okay, I'm gonna try to speedrun this. Accelerate the text typing. And present the potato! Power Spuds compels you. Alright. Only it's salt, so it can't be her. 3 bangs. The murderer of Santa Claus. Oh, like it's suspicious? He has fingerprints, which means he isn't a god. Perfectly logical thing to say in a court of law. Come on, 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 come on. Come on. Got Carlton on the stand. Take a brief pop back into the lobby. Realize that Norma has a grudge against Cupid for some reason. Nod. He's Duncan. Alright, we have now returned. That may be true, but it certainly is worth an eyebrow raise. I assure you, this blackmail situation should be looked into. But Mr. Duncan is right. He's not a killer just because he's a blackmailer. Just like how a woman is not a killer just because she's a goddess. Funny. Witness continue. Besides, Oleg wouldn't be crazy enough to kill someone in my own diner with potential witnesses. And you're confident of this? Yes, he's not stupid. So you have to be smart to successfully blackmail you and evade the authorities. Exactly. So why would he risk something like that? Well, as I've theorized, the person who shot your son was disguised. And as I've stated, Liquornask couldn't have pulled this feat because he's a human. Oh, right, you did say that. Never mind then. There don't seem to be any contradictions in that testimony. No, there don't. We'll have to press as much info out of him as we can. Alright, now that we've pressed everything... God, that's annoying. Okay, aim for the center mass. Ah, God. Now you say no one in your family drank. But in the autopsy report, they found alcohol in the victim's bloodstream. What does that mean? Nobody in your family drinks, not even your son. Especially not my son, he hated alcohol. Well, it looks like you don't know your son as well as you think. Excuse me? Right here, I have Joey's autopsy reports. There's one line in here that I find rather interesting. It says alcohol was found in the victim's bloodstream. It says what? Mr. Duncan, it would seem that when your son was murdered, he had recently been drinking. But how can that be the case if Joey hated alcohol? That's a really good question. Order! Order in the court this instant! Mr. Wright, does the victim drinking when his father claims that he doesn't drink affect this case? You've beaten me to the punch, Your Honor. Mr. Duncan was unaware of his son's drinking habits, so what? I hate to say it, but they're right. Does this really change anything about the circumstances of the murder? Well, I suppose the only way to know for sure is to figure out why this contradiction exists. There must be a reason, but what is it? Mr. Duncan, do you have any idea why Joey would have been drinking? None whatsoever. Well, I'm no psychologist, but I don't believe people who are against alcohol like Joey was would suddenly start drinking out of the blue. Something must have happened to trigger this. It's unusual. It's usually something like a traumatic event, or... Aha! Do you have an explanation, Mr. Wright? Yes, I believe I do, Your Honor. While I currently don't have any proper evidence to back this claim up, I believe this may be the reason Joey was drinking. Blackmail? That's one someone's drinking, that doesn't matter. It doesn't? No. 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 It's a big event in Joey's life. Oh, right, his mother. She died not long ago, but... Well, not recently, but not long ago, that is. The victim's mother, Ellie, passed away from cancer a few years ago. It would be logical to assume that it would heavily affect him mentally, wouldn't you say? I suppose so. But for him to start drinking over that...
Objection!
While I do sympathize with the Duncans over their loss, my original point still stands. So, what? As far as I'm concerned, this doesn't change anything about the murder. Mrs. Norma is correct, Mr. Wright. As tragic as the loss of Mrs. Duncan is, we're still right back where we were. But it can't be that simple, can it? There must be a way I can use this new information. Mr. Duncan, had Joey ever talked to you about how he was feeling after his mother's passing? Well, I don't recall. You don't recall? It embarrasses me to say this, but I wasn't exactly close with my son. I had to missing a lot in front of the diner and, well... If that's the case, then when exactly was the last time you had seen Joey before the murder? It was the previous day in the kitchen right after closing time. The kitchen? Do you mind testifying about what occurred during that time? Testifying? Sure, I suppose.
Objection!
Spikes, may I ask what the significance of such a testimony would be? Simple. If the last time Mr. Duncan saw Joey was in the place he'd been murdered the next day, then there's a chance he may have spotted something that could give us more information. I must admit this seems like a bit of a grasp, Mr. Wright. But if this really could reveal more information, then I suppose I'll allow it. However, if no new information relevant to the murder is discovered, then the witness will be allowed to leave the stand. Which will lead us right back to our impasse. Do you really think Mr. Duncan saw something related to the murder the day before it happened? I certainly hope so. The best case scenario is it ties Oleg Linkranowsk to the scene. And the worst case scenario is it ties Cupid to the scene. Positive thoughts, Maya. Positive thoughts. Witness testimony. Last Joey sighting. I last saw Joey in the diner kitchen the night before the murder, right after closing time. We're talking about Joey sightings like he's some sort of mysterious cryptid. I was doing a look over of the place to make sure it was all clean. Joey was cleaning the stock in the kitchen. Nothing seemed particularly wrong or off about his behavior. I eventually left the place, leaving him there, all alone. So am I to understand that you didn't really communicate with your son during this time? That's correct, Your Honor. If only I'd known it would have been the last time I'd seen him alive. Truly a tragedy. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. That's Joey sighting. I lost on show a blurry photograph of the diner kitchen last night. Does Joey usually stay behind after the diner closes? It depends on which cook is scheduled to work during closing. In the case of the night in question, it was Joey. And how often would you say that he's scheduled to work that shift?
Objection!
Spikes, what exactly is the significance of this line of questioning? What matters is that Joey was in the kitchen the night before his death. How often he's there doesn't matter in this context. Well, I suppose you're right. Mr. Duncan, please continue your testimony. Very well. Is that something you do often? Every night. Gotta make sure my business is in tip-top shape after all. And have you ever encountered anything strange during the late-hour lookovers? Nothing noteworthy. Just your occasional raccoon in the dumpster and stuff. I see. And what was Joey doing during this time? He's cleaning up. About how far along was he at this point? Not too far along, he'd just started, really. You see, there's a to-do list we have for closes to follow. He had placed the burger meat from the freezer to the fridge, which is one of the first things to do. After that, it was restocking the french fry material. The french fry materials, huh? And what all exactly goes into that? It's real simple, just refill the 2 bowls on the counter with salt and potatoes, respectively. If it's that simple, why is it one of the first things on the list? My homemade burgers and fries are the 2 biggest selling points of my establishment. I'll have to make sure that they're ready to go when we open the next day. I suppose you would say this solidifies the point that the salt bowl was full before the murder. Suppose it could. My cooks all make sure that the bowls are filled with that saltiest of salt and brownest of potatoes. Is that right? Mr. Duncan? Would you mind adding that last point to your testimony? Why? Well, if Joey did what you said he did, then it must be relevant, yes? Well, alright then, if you insist. And you know for sure that he did this. Well, the bowls were full the next morning, so someone had to have done it. That wasn't quite what I meant. So there was nothing that indicated... So there was nothing that indicated to you that he had been drinking? No! It's worth mentioning that nothing states he had been drinking the night before the murder specifically. Therefore, that question is boots. Suppose she's got a point there. Very well, please continue with your testimony, Mr. Duncan. I eventually left the place, leaving him there, alone. At around what time was this? I'd say about 10 or 11 p.m. And when did Joey return home? Around midnight, I'd say. Is that about an average time frame? Yep. If anything, he got done sooner than expected. So there wouldn't have been enough time to do anything other than closer work. Since Mr. Duncan wasn't in the kitchen at the time. But Joey was. We need to get as much info about that as we can. Now, I don't know about you all, but this potato doesn't look particularly brown to me. The brownest of potatoes? If that is indeed what Joey did, then he did something very wrong. Wrong? Won't follow. Well, I would think you would follow better than anyone, Mr. Duncan. This here is the recipe for your homemade french fries. Alright, why you have that? That's not important right now. What is important is the very first item in the ingredients list. 2 golden potatoes. Golden, Mr. Duncan, not brown. Yeah, but well, then it must be as you said. Joe made a mistake and replaced them with brown potatoes. That's not it either, Mr. Duncan. This is one of the potatoes we found in the bowl during our investigation. Now you tell me if this is closer to brown or golden. Well, I would certainly call that closer to golden. But Mr. Wright, why did the witness not know the type of potatoes in his own recipe? It's a very good question, Your Honor. wins. Care to explain? Wait. Actually, yes, I can. You can. See, I may have created the recipe, but it's actually been some time since I myself actually made fries with it. And it's actually not the first version of this particular recipe either. It's not? The original version used standard brown potatoes, but I soon realized that golden ones work better. I see. So you misremember the original recipe as the current one. That's right, Your Honor. Just a simple mistake. Well, Mr. Reach, do you have any objections to this claim? It can't be that simple, can it, Nick? I don't want to believe it is, but I don't have any evidence to dispute the claim. But if we don't do something, then he'll leave the stand and we'll be right back to where we started. Cupid is the prime suspect. Exactly. Well, even if we can't prove anything, we definitely did prove that something seems off about him. First, he didn't know his son was drinking, now he's confused his fry recipes. Anybody who doesn't know their potatoes is automatically suspicious. Yeah, I've definitely picked up on odd things as well. Hey, actually, we may be able to use this. Mr. Duncan, have you ever experienced memory confusions like this before? Not really, no. In this instance, it's more of a one-time thing, that's all. Then would you mind giving one more testimony for the courts? Spikes, have you forgotten what His Honor said before the most recent testimony? Because as far as I can tell, no new information relevant to the murder has been uncovered. I beg to differ, Mrs. Norma. I believe that this memory mix-up does indeed play a part in this murder. It does? No, so, Mr. Wright. If he mixed up the recipes in his recollection, then what else did he mix up? Nothing, that's what. So there's no chance that you may have confused something such as who was working that night? Spikes, what are you going on about? Who else could it have been? Well, he might be recalling a time from the original recipes used rather than the day before the murder. So it's possible it may actually be an employee from that time that he's thinking about, not Joey. And if that's the case, then his memory, and by extension his testimony, can't be trusted. You're wrong, boy. I remember the night before the murder perfectly. Except for the color of the potatoes. Okay, fine, you got me there. Alright, if a testimony will clear up the situation, then it's a testimony I'll give you. What do you want me to testify about? I just want you to think really carefully about the night before the murder. If you're so sure that you haven't mixed up who you saw, then please explain why. Heh, alright, simple enough. I'll prove to you all that my memory ain't faulty in that regard. I'm getting flashbacks to Dina's testimonies, Nick. Let's hope this time we can prove that the witness actually does have a poor memory. Now, if he does have a poor memory, then the question is why. I mean, really, do you think I'd make up a random employee with my own son? Give me a break. He's my son. I may not have been that close with him, but I'd still recognize him anywhere. So, I've never had an employee that resembles him, so you can throw out that excuse. I'd love to see you find a way to explain away any of that, Mr. Wright. Witness, I can't help but notice that your behavior is a bit more hostile this time around. You try having your reliability question on a witness stand and then get back to me. Yes, well. Mr. Wright, please get on with cross-examination. This is it, I have to find a way to discredit his memory once and for all. Then we'll... why do we want this? Everyone makes mistakes every now and then, Mr. Duncan. But a mistake of this magnitude? No way. I didn't mistake him for someone else. And how can you be so sure? He's my son! You fool! You dingus! You knucklehead! So you're saying you didn't confuse him with someone else because you know how your son looks? Well, is it really that unbelievable? Well, no, not necessarily. However, just because you know what your son looks like doesn't mean it's who you saw. Oh, please, you're just reaching for excuses now. He was my own flesh and blood. I'd know if and when I saw him. Was I a perfect father to him? No, I wasn't. But damn it, I was there for the boy when he lost his mother. It was a tough time for all of us losing Ellie to the cancer. But we were still a family who was there to support each other. I guess maybe I wasn't supportive enough. I'm sure you did all you could do, witness. What if I lost my wife? I'm not sure I'd be strong enough to fight the grief. I'm definitely still fighting, Your Honor. It's not easy. At the time she was diagnosed, she was in stage 4. She was a dead woman walking. And of course, it had to be pancreatic cancer. It couldn't have been a more treatable one. Well then. I do offer my condolences, Mr. Duncan. How about it, Spikes? Are you going to take issue with a grieving man's statement? Is there an issue with what he said? Mr. Duncan, could you please add that last statement to your testimony? I guess you have no sense of empathy after all. Regardless, please add the statement, witness. Not sure what that has to do with the murder, but alright. And yet you weren't aware of his drinking. What part of I wasn't a perfect father do you not comprehend? Just clarify the facts, that's all. Please continue. Not a single one of your employees throughout the diner's history has resembled your son. Alright, smart Alec, maybe a few have had some slight similarities, you'll look hard enough. But none are a spitting image of my own son, I assure you. Alright then, let's continue. I'd love to see you find a way to explain why you do that, Mr. Roy. Trust me, I plan to. Hey, good luck. This is it, Luigi. My last chance at proving that his memory is unreliable. All I gotta do is bring out one last contradiction. So, pancreatic cancer, huh? Witness, you just proved how unreliable your memory is. Oh, did I? How so? You claim that your wife died of pancreatic cancer. But allow me to present this newspaper clipping about your daughter. It says right here that your wife had passed away from liver cancer. Liver? 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 That's a really fun word to say in that accent. Liver. Got your liver? Did Mara steal your liver? You may not be able to explain away not knowing about your son was alcoholism, and why you confused the colors with the potatoes. But confusing which type of cancer took your wife from you. I'd love to hear you explain that, Mr. Duncan. You see, well, you know, the liver and pancreas are so close to each other, right? So it would make sense to mix them up, right? Come on, that does not back me up, isn't that right? I'm sorry, witness, but I have to agree with Spikes. You what, mate? God forbid I lost my cab to cancer, I most certainly would remember what kind it was. Indeed. As a husband, I can attest that an event like that would certainly stick in your mind. So why would the witness not know such a thing? That's a good question. Not knowing his son was drinking the potatoes in his recipe, the cancer that took his wife? This isn't like Dina, where it was a quick moment. These are major life events and situations. And even discounting all of that, something about his appearance has felt off to me for a while now. Wait, everybody who's there when this happened has left already. When we talked to, I guess, the real Duncan earlier, he told us that after he found out that his son had died, he punched a wall so hard he drew blood and he had bloody knuckles. But look there, not a scratch on him. Wait a minute. I think I see what's different about how he looks today. Mr. Duncan, your hand! Well, that looks fine to me. My point exactly. What happened to the injuries? Injuries? What injuries? So now he's forgotten that he punched a wall yesterday. It's more than that, Maya. It's like the wound was never there at all. And no wound is going to completely heal within a day. If we consider that with everything else we've learned, there is a way this can be explained. A way to explain why Carlton Duncan is behaving so odd. What would that be? Yes, we're all ears, Spikes. What's your explanation? The answer is quite simple. The reason the witness is showcasing such odd behavior is because he is... an imposter. And if we think about all the things the witness has misremembered, it doesn't make sense. If he were really Carlton Duncan, you'd think he'd know all of these things. However, there is one way we can explain this away. The man at the witness stand, the man we've been questioning this entire time, is not Carlton Duncan. There is one imposter among us. Thank you, I'll be here all week.
Objection.
Spikes, have you lost your freaking mind? Of course he's Carlton Duncan, who else could he be? She's right. Looking at recent photos, the man you'll say. Believe me, I would never make such a claim if this were any other case. But given the events of the case thus far, we have to consider it as a possibility. After all, Mrs. Norma, you haven't forgotten the defendant is a shape-shifting goddess, right? Of course not, but what does that have to do... hold on, are you saying... I am, Mrs. Norma. I believe the witness at the stand is a god disguising himself as Carlton Duncan. What the... Are you even listening to yourself? Do you have the tiniest of ideas how literally insane you sound? Yes, I do. But it doesn't matter how insane I sound if it's the truth. Alright, Spikes. Let's test this claim of yours. Who exactly is the supposed god that the witness actually is? You mean you haven't figured it out yourself? The current list of otherworldly beings involved in this case is pretty small, Mrs. Norma. So, you're saying? That's right. I believe this witness currently on the stand is actually... Santa Claus! A god who was already suspected of having involvement. A god who has quarrels with the defendant. Witness, I believe that you are actually Nicholas Kringle. I'm telling you, Mr. Wright, Nicholas has nothing to do with this. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine, but the only way you can be innocent is if Nicholas had involvement. But you would never do anything like this, I swear to you. Cupid, I know it can be hard to face the truth at times, but you need to look at the facts. If Nick is right, then Nicholas is in this very room disguised as a human. A human that happens to be the father of the victim. Then Mr. Wright is wrong. Which would make you the killer by process of elimination. Then it has to be another god that's not one of us. Do you know of any other gods who would do all of this? Well, no, but... That's enough, defendants. Stop this now or I'll hold you in contempt of court. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Now regarding the defense's accusation of the witness being this Kringle fellow. Unless the witness confirms this to be true or any other evidence is presented, it is merely conjecture. Mr. Wright, can you prove your claim to be factual? Can I? I can think of a way. Do I have evidence? No. No, Your Honor, I don't have evidence of this claim. Of course you don't, because the claim isn't true. I wouldn't be so quick to say so, Mrs. Norma. We've already shown in this trial that we don't need the court record to reveal someone's a god. You know what, Mrs. Norma? You're right. Huh? Nicholas Kringle wouldn't pull this off now that I think about it. It wouldn't? I mean, really, why would a god with so much power and genius stoop this low? You'd have to be a total fool to be involved in a murder plot like this. A fool? Why would that be foolish? Why do you care? What's the fair question given what we know about the concept of gods? You know, the stories of rain and hellfire and humanity and whatnot. Then why not do something like that to Joey instead of this whole framing scheme? Seems like a very convoluted way of going about an easy task for an all-powerful being. I suppose it really would make more sense for Miss Valentine to have just shot him with a real arrow. Mr. Wright! Nick, I really hope you're going somewhere with this. More sense? I think it would make more sense for a god to shoot someone in public without a disguise. Yes, Mr. Dunn, I fully admit that I'm wrong. Well, that's awfully noble of you, Mr. Wright. And I was under the impression that you'd never give up. Well, I know what I've been best to. If Nicholas Kringle truly is involved somehow, then he did a good job of hiding it. Oh yeah, I did. The perfect crime. No. Well played, Mr. Wright. Witness, are you saying... That's alright, Your Honor. I'm actually Nicholas Kringle. Understandably, the entire courtroom went into a frenzy. No matter how many times the judge demanded order, the gallery wouldn't stay calm. He eventually called a 10-minute recess to hopefully get everyone situated. I don't believe it! A literal god was in the courtroom! Why do you sound so surprised? Didn't you always believe that our client was a goddess? Well, yeah, but I still wasn't completely sure. Maybe like 98 or 99% sure. But Kringle is undeniably a god with a transformation like that. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I still can't believe it, though. Why is Nicholas mixed up in all this? Whatever the reason is, he was willing to disguise himself as Carlton Duncan to achieve it. Everyone's got their share of questions right now. The only way to get answers is after the recess. Great job out there, Mr. Wright! I knew you'd be able to pull one of those famous roundabouts of yours. Roundabouts? And thank goodness for Detective Gumshoe. It's a good thing he was able to remember Salt Bowl. Definitely. Without it, we would have sunk a long while ago. Detective Gumshoe definitely is an amazing guy. You're lucky to have someone like that. Do you really think so? Yeah. Something the matter? To be honest, maybe. I don't know if it's just nerves of getting back into the dating scene, but I'm kind of starting to have doubts over our potential relationship. Gasp. What do you mean, Maggie? He really is a great man that I adore and respect, but I guess maybe it's just too soon. In a way, I still see my old boss when I look at him. Like, going on a date with your boss is just kind of weird no matter how close you are with him, right? Yeah, when you put it that way, that's a bit weird. Have you talked to him about any of this? I want to, but if I told him I wanted to take things slower, he'd be heartbroken. You've seen how he is around me, how happy he is. I'd never forgive myself for causing him that kind of pain. But don't you think he'd be even more heartbroken if he found out the hard way later down the line? I know a thing or two about relationships, good and bad. And a breakup caused by honesty is much better than a relationship founded on deception. Maybe you'll break his heart with your honesty. But I'm sure he'll appreciate you telling the truth above all else. You know, Maggie, I think she's right. Gumshoe would never be mad at you or hate you for something like this. That's not like him. Yeah, and if he does, we'll just knock some sense into him. Maybe you're right. Alright, I'll think about it a bit more. Thanks, everyone. Anytime, Maggie. You're welcome. Well, that was an experience. Hey, Cupid. Why would you suggest to Maggie that you should break it off with Gumshoe? Didn't you say they were your greatest work yet? I did, and they still are. We all can see that they're perfect for each other. And Maggie's love levels for Dick are wonderfully high according to data. But if she needs some more time to sort out her other emotions, then so be it. I'm confident that if it doesn't work out now, they'll give it another chance in the future. Well, I suppose you're the expert on all things love-related. You know, save her a track record about relationships. Oh right, this is a murder case. Anyway, yeah. Court is back in session. Now that everyone has had time to process this revelation, I suppose we should address it. Witness, can you please explain yourself? Of course, Your Honor. I'm not blind to how this situation looks, but I assure you a logical explanation exists. Oh ho ho ho. I'll happily give it to you if you will allow me. I heavily encourage it. Suppose we should start with your name and occupation, witness. Of course. I am Nicholas Kringle. My occupation is Earth's Overseer and Gift Giver. Earth's Overseer. Correct? It is my duty to keep an eye on Earth's citizens to separate the good from the bad. Or the nice from the naughty, as you humans more commonly refer to my actions. Oh ho ho ho. I have to oh ho ho every few lines because otherwise there's absolutely no difference between my judge voice and my Santa voice. Witness, are you saying that you are... Yes, Your Honor. The name that I'm commonly referred to here on Earth is Santa Claus. Santa Claus? This guy is Santa Claus? In any case, I suppose we should address a major elephant in the room, Mr. Kringle. Why were you disguising yourself and testifying as Carlton Duncan? Yes, I suppose that is worth an explanation. Fret not, though, as I shall testify to my reasoning. Let's hear it then, witness. Why would he disguise as Carlton Duncan if not for some sort of ill intent? He better have a good explanation for this one. Why the disguise? As I've stated, I'm Earth's overseer. As such, I have the ability to keep an eye on everyone on Earth at all times. So I knew that Carlton was in no shape to testify in court today. The man is in too much pain. I took his place to help the court rightfully convict Cupid of her crime. I do apologize for any confusion I caused. So you took Carlton Duncan's place in order to incriminate the defendant? I must admit, such an action comes off as very suspicious, witness. I agree, Your Honor, but I assure you it was only to help convict the killer. Nicholas, but I did do it. I'm afraid lying isn't going to get you out of this one, Cupid. I knew you were a bit of a disappointment, but murder? Truly appalling. In any case, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. That's odd. Why did he try to get Cupid a guilty verdict? Does he really think that she did it? He's certainly giving off that implication. Question is why? Alright, let's cross-examine Santa Claus. No. How exactly did you get such a title? What do you mean? Well, there are many gods, correct? Why were you chosen to be Earth's overseer?
Objection.
Spikes, I fail to see if this is relevant to the case at hand. She is Earth's overseer. How that came to be has no bearing on this murder. Mrs. Norma is correct, Mr. Wright. Please try to keep the questions relevant to this case. Yes, Your Honor. My apologies. Witness, please continue your testimony. Well, as we've established, I'm Earth's overseer. There are several billion humans on Earth, Mr. Kringle. Can you really keep an eye on all of them at once? Well, what sort of god would I be if I couldn't pull off something as miraculous as that? For example, last June, when you were eating dinner in your apartment, I saw Maya use your credit card to buy a Steel Samurai action figure. What? Maya, is that true? Do I have the right to remain silent? No. Fine, I'll pay you back. Oh my, you really are quite an omnipotent being, witness. Yes, I suppose you could say that, Your Honor. Ho ho. Carlton couldn't testify. Does the real Mr. Duncan know about this replacement? No. It would certainly stress him even more if I had revealed both my identity and plan to him. So where's the real Carlton Duncan, then? And how were you able to answer the summons without him knowing? To answer his honest question, Carlton is currently at home taking a well-needed rest. A rest caused by the sleeplessness he's endured since the loss of his son. I guess you could say that his deep sleep is what allowed me to take place so easily. So let me see if I understand you correctly, witness. You took the place of a man in a poor state of mind to accuse someone of murder. Surely you must realize what sort of picture that paints. I do, and I am certainly not proud of myself, but it's not as if I did this for kicks and giggles. Stone says Cupid is the real culprit. And why would you want to have my client convicted? Simple. I saw her commit the crime and wanted her to receive her proper punishment. You saw her commit the crime? Correct. I saw it. I was looking down from Mount Sutmelo. Well, that's very important information, witness. Please elaborate on that. Very well. I saw Cupid enter the diner through the back door with Joey not noticing her. And why exactly were you looking at the diner at that time?
Objection.
That's not important, Spikes. What matters is that he saw it. Well, I am just as curious, Mrs. Norma is correct. The fact that the witness saw what he did is more important than why he saw it. Please continue, witness. A few seconds after she entered, she fired her arrow into Joey without hesitation. Recalling it truly does send a shiver down my spine. So the victim was killed without any warning or chance to defend himself. Such a tragedy. So you're saying that when Joey was shot, he had no idea that his killer was in the kitchen? Then why is the wound in his front? Correct, Mr. Wright. Cupid was behind and fired her arrow without him knowing. That's a very important recollection, Mr. Kringle. Please add that to your testimony. Alright, if you insist. Though if you're attempting to catch me with a poor memory, prepare to be disappointed. Oh, I don't plan to catch you with a poor memory. I plan to catch you telling a lie. So Joey had no idea that his life was in danger until he was shot. Unfortunately, that is correct. Is it, though? I'd say you definitely caused us a great deal of confusion, witness. And frustration. Once again, I deeply apologize. So he disguised himself as Mr. Duncan to get Cupid convicted of murder? That's quite a suspicious move, if you ask me. Well, it's certainly worth pressing him to figure out why he would do that. Alright. You may be omnipotent, but you're a lousy liar, Mr. Kringle. Mr. Kringle, please clarify something for me one more time. You said that Joey was shot from behind, or in other words, in his back. That's correct. Actually, Mr. Kringle, it's not. According to Joey's autopsy report, he was shot in his chest. Which means that not only were you wrong about him being shot in the back, but this also means that he was facing his killer when he died. Is that so? You're not the confused and forgetful Carlton Duncan anymore, Mr. Kringle. There's no excuse for not knowing something that you should have seen, should your story be true. Mr. Kringle, do you have an explanation for this? Of course I do. I remember now. Remember what? The memory of seeing my fellow god commit such an act has got my recollection confused. What actually happened is she didn't shoot the arrow right when I said she did. Please, allow me to testify again, Your Honor. Alright then. Please make sure that the events are accurate this time. Of course. Sudden recollection or sudden lie? Only one way to find out. You see, I wasn't lying when I said Cupid had approached Joey from behind. However, where I was mistaken was the fact that Joey did indeed turn around at one point. She had bumped into the counter he was working at, you see. She's always been very clumsy. It was then when Cupid fired her arrow directly at his chest, most likely out of panic. After that, she fled the scene through the back door from whence she entered, completely scared. I hope that clears up any confusion, Your Honor. As do I. This case is giving me one massive headache. Mr. Ruffy, please. You know he has to be wrong about this. Yes, he does, but why is he? Do you think maybe he... Let's see how this cross-examination goes before toying with that idea. Cupid approached from behind. So Miss Valentine approached Joey from behind. You're sure about that? Yes, sir. That part is consistent among both testimonies, so it might be worth letting go. Very well, please continue, Mr. Kringle. Joey turned around. And why exactly did you fail to mention this the first time? I suppose my subconscious mind thought that detail didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. After all, what mattered is that she shot him. The where didn't seem relevant. And yet you stated that Joey was shot in the back despite the evidence saying otherwise.
Objection.
Spikes, we've already established a contradiction in the original testimony. Perhaps you could try not wasting our time by repeating the obvious? I'm just pointing out how suspicious the claim was, Mrs. Norma. Well, I hardly see what's so suspicious about this. He's admitted that he made an honest mistake and is now being truthful. I'll see about that. Now, back to the topic at hand. The victim turned around and faced the defendant. Why? She bumped the counter. So she just happened to bump into the counter for no real reason. Did I not just say that she's very clumsy? She's the only god in Submilo not allowed to handle the fine china. I see. Please continue then. It was then when Cupid fired her arrow directly into his chest, most likely out of panic. So the arrow landed directly into Joey's heart. Is that not what the evidence shows? I just find it interesting that it landed there if she simply shot the arrow out of panic. Well, credit where it's due, she's been doing this for thousands of years. Her aim is pretty well, no matter her state of mind. Though she was definitely a safety hazard when she first started out, that's for sure. Hey, that's not fair! Haven't we all accidentally shot an arrow into a god's shoulder at least once? You can keep using the right to remain silent at any point, you know. After that, she fled to the scene through the back door from whence she came, completely scared. So you saw her leave the diner after the murder? Yes, sir. And where exactly did she go next? There was a park nearby, that's where she ran to after leaving the diner. Exactly what the prosecution has been saying this entire time. The testimony relies heavily on the fact that he was watching the scenario from a third-person view. If I can get him to reveal that he didn't see something he should have seen, I might have something here. What color were the heads of her arrows at the time? They were silver, which matches Dina's testimony. What about Dina's arrival? This is around the time Dina entered the kitchen and found Joey. Can you tell me more about that? What can I say that she hasn't? Just give us your version of the events. It might reveal something she didn't. I see, but don't expect much. She was as scared as you'd expect to be after finding her brother's corpse. She screamed loud and asked for help. Alright, what else? What do you mean, what else? I beg your pardon? She didn't do anything else. So when Dina entered, she saw the killer and the arrow in Joey from the same spot in the kitchen? As I stated, there's nothing she hasn't already stated in her own testimony. If it's the case, would you please add that to your testimony, for clarity's sake? I suppose. I can't even press this one. So you can say with absolute certainty that Dina screamed and ran off without doing anything else. Yes, I saw it clear as day. Interesting. Why do you sound so surprised, Mr. Wright? Weren't you the one who initially asked for clarity on the events? Yes, I did, Your Honor. However, I would like to bring the court's attention to Ms. Duncan's affidavit one more time.
Objection!
Spikes, haven't we already established that the evidence is outdated? Technically, yes, Mrs. Norma. We established that the first half of it is outdated. First half? Correct. There is a latter half of the statement that is quite relevant. In it, Dina claims that she walked over to Joey when she saw him on the floor. She what? Right? It was then when she saw the arrows, screamed, and ran out of the kitchen. In other words, her statement contradicts the witness's testimony. I don't understand. Order! Mr. Wright, what exactly does this mean? Well, if the witness was seeing all of the events unfold from Mount Sutmerlow as he claimed, he should have seen Dina walk over to Joey. Yet he seems to have no recollection of this event happening. Mr. Kringle, do you have an explanation for this? Spikes, here's an explanation for you. He simply didn't see Dina's actions because he was focused on something else. Like, say, a killer running from the scene of the crime. Have you already forgotten the witness's own words, Mrs. Norma? Right at the very beginning of my objection, I asked him if he was sure he saw what Dina was doing. His response was, and I quote, "I saw it clear as day." Yes, he did just say that. So which is it, Mr. Kringle? Were you focusing on Miss Valentine or Miss Duncan? Well, you see. Now wait just a moment, Spikes. The only proof you have of Dina approaching Joey is from a statement that we've already established to be flimsy. Should we really take such a claim as gospel under those circumstances? That's a good point, Mrs. Norma. The witness who signed the affidavit admitted to being in a poor state of mind at the time. As it stands, I have a hard time believing anything on the document is valid. I hate to say it, Nick, but they're right. I hate to say it, but she's right. Mr. Wright, can you provide any other evidence to support Miss Duncan approaching Joey? No, Your Honor. I'm afraid I have no choice but to overrule your objection. That didn't go the direction I wanted it to. It would seem that this witness's testimony holds up, then. I see no reason why I cannot declare a verdict at this moment. You put up one heck of a fight, Spikes, I'll give you that. No, I'm innocent, I promise! Nick, it can't end like this. It just can't. I know, but what can I do? I don't know. I'm so sorry, Miss Valentine. The court finds the defendant, Cupid Valentine. Yeah, we all saw this coming. Miss, please get off the stand. Kenny, I've got something to say. Dina? Ooh, cowgirls to the rescue. Order! Just what is going on here? Your Honor, I remembered something while I was in the infirmary. So I rushed over here as fast as I could to tell you. Faster than Jackrabbit on a hot and greasy griddle in the middle of August. Yeah, I know Exact's been right about everything so far, but... What do you mean? Didn't Mr. Wright prove that your testimony were accurate? Wait, what? So I'm not crazy? I did see everything correctly? That's right. Well, in that case, you really need to hear what I have to say. I suppose I'd be remiss if I didn't hear you out. But please be aware that I was just about to declare a verdict before you arrived. Should your information prove to not change my stance on the case, I will proceed with said verdict. Well, I don't really know if it'll change anything, but it's still important information. Very well then. Do either the defense or prosecution object? I must admit my curiosity is piqued. No objections from the prosecution, Your Honor. Same goes for defense, Your Honor. Then please, commence with your information, witness. Man, talking about a close call. No kidding. I'm not sure what Dina suddenly remembered, but I hope it's something that can help us. It's frankly all I really can do. Sudden recollection. Now that I've had time to clear my head, I remember something I did when I found Joey in the kitchen. I walked over to him, which I told Mr. Porcupine over there yesterday. But what I didn't tell him is that I grabbed the arrow and tried pulling it out of Joey's chest. I know that in hindsight that was a stupid thing to do. It's not like it would have brought him back. But at the time, I just didn't want to believe that he was gone. I'm so sorry. Witness, you tried to remove the arrow from Joey's body? You almost tampered with the crime scene? Didn't I just admit that it was stupid of me to do? Plus, it's not like I actually went through with it. The arrow was in there tight. Well, regardless of this fact, one thing is for certain. You now meaning that you approached Joey confirms that this section of your affidavit is truthful. Yes, I suppose it does. Provided, of course, that her testimony is accurate. It is, I swear it is. I'll say. Mrs. Norman doesn't seem to believe that Dean is telling the truth. No, she doesn't. And honestly, I think I know why. What? Wait, don't tell me there's a contradiction in there. As harmful as discrediting her is to our case, I can't just leave it unaddressed. I sure hope you know what you're doing, Nick. Your Honor, if I may, I would like to cross-examine this testimony. Very well. You may proceed. Alright. Yep, no pressing. Just gotta fire away. Dina, when you grabbed the arrow, would it happen to have been with your bare hands? You're still asking stupid questions, Mr. Porcupine. Of course I grabbed it with my bare hands. And I'm afraid that creates a problem. What? How? Does this look familiar to you, Dina? Is that a silver-headed arrow? It really was right. Well, it's actually a bit of a long and crazy story, but that's not what I was getting at. This was the arrow that was inside of Joey, and according to Mrs. Norma, there were no fingerprints found on it. What? I'm running out of new and original ways to deliver what's. Glad we're on the last part of this case. He's right, witness, that arrow was spotless. Well, except for the blood, of course. I'm not crazy. I touched that arrow. What do you think, Nick? Do you think she's lying? No, I don't think she is. It doesn't make sense for her to bust in here to lie about something like this. Is that so, Spikes? Then please enlighten us. If Dina really did touch that arrow, why did her prints magically disappear? I refuse to believe that Dina is lying, yet missing the prints on the arrow are undeniable. I need to think hard and carefully about what this could mean. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation on how Dina Duncan's fingerprints disappeared from the arrow? Well, if there's no prints, they can't have left prints. Yes, Your Honor, she simply never left her fingerprints in the first place. Oh, let me guess, she was actually wearing gloves at the time. Sorry, Spikes, but I'm aware that she wasn't wearing any gloves at the time, nor were there any at the crime scene. And what exactly are you getting at? Isn't it obvious? We've established in this trial how a person can touch something with their bare hands and not leave prints. No, we've established how a god can... Spikes, you cannot be serious. Nick, you cannot be serious. You really think I want to believe it, Maya? But it's the only way to make sense of these contradicting facts. Spikes, I must ask if you think you're jumping in your logic just a tiny bit. I must ask as well, Mr. Wright. Mostly because I'm not sure I know what you're all talking about. Your Honor, if Dina touched the murder weapon with her bare hands but didn't leave any fingerprints, that would imply that she doesn't have fingerprints at all, correct? Well, I guess that would be the implication. Wait. Didn't we establish that the defense of this case doesn't have fingerprints either? Yes, we did, Your Honor. And there's a very big reason for that. To put it simply, Your Honor, I believe that Dina Duncan is a goddess. What? God, I should have said a counter. Mr. Wright, I know you're only trying to do your job of protecting Cupid, but a claim like that is absolutely ridiculous. I agree, Mr. Wright. If Dina was a goddess, I would have told you by now, wouldn't I? She's right, Nick. She would keep that a secret from us. But that alone doesn't disprove the theory. If we really want to see if I'm right or wrong, then why don't we simply check if she has fingerprints? Well, I suppose that would be the simplest way to prove it. Hold it, is everyone done talking? I was going to make an additional comment, but I guess I can wait. Now, I know that I was blessed with my mother's beauty and all, but I can't help feel like you're being literal when y'all calling me a goddess. So let me set the record straight. I'm a human through and through. I was born in a hospital on Earth 17 years ago. I've got a birth certificate and everything. Of course, do I really even need to justify any of this? Everyone knows that goddesses are just a myth. Why does everyone have that look on their faces again? Like I said before, it's a long and crazy story. Regardless of this, I believe that a quick fingerprinting of the witness would be for the best. Alright, but don't be surprised when you see that I'm just as human as you. But what? Are y'all pulling a prank on me? My word, she didn't leave any fingerprints behind. That's impossible. Dina, as impossible as it seems, your lack of a fingerprint is proof that you're a goddess. Any second now, you'll awaken to your Isekai protagonist cheat powers. And then we're all doomed. But I have fingerprints. You can see them right here on my fingertips. Well, that's true. I can see what look like fingerprints clear as day, even from all the way up here. So how in the world can she not leave any fingerprints behind then? That's actually a good question. I think I might have an explanation for that, but I'm not sure how it's possible. What do you mean? The only way I could see someone having visible fingerprints but not leaving any on a surface is if they're a demigod. Demigod? Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Demigod. Isn't that a half-human, half-god? More or less. Because they possess the blood of both beings, they essentially share their respective traits. Though it rarely splits 50-50, you usually end up with significantly more traits of one type of being. In Dina's case, I reckon she's about 80% human, 20% goddess. That explains the fingerprint situation. So if that's true, then one of my parents is a god. But which one is it then? Well, gods are immortal, as one could infer. So I suppose that would rightfully rule out your mother. So, Daddy? He's a... Before this gets out of hand more than it already seems to have, allow me to make something clear. If Carlton Duncan or even Ellie was a god, I most certainly would know. And that's why I'm confused as to how Dina being a demigod is possible. I don't recognize Carlton Duncan as a god, yet him being one is the only way to explain the fingerprints. Oh, ain't that a dilly of a pickle? If Cupid doesn't recognize Mr. Duncan as a god, then how is Dina missing her fingerprints? Wait a second. Miss Valentine not recognizing a god? That sounds familiar. I'm sorry, he has thousands of helpers spread out across this world and even more on ours. I couldn't possibly name them all, much less know them enough to know who would do this. I think I've got something we could work with. You do? It may be a bit of a bluff, but here we go. The defense would like to propose an explanation. You mean you know what's going on here? Because I'm not quite sure I do anymore. Ms. Valentine, didn't you mention something yesterday about Mr. Kringle having helpers on Earth? I did. Why do you... Ah! You may be onto something, Mr. Wright. Nicholas has so many helpers that there's no way I'd recognize them all. Mr. Wright, you don't really believe that Carlton is one of my helpers, do you? Oh, is he? Of course not. Couldn't have been that easy. Besides, even if he was, what would that have to do with anything? Quite a bit, actually. How so? If Mr. Duncan really is a god, and that really is the explanation of why Dina doesn't have fingerprints, then that would confirm her testimony about touching the arrow. The same testimony that confirms that Dina ran over to Joey upon seeing him in the kitchen. The event that you failed to see, Mr. Kringle. So if I understand you correctly, Mr. Wright, if Carlton Duncan is a god working for Mr. Kringle, then it proves that Kringle was lying in his testimony? That's correct, Your Honor. Now then, it would be in the best interest to determine whether or not Mr. Duncan is a helper of Nicholas Kringle. An investigation into him will have to be conducted. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. What the... It's you. Mr. Duncan, what are you doing here? I'm here to set the record straight. When I awoke and found out what had happened related to my summons, I rushed right over here. But how could you have possibly known? Well, an old helper friend of mine from Sutmillow filled me in on what happened. Old helper friend from Sutmillow? Are you saying... Yeah, that's right. Mr. Rowan's correct. I am a god as well as one of Mr. Kringle's helpers. You have got to be kidding me. Order! Order! Good grief, is anyone involved in this case a human being? Carlton, what is the meaning of this? I'm sorry, boss, but I just can't hide it anymore. I knew Dina would find out one day, but I didn't think it would be today. So, it's true then? You really are a god? And I'm one of those dummy god things? Demigod, sweetie. And yes, you are. But I don't understand. No, Dana. I should have told you sooner. Honestly, the fact that we have completely different accents should have given it away, really. But now it's time to come clean. I'll explain everything. Your Honor, this court of law is not the place to tell one's life story. That's for me to determine, not you. Mr. Duncan, you may proceed. It appears to be the only way to clear up this situation. Thank you, Your Honor. See, I've been looking for Mr. Kringle for a long time. Since the beginning of time, frankly. And what exactly does working for Mr. Kringle entail? Well, at its core, it's just looking over the humans and reporting about nice behavior. I mean, yeah, he can look over all of them, but he prefers to split the load evenly. But at some point I realized that I just wanted to do more in life than be his watchdog. So around 25 years ago, I decided to leave Sutmelo and live among the humans. It wasn't long after that when I properly met Ellie. Properly? Well, I'd known of her for quite a while at that point. She was always on the nice list. It honestly amazed me how a human could be so perfect. So when I decided to leave Sutmelo, I knew I wanted to come here so I could be near her. I wasn't planning on being anything more than a friend with her, but well, you know. So you left your position as a helper to live here on Earth and then soon after started a family? Well, I didn't leave the helper position fully. I occasionally reported nice behavior, but most of my time was dedicated to my new life. You still do your bidding to Mr. Kringle, but from here on Earth. That's correct, Your Honor. Suppose you could call it working remotely. I see. So did Ellie ever know that you were a god? She did, actually. So Mom knew, but not me? It's not what you think, Dana. I told her a few days before she passed. I didn't want to leave this world with any secrets between us. Well then why didn't you use your god powers to fix her? Because I couldn't. I really wanted to, but I couldn't. The interference agreement. Exactly. If I'd cured her cancer, it would have been done for. Knowing that I was one finger snap away from saving the love of my life, yet I wasn't allowed to. It just hurts. I can only imagine how awful that must have felt. Living among you humans has really opened up my eyes how easy it is up on Sutmelo. We don't have to worry about losing a loved one, or the pain that comes with it. But I'd give up my life here on Earth despite that? Not in a million years. What a lovely story. And also proof that Santa Claus is a murderer, let's not forget. Why we're here. Huh, that was quite a lot to take in. Indeed it was, Your Honor. However, one thing is now abundantly clear as a result. And that would be... As stated earlier, the only way to prove the legitimacy of the previous witness's testimony was answering the question of whether or not Carlton Duncan was in fact a god. Gasp. Since Mr. Duncan himself has confessed to being a god and that his daughter is a demigod, it proves that Dina's testimony touching the arrow containing no contradictions. This all brings us back to our original question. If Mr. Kringle had witnessed the murder exactly as he had described, then how did he miss the moment Dina approached Joey and grabbed the arrow? Ah. Peas and carrots, peas and carrots, peas and carrots. Order, order. Well, witness? Look, Nick, he's speechless. We've got him now. He's got no choice but to reveal the truth. You're right. It's time to get to the bottom of this. Mr. Kringle, please explain the reason why you lied about not seeing Dina in your testimony. I have done no such thing, Mr. Wright. And my statement about not seeing Dina approach Joey's corpse is the truth, Mr. Wright. I really had no idea about this fact until you first presented that affidavit to me. You're still denying it? Order! I will have order at once! Witness, you still claim that you really did not see Dina Duncan approach Joey. Yes, Your Honor. Well, I suppose your train of thought wasn't on the rails as much as you thought, Spikes. After all, you really don't have any evidence that Dina ever grabbed that arrow, do you? Huh? But Dina clearly can't leave fingerprints. We've seen it with our own eyes. Spikes, suppose you only listen to your own words when it's convenient to you. What does that mean? You yourself said that you cannot prove that a goddess may or may not have touched the arrow by a lack of fingerprints on said arrow. Or are you implying that logic doesn't apply to demigods? But I have to be right, Dina had to have touched that arrow. Because if Kringle is telling the truth, then Miss Valentine is the only one who could have done it. But Nick, as much as it hurts to say this, he really seems to be telling the truth about this. I really don't think he saw Dina approaching Joey. So, what does all this mean then? Dina wouldn't have a reason to lie about what she said, right? No, I don't think she would. Okay, Phoenix. Looks like we'll need to think about this carefully. The only way that Miss Valentine can be found innocent is if Dina really did what she claims she did. But the court seems to believe Kringle's claim that he never saw her do such a thing. Is there any way for both of these possibilities to be true? Is there a way to explain how Kringle really did fail to see such an important moment? Well, there's gotta be. I think I've got something. Let's see if this gives us the break we need. Your Honor, the defense would like to provide a possible explanation. Explanation for what? The defense believes it can explain how the witness failed to see Dina approach Joey.
Objection!
Spikes, as I already explained, he failed to see it because it didn't happen at all.
Objection!
And as I've already explained, there are no contradictions in Dina's testimony. If anyone is supposed to disprove testimony that supports the defense's arguments, it's you. Back to my original point. If everything in the witness's original testimony was the truth, then it would have been impossible for him to have missed such an event. Therefore, it is the defense's belief that something else in Kringle's testimony is wrong. Something else, Mr. Wright? And what exactly would that be? Let's briefly review Mr. Kringle's testimony. He claims to have witnessed the event from Mount Sutmelo, where he had a view of the entire kitchen. He also claimed that he saw the defendant shoot the victim in the chest with an arrow. This supposedly happened after the killer bumped into the table, which caused the victim to turn around. When you realize that one of those statements has to be incorrect, it explains everything. I see. Very well, Mr. Wright, please explain to the court then. Which part of the testimony explains how he missed Dina Duncan's actions? Location he witnessed it from. If the witness was in a location where he could see the entire scene at once, then it wouldn't make sense for him to have not noticed an event like this. Therefore, the only way to explain this is if Mr. Kringle didn't witness the murder from Mount Sutmelo. What?
Objection!
What on earth are you talking about, Spikes? If he wasn't on Mount Sutmelo, then where the heck was he? Simple. He was in the only other place where he could witness the murder firsthand. You mean... That's right. It's the defense's belief that when Mr. Kringle witnessed Joey being murdered, he was inside the kitchen. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, you're claiming that when the victim was murdered, the witness was present? Yes, Your Honor. As shown earlier, the bitten potato shows that a god was definitely in the kitchen. And since the defendant has stated that she only eats salt, it has to have been a different god who ate it. Therefore, it's the defense's belief that Nicholas Kringle had to have been in the kitchen. A witness? How do you respond to such an accusation? Oh, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to take that accusation seriously? Oh ho ho ho. Yes, you were. Oh, in that case, then no. I never entered that kitchen. In fact, given the circumstances, my physical presence there would have been impossible. Impossible? Why is that, witness? I hardly feel like it should be necessary to explain, Your Honor. Mr. Wright claimed that when Joey was murdered, I was in the kitchen. Yes, I do. Alright, then please explain why nobody saw me in there. What? If I were present in that kitchen when Joey was murdered, surely Dina would have seen me, yes? You can get a good look at the entire kitchen from the entrance with no blind spots whatsoever. He's right, Spikes. Look at the map of the kitchen. When Dina entered the kitchen, it would have looked like this based on all the testimony we've heard. As you can see, Dina would have had a clear view of the entire kitchen from the entrance. Yet there was no mention of a third person in general, let alone Mr. Kringle here. Gods don't have the ability to turn invisible while here on Earth. Oh, and it's worth noting that the workbenches have relatively narrow shelves underneath. This would make anyone hiding under them impossible. It would appear as though the witness and prosecution are correct, Mr. Wright. There doesn't seem to be anywhere where the witness would be located without being seen. Alright, Nick. I don't think there's anywhere Kringle could be hidden from Dina. But if he wasn't in that kitchen, Miss Valentine will be found guilty. There's no getting out of it now. I need to find exactly where he was. Then you better find it quick. Your Honor, I believe there is a location that the witness could have been located at the time. Spikes, I know you never know when to stop, but this is ridiculous. You really think a man of the witness's figure could possibly hide somewhere without being spotted? I beg your pardon. Well, then let's see it then. Let's see this impossible hiding spot. Kringle had to have been there when Joey was killed. But how is it possible that Dina didn't see him in there and that he didn't see Dina approaching Joey? There has to have been a place where Kringle would have been located that answers both of those questions. Very well, Mrs. Norma. I'll show you where Kringle was during the murder. Why do you have googly eyes? I noticed this before, but I wanted to bring it up at some point before the ending. This is where Nicholas Kringle was when the murder occurred. Right here. When you realize that there's no place for him to be located without being spotted by Dina, then that can only mean that she did see him. Just didn't realize it.
Objection.
Spikes, you do realize what you're insinuating, surely? Yes, Mrs. Norma. I believe that the reason he wasn't seen by Dina Duncan is because he was running out of the diner while disguised as the defendant. Order! I will have order! Mr. Wright, are you really suggesting that the person Mrs. Duncan saw leaving the scene was this witness right here? I do, Your Honor. Let's recall some things we've learned throughout the course of this trial. Mr. Kringle has the ability to change his appearance as showcased by his original rival as Mr. Duncan. He also had negative interactions with the defendant in the past, giving him a motive to frame her. And on top of all of that, take a look again at how the scene was laid out. If Kringle was running out of the kitchen as Dina was entering it, then there's no way he could have seen her approach Joey's body. Based on those facts, it's entirely believable that V was who Dina really saw leaving the building. So that all does make sense when you put it like that. Yes, Walter, this case is significantly longer than I was planning. So it makes sense when you put it that way. But if he was who Miss Duncan saw with the arrows, then does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. Since it's been shown that there's no way for a third person to have been there at the time, and the only person who could have killed Joey Duncan is you, Nicholas Kringle. Well, we've finished indicting Santa for murder, so there probably won't be, like, more than 1 or 2 contradictions left. Well, witness, how do you respond to these claims? I suppose he's not wrong. I'm sorry, is that a confession, witness? Oh, not at all, Your Honor. I'm simply agreeing that when you lay out all the facts as Mr. Wright described them, then yes, it's possible that I could have done what he is claiming. However, there is one thing Mr. Wright seems to be forgetting. And what would that be? You say that I have a motive for wanting to get rid of Cupid, and in a way, that's true. Poor girl. However, you're forgetting a much more important motive. You think I killed Joey Duncan? Why on earth would I do that? What? I have no reason to kill anyone, much less Joey Duncan. If I really killed him, then why? Well, it's because the reason I had already stated. You did it to frame Ms. Valentine for it and get her out of Mount Sutmillow forever. Oh, I see, so I murdered that one specific human being in particular solely so Cupid would be blamed. Well, I mean, think about it, you're Earth's overseer, right? So it's possible you killed him because you knew she would be in the area.
Objection.
It may be possible, but it doesn't sound probable. Why would he not kill someone in the park where the defendant was at in that case? Well. Furthermore, without evidence, that motive is strictly conjectural, Mr. Wright. I have to be on the right track here, I do! Nick, are you doing okay over there? I'm honestly not sure. Kringle had to have killed Joey to frame Miss Valentine, but they're right, that's not good enough. Yeah, it really doesn't make sense for Joey to have been a random target. There has to have been a proper motive if Nicholas Kringle would want Joey Duncan dead. I agree. There has to be a reason, and we gotta figure out what it is, right now. Why would Nicholas Kringle kill Joey Duncan besides framing Ms. Valentine? As far as we've established, there's only one person who has any sort of motive to kill Joey. Oleg. Exactly. Oleg Linkrenask is the only person who has any sort of motive for this murder. But what could possibly be the character between this human and this god? Gasp. Could it be, as some ancient alien theorists believe, could the connection between these two and therefore Kringle's motive be as simple as that? I guess there's only one way to find out. Your Honor, I believe I have a more plausible reason why Nicholas Kringle would kill Joey Duncan. And what would that reason be, Mr. Wright? Probably one that can be backed up with proof. Yes, Your Honor. The motive becomes clear when we realize that we've all made a mistake throughout the trial. A mistake, Mr. Wright? We've been under the assumption that 2 of our suspects are unrelated individuals. Those individuals being the witness at the stand, Nicholas Kringle, and the crime lord Oleg Linkrenask. Well, yes, that's correct, Mr. Wright. But that's just it, Your Honor. It's not. What is that supposed to mean, Spikes? It means that these 2 are actually both responsible for this crime. Spikes, it's like I told you, not only does Linkrenask work alone, but he has no involvement in this. Actually, Mrs. Norma, Oleg Linkrenask is very involved in this murder. Come again? To put it simply, the reason Nicholas Kringle killed Joey Duncan is because he and Linkrenask are married. They're obviously married.
Objection.
Spikes, even if that was true, which I have no reason to believe it is, how would that possibly explain why they would both commit this murder together? Well, Don't you and your husband do things you enjoy together? Mr. Wright, there was a grand difference between mutually enjoyed hobbies and murder. That really depends on who you ask, doesn't it? I'm only going to penalize you over this ridiculous attempt at an explanation. Yeah, in hindsight, I'm not sure why I thought that was the correct answer. Very well, let me try that again. Alright. They're the same person. When you realize there is only one individual with a motive to commit this murder, and there is only one suspect with the ability to commit this murder, then you have to ask yourself if we're really dealing with two separate individuals. Mr. Wright, surely you don't mean... Oh, but I do, Your Honor. The reason Nicholas Kringle killed Joey was not because he was working with Oleg Linkrenovsk, but because he is Oleg Linkrenovsk, the head of the Klaus organization, as I said all along. Nani? Rhubarb, peas and carrots. Order at once. Mr. Wright, one of these men is a human and the other is a god. How can they be the same man? That's another mistake we all made, Your Honor. The truth is that Nicholas Kringle and Oleg Linkrenovsk are the same demigod. Demigod? You're saying Linkrenovsk is a demigod? You're saying that Nicholas is a demigod? You're saying that Mr. Kringle is the one that's been making my life on Earth hell? All of you, don't be ridiculous. Mr. Wright is doing nothing more than making moronic claims. I beg to differ, Mr. Kringle. I told His Honor that I can back up my claim with proof, and that's what I'm going to do. Nonsense. You can't have proof of something that isn't true. He's doing his best to stay calm, but it's clear by his reaction that you're right, Nick. But can you really prove that he's Oleg Linkrenovsk? At the very least, I can prove whether or not I'm correct. I suddenly lost some confidence. Just trust me. You did indeed claim that you could prove your theory, Mr. Wright. Therefore, I won't be so forgiving should this turn out to be a bluff. Do I make myself clear? That's not the nastiest punishment I've taken. Loud and clear, Your Honor. The proof of whether or not Nicholas Linkrenovsk... It's not in the court record, it's his fingerprints. So what you're saying is you don't have evidence? No, I don't. Not yet, at least. Oh, this will be interesting. The thing that can prove whether or not these two individuals are the same person can be located on Mr. Kringle himself. What? What are you talking about, boy? I'm talking about your fingers. No. The reason why Linkrenovsk was initially removed as a suspect was because he had fingerprints, a feature that is impossible for a god to have. But now that we know that demigods can possess both fingerprints and powers, then the criminal doesn't necessarily have to be a full-blooded god. Even if that is the case, I'm still not Oleg Linkrenovsk. If that's true, then you'll leave no fingerprints behind should we ink your fingertips. But if you happen to actually leave fingerprints behind, and if those prints matched the ones on file for Oleg Linkrenovsk, bailiff, perform a fingerprinting of the witness at once. Your Honor, surely there's no need to play along with Mr. Wright's clearly false claims. If the claim is false, then what do you have to lose by being fingerprinted? Surely you'd relish the fact that I'm wrong when you don't leave any prints behind. No, that's not. Bailiff, now. I don't do this. No. Screaming, pain, horror. Bailiff, what are the results of the fingerprint test? When tested for prints, the witness did leave fingerprints behind. Gasp. Gasp. I see. Were the prints ran through the criminal database? Yes, Your Honor. They were an exact match to the ones on file for Oleg Linkrenovsk. and thus was defeated the head of the class organization. Well then, please escort the witness back to the stand at once. So Kringle and Linkrenask are the same person. That's incredible. But what does this mean for us? Julie's not just going to confess to the murder. As helpful as that would be, you're right, it won't be that easy. But now that I've revealed his secret, he's certainly not going to be the jolly old saint he's known as. I sure hope Pearlie won't have her heart broken up there in the gallery. Witness, it's now undeniable that you are the crime lord Oleg Linkrenask. The same Oleg Linkrenask that has been blackmailing Carlton Duncan for $500,000. It is the defense's belief that you killed Joey Duncan to hurt Carlton Duncan, and then let Miss Valentine take the fall so she would never return to Mount Sutmalo. In other words, he is killing two birds with one stone. Witness, how do you respond? Mr. Wright is correct in stating that it's undeniable that I am the crime lord Oleg Linkrenask. I don't believe it. And it's true that I have been blackmailing Carlton for some time now. Boss, how could you? However, the consequences for those crimes must be dealt with at a later time. For now, despite all of this, the blood of Joey Duncan is on the hands of Cupid, not me. I don't believe it. You're going to be so cowardly that you can't confess to your own heinous act. Both of you please remain silent or you'll be found in contempt. Now, Mr. Kringle, or Mr. Linkrenask, I suppose. You've proven yourself to be very untrustworthy since you first appeared in my courtroom. From disguising and testifying as another witness to lying about your location, it's hard to trust you. So please bear in mind that I won't be forgiving of any more false testimony. Do you still wish to claim that Joey Duncan was not murdered by you? Yes, Your Honor. In that case, please testify as to why you were not the murderer. With pleasure, Your Honor. Oh, Cupid. She looks so heartbroken. No. That's why we can't afford to let her down now. Kringle has to be the killer. That means that whatever he'll say will be a lie. I don't care how difficult it'll be, I'll expose that lie loud enough for even Mount Sutlo to hear. For starters, nobody has any evidence that the Cupid Dina saw leaving the kitchen was myself. Actually, nobody has any evidence that I was ever present in that kitchen at all. The fact that I have fingerprints means that they would be found somewhere if I was the killer. There's no other way around it. All the evidence currently at hand here points to Cupid being the killer. So essentially, your argument boils down to the fact that there was no evidence of you being present. That's right, Your Honor. Mr. Wright doesn't have a lick of evidence proving that I'm involved. The witness is correct, Mr. Wright. As of now, you've presented no decisive evidence connecting the witness to the murder. They're right, Nick. All things considered, you were lucky with that Linkrenask reveal. Do we have anything that directly connects this guy to the scene of the crime? As of now, no. That's not good enough, Nick. We need evidence now. Spikes, please, just do everyone a favor and call it quits already. Nothing at the scene ties Kringle to the incident. You've got nothing to stand on here. Kringle had to have been in the kitchen and he had to have killed Joey. But everyone is right. I don't have any evidence to back it up. As much as it pains me to say, we're essentially right back to where we were before. I've examined all the evidence I have and I've proven and disproven every possibility. actually, there is one theory that has yet to be tested, isn't there? Your Honor, I would like to ask someone to clarify something for the court. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? Earlier in this trial, a witness was asked a question, but they intentionally didn't answer it. A lot of questions were asked during this trial, so please refresh my memory. Who never answered a question that was asked of them during the trial? Cupid. Cupid is the only one who's exercised her right to remain silent. Ms. Valentine. What is it, Mr. Wright? Earlier in this trial, Mrs. Norma asked you a question. Is it true that you as a goddess have the ability to change the appearance of objects? But you didn't answer her, did you? No, because I used my right to silence. Ms. Valentine, please answer that question now. Do gods and goddesses have the ability to change objects? What? Why do you want me to answer it? If the answer to the question is what I believe it to be, then it might just be the key to proving your innocence. You have to trust me, Miss Valentine. Yes, gods and goddesses have the ability to change the appearances of objects. Thank you, Miss Valentine. If you don't mind, I would like to ask a follow-up question. If a god did change an object's appearance, would it be possible to change it back to how it was? Yes, of course it's possible. If a change was applied, it can easily be undone. Why do you ask? I'd like to remind the court why Mrs. Norma asked that question in the first place. She had suspected the defendant of changing evidence. Specifically, she accused her of changing this piece of evidence. Nick, you're just sitting there frozen in thought. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking, let me continue. That's right, I suspect her of changing the color of her arrowheads after leaving the scene. But since there wasn't confirmation of whether or not that was possible, you couldn't prove it. Mrs. Norma, do you still believe that this is what actually happened? Seeing as how there's no evidence of another possibility, yes, I do. It's the only idea that makes sense. Alright, then it's time to prove it once and for all. Miss Valentine, I would like you to try and change the arrow back. What? Nani? Order! Mr. Wright, what on earth do you mean? Allow me to repeat the defendant's exact wording of how reversing changed objects works. If a change was applied, it can easily be undone. But what would happen if there was no change made whatsoever? Well, nothing would happen, of course. And that's exactly how we'll prove your innocence. When you attempt to change the arrow back and nothing changes, it will completely disprove the prosecution's theory. Of course. That's a great idea, Mr. Wright. On the contrary, that's the most irresponsible idea I've ever heard. Need I remind you, Spikes, that this goddess is the defendant? She's the last individual that should be handling evidence in this trial. That's very true, Miss Norma. The defendant is far from unbiased in doing such a procedure. That's a good point. Miss Valentine, allow me to ask you this then. Can the reversal of a changed object be applied only to the god that changed it? No. Any god can reverse the change, even if they weren't the one that applied it in the first place. All they have to do is touch the object and say the spell. Alright. Then let's have a different god test the theory. The idea of anyone tampering with evidence this way makes me feel uneasy. How is anyone to know if the evidence isn't being changed to something entirely different? Well, if I may, Your Honor. The spell used to apply to revert object changes to objects can both be said verbally. Specifically, the spell to revert the change is I Forcina. Cupid is correct, Your Honor. That is the spell to revert the changes applied to objects. I see. In that case, I will allow a god other than the defendant to apply said spell to the arrow. But who should be the one to do it, then? It would have to be a god that is unbiased and experienced enough to be trustworthy with the results. And out of our options, there's really only one who lacks the bias and has the experience. Of course! He's showed no bias against Cupid, and he's had experience with using his powers for thousands of years. Exactly. Your Honor, the defense would like this theory to be tested by Carlton Duncan. You mean the victim's father? Mr. Duncan has shown no bias one way or the other as to who he believes to be his son's killer. Therefore, he's the most trustworthy of the current gods and demigods we have in this courtroom. Well, I suppose that's true. Mrs. Norma, do you object? No, Your Honor. Then will Carlton Duncan please take the stand? Now, you're aware of why you've been called up here, right, Mr. Duncan? Yes, Your Honor. I assure you and everyone else in this court that all I want is to know who killed my son. And if this will determine who it was, then I'll happily do it. Very good, then let's not waste any more time. So if the arrow doesn't change, then it means that Prosecutor Norma's theory is wrong. And since Cupid didn't kill Joey, then there's no other possible outcome other than it not changing. Well then, here we go. Alright then. E fortissima. And it changes. What? What? Ora! Ora! My word, the arrow changed! Not only that, but it changed into an arrow with a silver head. If that's not proof that the prosecution's theory holds up, I don't know what is. No. No! Cupid, did you... No! No, I didn't kill Joey! I don't know why the arrow was changed, but it wasn't me that did it! I'm afraid the evidence speaks louder than your words, defendant. No, you have to believe me. Mr. Wright, do something, please! Well, it would seem we finally had an undeniable conclusion. The defendant killed the victim with silver-headed arrows, and then changed the heads to red. No, that's not what happened! As Mrs. Norma has stated, the evidence speaks louder than your words. There's no reason I cannot declare a verdict at this time. This wasn't supposed to happen. This was supposed to prove Miss Valentine's innocence, yet all I've done is destroy our case. I'm so sorry, Miss Valentine. Your Honor, you can't declare a verdict yet. And why is that, Miss Fay? Because the defense still has to perform a cross-examination. She's right. That's right, Your Honor. The defense has yet to cross-examine Mr. Kringle's most recent testimony. We can't call this trial complete until that's done. Spikes, need I remind you what I said testimony boils down to? Kringle rightfully pointed out that you have no evidence tying him to the murder. A cross-examination of testimony like that seems more like a delay of an inevitable guilty verdict. It doesn't matter how it seems, Mrs. Norma. The defense has the right to cross-examine all testimony. Given the circumstances, this case does seem all but finished, with the defendant being guilty. That being said, Mr. Wright is correct. The defense has the right to cross-examine this testimony. Mr. Wright, you may proceed. What an utter waste of time. My point still stands. There's no evidence against me. Thanks for that, Maya. I didn't even think about save it until after the acquittal. You gotta take Kringle down, and you've gotta do it now. But there's still the obvious problem of them being right. I have no evidence against Kringle. But if he's the killer, then there has to be something against him, even if we don't know it at the moment. I know she's right, but it can't be that simple, can it? Well, I can't afford to blow this opportunity. I have to prove that Kringle was there that day. I'll have to think hard about all the facts I'm going to find the answer. God help me. Okay, so we already know from Cupid's previous testimony that the culprit snagged her quiver at some point. So the most likely answer is just that the arrows were swapped before her arrest. Our biggest piece of evidence working against right now is the arrow. Specifically the fact that it was changed. A change turned into silver. So the question is, when would these arrows have changed? The only time they could have been put in her possession was while she was delivering arrows. But she didn't really do many deliveries. Miss Valentine herself mentioned something strange. She said that during the deliveries, she couldn't find her quiver. She said that she thought her miss quiver was trying to find it again. Do you think that she was out of it? Is that really the case? But the arrows could have only been placed in her quiver between her arrival to Earth and the arrest. And there was a very small moment of time where she couldn't find her quiver. And there's a strong possibility that the reason the arrows were in her possession is because she is the killer. Why would I even consider that possibility? Grabbed a different quiver. She had to have grabbed a different quiver than her own. Would have had to look identical to hers, otherwise she would have noticed that it was different. Okay, so the working theory is the quivers were swapped. Now how do I prove that? Well, first I should figure out why the original quiver was placed with an identical one in the first place. Who would this identical quiver realistically belong to? A toy company. That would be quite a coincidence for a toy company to have an exact replica of these arrows. But if that was the case, why they were changed by a god and replaced by the original quiver? That can't be it. Cupid's identical twin! If Miss Valentine had a twin sister, that wouldn't explain why she would have those arrows. The killer. Since the killer was seen with a quiver of silver-headed arrows and disguised as the defendant, it's believable that the killer changed the arrows to match the defendant's to further frame her. Which suspect with godly powers would want to kill Joey and frame Miss Valentine? Santa Claus. None other than Santa Claus himself, Nicholas Kringle. So, if Kringle did change the arrows after killing Joey, how can that be proven? Well, there are a couple of things that need to happen for the change to be applied. Which one could potentially give us evidence of Kringle's involvement? Well, he still has fingerprints, doesn't he? When a god has to change an object, they have to be touching it. So if Nicholas Kringle really was the one who changed those arrows after using one to kill Joey, and the arrow we have before us now looks exactly how it did before the change was applied, then what can prove it? Fingerprints. Kringle's fingerprints are on the arrow. Sure, that may not be concrete evidence as of yet, but it has to be true. All that's left now is to present it to Kringle. Nice try. You're right. If you were the killer, we would find your fingerprints somewhere. And I believe I know exactly where to find them. But what are you talking about? Yesterday, just before her arrest, the defendant temporarily misplaced her quiver of arrows. During this time, it was replaced with a quiver of silver-headed arrows changed into redheads. And why on earth would anyone do that? Because the one who replaced the quiver was the killer trying to put more blame on the defendant. And how exactly do you plan to prove that, Spikes? If this arrow now looks exactly the way it did just before the change, then I suspect that we'll find the killer's fingerprints on it. Oh dear. So, are you saying... Yes, Mrs. Norma. I believe that if we check this arrow for fingerprints, we will find Nicholas Kringle's on there. Ah. Order! Order! That is quite a claim, Mr. Wright. However, it does appear to be one that can be easily proven. Bailiff, please have the arrow tested for... Objection! Your Honor, there is absolutely no reason to test that stupid claim. My fingerprints are not on that arrow, it is as simple as that. Then you should have absolutely nothing to worry about what's being tested, Mr. Kringle. Don't be stupid, you're just wasting this court's precious time. I mean, think about it. Why are my fingerprints not on the murder weapon, then? I can figure that out once we test Miss Valentine's arrow for prints. Yes, I do believe this testing is necessary to find the truth. Bailiff, if you please. No, stop! Witness, refrain from making a scene or you will be punished. I have the results of the fingerprint test, Your Honor. Not only were their fingerprints found on the arrow, but they were an exact match to the prints of Oleg Linkranask, aka Nicholas Kringle. It's over, Kringle. Can't explain your way out of this one. This proves that you were the one who killed Joey Duncan and then attempted to frame Ms. Valentine. Idiots. I'm sorry? You all think that just because my fingerprints are on the arrow means I killed Joey Duncan? You are all a bunch of idiots! Witness, please cease from using such Shut up, you useless moron! Just what kind of a judge are you to believe such a wild leap in logic? What are you talking about? Alright, answer me this, you spiky-haired dolt. When did I touch that arrow? It was yesterday, the day of the murder. And yet you have provided no evidence that this is the case. Worthless imbeciles have no idea when my prints got on there. For all you know, my prints have been on that particular arrow for the past 10 millennia. You have nothing right. Nothing. While the court heavily disagrees with the witness's behavior, he does bring up a good point. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence that shows when these fingerprints were applied? Kringle's persistent, I'll give him that. Yes, that he is. But we're way too close to finishing this to throw in the towel now. But, Nick, can you really prove that those fingerprints were put on the arrow yesterday? I don't think they'd be asking us that if the answer is yes. Honestly, I'm not really sure at the moment. But there has to be something. Well, we've dealt with a lot of evidence today, but none of the ones that I remember correlate. Cupid's checklist. Cupid's checklist. She replaces her arrows. Like, handcrafts them before she goes down, and she just went down today. Bluffing isn't going to help you out of this one, you pathetic whelp! Oh, there's no bluff here, I assure you. This is what proves that you could only have touched that arrow on the day of the murder. Even though Miss Valentine has been doing this job for millennia, she still keeps a checklist of her tasks. And one of the tasks that she completed yesterday, before leaving Supmalo, was cleaning all of her arrows. And what does cleaning the arrows she planned to use that day prove, Mr. Wright? You've misheard me, Your Honor. She cleans all of the arrows currently in her possession. Every single one. What? What? What the hell is the point of that? Mr. Kringle, the why of the situation doesn't matter. What matters is that it happened. And since Miss Valentine cleaned every single arrow she had before she left Setmallow yesterday, that means that your fingerprints could have only been applied to this arrow after that. So tell me, if you didn't touch the arrow yesterday for any sort of nefarious reasons, then why did you touch it? I'm not answering that. Then as the situation currently stands, Mr. Wright's theory of how the changed arrows came into the defendant's possession holds up. But it still doesn't! How do you know she actually cleaned the arrows, huh? It's marked right here on the checklist that she did. And while I must admit that this is just a recreation, I'm confident that the real list will back this claim up. And by real list, would you happen to mean this? Is that the defendant's original list, Mrs. Norma? The very same one confiscated upon her arrest. I had it here just in case the topic of the list came up. And I can confirm that cleaning the arrow is checked off on the list. Whose side are you on? It doesn't matter anyway. That moron Cupid could have just lied about actually doing it. That's true. But what? I'll concede that I don't have any other evidence that she did go through with cleaning the arrows. Prosecutor Norma, would you happen to have any evidence that she lied about completing that task? Unfortunately, no. I do not. Now that means that the court has to accept this checklist as the truth. That is correct, Mr. Wright. No! Cupid didn't clean those arrows. She's the damn killer! Sorry, Mr. Kringle, but the evidence speaks louder than your words. Is that our arc words? That's like the third time we've said this. It seems that the only one worthy of the naughty list this year is you! Oh, ho ho ho. Holy crap! That's a lot of O's. I can't believe we actually have to put Santa in jail again. Why? Huh? Why did I have to be cursed with this damn human DNA? Huh? Very well. You win, Mr. Wright. So that means, yes, Your Honor, I confess to the murder of Joey Duncan. And I orchestrated everything so that Cupid Valentine would take the blame. Everything was going so perfectly to plan. Why, Mother? Why did you have to mate with a human? Humans are inferior in every single possible way to gods. Why on Setmallow would you be with one? You can curse your mother and humans all you want, but that won't change the horrors of your deeds. I suppose not. But why, Nicholas? Why would you do all of this? Well, it all started when Carlton betrayed me by living on Earth. He was my greatest helper, without question, and then he ups and leaves me. And all to pursue a human, no less. That bothered you that much? Without a doubt, a god is supposed to be superior to humanity. There's no reason to live among them, even as an imposter. I thought maybe I could talk you out of it if you heard me from an outsider. And thus, Oleg Linkrenask was born. But try as I might, that love-struck fool didn't listen to me, even as Linkrenask. Then he married the woman, and had a family with her. two demigods in the world, soiled by the human DNA that flowed within them. It just made me sick. So that's when you went after my kids? Because you saw them as not being pure enough for you? Even now you still don't see how big of a problem your mistake was. Mistake? Me doing what's best for myself isn't a mistake, you bastard! Then we will simply have to agree to disagree. Don't you think it's a little odd to hate the idea of demigods despite being one yourself? The irony is not lost on me, I assure you. Every day I curse my mother for her idiotic decision. My very existence is an abomination. That is why I do whatever I can to prevent any more monstrosities like myself from being created. Though I must admit, spending time on Earth as Linkrenask, as a human, was rather exciting. Being a completely new individual meant I could do anything I couldn't as Nicholas Kringle. Things that I've no doubt would break the interference agreement. So, I decided to keep the Linkrenask character alive. By turning him into a criminal. I figured, why not? You humans are all nothing more than playthings for gods anyway. How can you say that, Nicholas? Humans are more valuable than that. Oh, Cupid, you little ignoramus. There's a reason none of the other gods like you. Your belief of spreading love to these worthless creatures is laughably sad. Not to me, it's not. Like I said, ignoramus. I'd been trying to get you out of Submila for millennia now, but to no avail. But when Carlton's perfect family situation changed, I eventually realized I had my golden ticket. You're referring to Ellie's passing, I assume? Wait, don't tell me. You didn't give her the cancer, did you? Please, if I wanted her dead, it would have happened 25 years ago. But after seeing just how emotional you were after her death, well, I knew I could use that to my advantage. All it took was contact from your old college roommate promising to help with your pathetic diner at the diner. So you helped me get my diner popular so you would blackmail me? Well, you wanted to live like a human so badly, it was only fair for me to treat you like one. I knew you would do anything to keep your worthless children safe. So I decided to have some fun. You and I have very different interpretations of the word fun. So, where exactly did the plan to kill Joey and frame Miss Valentine come from? To be honest, it came from Cupid herself. Eh? What do you mean? You had mentioned during a meeting that on your birthday this year we're coming to this area. It was then when the wheels started turning. I'd get rid of both you and a demigod. The only way this could have been more perfect is if you had planned to shoot one of Carlton's children. But regardless, it didn't take long to come up with a plan. That plan being to steal some of her arrows, disguise as her, kill Joey, and then be spotted. Admittedly, being spotted was more of a wish than an actual part of the plan. But either way, it worked. Cupid was arrested in the park and everything worked against her. But why did you shoot Joey with silver-headed arrows even though mine were red? Yeah, it's one of my big mistakes. I was in such a hurry to enact my plan that the color slipped my mind. It wasn't until I spotted you in the park afterwards that I realized my error. So you quickly changed all of your arrows to red and replaced hers with them. But I must admit that a point you made earlier had been bothering me. Why were your fingerprints found on the defendant's arrow but not the murder weapon? Simple. I'd worn gloves while firing the arrow. When I realized I needed to change the arrowheads, I had no choice but to remove them. Oh, because your hands would technically be touching the gloves, not the arrow. Precisely. It was a risk I was willing to take given all the circumstantial evidence against Cupid. And yet it was the action that was ultimately your downfall. Though in the end I got half of what I wanted. The world is now without a demigod. It's better off for it. And all this time we were led to believe that Saint Nick was full of love and compassion. And yet now, we must cancel him for racism. I suppose I am. Because I assure you all that I only have one regret. One mistake I will never forgive myself for. And what would that be? Not once throughout my entire planning process did I take Phoenix Wright into account. Me? Even though I knew this entire plan would take place very close to you, it never once crossed my mind that Cupid would have you be her lawyer. Had I considered that possibility, I would have done everything I could to stop it. So you're familiar with Mr. Wright's style of defense. Who isn't? Everyone in Sutmelo has heard of his heroic behavior. If the circumstances were different, I might appreciate that compliment more. All I have left to say is, I did this world a good service yesterday. You're welcome. And so it was that Santa Claus was arrested. It's a weird game. Mrs. Normo, it's become Mr. Kringle. I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling kids and their stupid spirit medium. He is currently being detained by the police, Your Honor. While he has yet to officially be found guilty, I don't believe he'll be going back to Sutmelo ever again. Very good. What a long yet eventful case this turned out, eh? I can only imagine how people will react at the news of gods and this Sutmelo place being a reality. But in the end, we discovered the truth behind the defendant's involvement in this murder. And the truth is that the defendant was nothing more than an innocent target herself. Does anyone object to this? The defense has no objections, Your Honor. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Then I hereby declare the defendant, Cupid Valentine, not guilty. I've never seen anybody sync up that not guilty correctly in this engine. Court is adjourned. February the 15th, 3:30 p.m. It's finally over. You did it, Mr. Nick! Not only did you defend a god today, but you defeated one too! Thanks, but I can't take all the credit. We definitely needed some help and a bit of luck to get us to that acquittal. Oh, look at you being all humble. But at the end of the day, what matters is that Cupid is free. She must be so happy right now. Or not? What's wrong, Miss Cupid? I know I'm supposed to be happy right now, but... well, I've had a lot of emotions in my life. Happiness, sadness, fear. But after hearing everything that Nicholas said today, it's making me feel an emotion I've never felt before. I think you humans call it anger. Well, Kringle definitely had a lot of choice words to say about you, humans, and demigods. I can't believe he would say all of those things. I ought to find him, and I know we're all feeling emotional about Kringle, but that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that he's locked up for good. He can't hurt anyone. Ever again. Indeed, he can't. Oh, Mr. Duncan! What brings you here? After the trial ended, my old helper friend came to me again with a message. But he couldn't have at least given us a warning first. I almost knocked his block off when he snuck up behind me. I didn't see Dina come in with him. Well, to be fair, he was pretty panicked and for good reason. All of Sutmiller watched the trial and therefore saw everything that occurred. Everything? Yep. And we're just as surprised by everything that happened as we were. Apparently the entire place has been in a frenzy since they realized that Kringle was impersonating me. I can imagine so. Would that happen to be when that friend of yours tried to find and wake you? You got it. So, what was the message that your friend gave you? It's more of a statement, really. Specifically from Major God Cotton. Really? What did Peter say? Peter Cotton. I get it. He's the Easter Bunny. Well, reads. Effective immediately, Major God Nicholas Kringle has been stripped of his title and powers, and is permanently banished from Sutmiller on the grounds of breaking the interference agreement. Well, looks like Kringle got a taste of his own medicine. A truly ironic fate, all things considered, don't you think? Hold on, there's more. On the grounds of being proven innocent of breaking the interference agreement, effective immediately, minor goddess Cupid Valentine's banishment is revoked. It was the time the Easter Bunny hired Space Hitman to kill Santa. Yeah, that was a strange day for all of us, Walter. Yeah, Santa's always gotten along better with the Ice Cream Bunny than the Easter Bunny. Even if the end result is horrifying. So I can go home? Yes, you can. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm so happy. It's nice to see you're having tears of joy for once. I will never forget this, Mr. Wright. I am forever in your debt. Well, by forever, I mean until you die. But I don't care if you're 100 years old and are barely clinging on to life. If you ever need anything from me, just ask. I'll, keep that in mind. So? If Santa isn't allowed back in Sutmiller, then what's gonna happen to Christmas? Well, they've got about 10 months to figure that out, don't they? Suppose the realistic outcome is one of his helpers taking a spot. Preferably one not as corrupt as him. You mean like you? Eh? You're the hardest worker. You're the hardest worker and nicest guy I know, Daddy. You could easily be the new Santa. Maybe the new Santa, as thought. But I'm afraid that's what it'll have to stay as. After all, it could be tricky enough running the diner while also being a helper. Running the diner and being Santa full time would just be hard to pull off. So you mean? Yeah. Despite everything, I'm not going to close the diner down. Or the orphanage. It'll be tough to go into the kitchen with the knowledge, and that knowledge of why it's successful will ever haunt me. But Joey loved that diner just as much as an old man. He'd never forgive me if I shut it down. Besides, what better way to honor his memory than continuing to make the same delicious food he made? You know, those French fries made in sugar water actually sound interesting. I kinda wanna make this now. You're right, we need to keep Joey's memory alive. That's my girl. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going to keep the diner open, Mr. Duncan. I'm sure you are. Yeah, that reminds me. As my way of saying thank you for figuring out what happened to my son, I'll give you 2 free meals at Diner for Life. Mr. Duncan, we couldn't possibly accept— Speak for yourself, Nick. Might have seen how much food you order when there's money involved. Without that beer, you'd order all the food in the diner and put it out of business. Good point. I've heard of your eating habits, Mrs. Fay. I'm at 75% off for life instead. Deal. Well, thanks a lot, Nick. Please, it's not like you ever use your own money anyway. I'm still rude to deny such a generous offering. So sue me. Oh, yeah, I've also been informed that you two were still owed some cake from yesterday. I'll be sure to give that to you when you visit the diner, yellow lovebirds. Mr. Duncan, Maya and I aren't a couple. You're not? Then how on earth were you able to order the cake? Psh, don't listen to him, Mr. Duncan. You can't just grab into my arm that tightly, Maya. Nicky Poo over here's just a little silly goose, that's all. Nicky Poo. Well, after all you've done for me and my family, it doesn't matter if you're a couple or not. Next time you stop by the diner, you'll get your holiday cake. Sounds fair to me. You can let go now, Maya. Make me. Watch yourself as a child present. Prosecutor Norma, what are you doing here? You put up one heck of a fight today, Spikes. I wanted to congratulate you for that. Well, thank you. You didn't do so bad yourself. Well, I definitely could have been better, but no amount of preparation can help the prosecution win if the defendant is innocent, can it? I suppose that's one way to look at it. Also, I need to issue an apology as well. Apologize to me for what? Not to you. To Cupid. To me? I'm really sorry for how I treated you. I realize now that I wasn't trying to get you convicted solely because I thought you were guilty. You weren't? What other reason would there be? I saw it as a way to get back at you. Get back at me? For what? For pairing me with Cab. Huh? But Cab and you are perfect for each other. Maybe we were, but it's not the same anymore. He's not the same anymore. So I guess I just put the blame for the broken relationship on you. I don't understand. What's wrong with your marriage? He doesn't really pay attention to me anymore, even if we're on ghost hunts. No matter how much I try to talk to him, it's just the bare minimum response. It just makes me think he doesn't love me anymore. No, that's not true, Tara. Cab still loves you. Thanks for the predictable and baseless rebuttal, but no, I'm serious. I'm looking at his love levels right now. It's a bit less than it was of 10 years ago, but it's still abnormally high. It is. So what am I doing wrong? Why isn't he paying attention to me? If I may? Ellie and I both had a strong love for cooking, and for the longest time, it's all we talked about. But when you dedicate so many years talking about doing the same thing, it'll weigh you down. So maybe it's the same situation with you and your husband's love of the supernatural. Well, now that you mention it, the biggest reason I paired those two was because of that mutual love. And I suppose 10 years is quite a long time for humans to be doing the same thing non-stop. Chat? Sometimes I worry that I'm boxing myself in being a mystery tuber and nothing else. I mean, I love mysteries, that's why I became a forensic scientist VTuber in the first place, but honestly, part of me is worried if I go all in on this topic, I'm going to run out of material before year's out. That's a bridge we'll cross when we come to it. I have faith that you all will be reasonable. I was going to save that for after the stream, but I'm afraid I would have forgotten. So, what am I supposed to do? Well, Ellie and I worked it out by just forgetting about cooking for a while. We went on vacation, found other hobbies to do together, things like that. Surely there's something you and Cab like outside of ghosts and such. Well, there was this time during our honeymoon when we went surfing. We both had a blast. I guess, now that I think about it, we haven't done it or brought it up since. There you go, then. Why don't you two go surf? Get your minds off of ghosts. Plus, there's nothing like a little reminiscence of your honeymoon to spark up the love life, eh? I guess it's worth a shot. So beautiful. It's great to see love flourish like this. Maybe true, please don't treat this like it's a corny soap opera. Well, speaking of flourishing love, I think it's time for me to go home. Already? But you've just been released. Exactly, I've been locked up for a whole day. I have to catch up. Worst comes to worst, we can attempt shooters and fail miserably together. Ventus, I like your attitude. Yes, I suppose I've inconvenienced you quite a bit, haven't I? Well, thanks, Cupid. And once again, I'm sorry. Think nothing of it. Miss Cupid, will we ever see you again? Well, I can't make any promises about that. But if I ever get a free moment, I'll be sure to stop by. Yay, I can't wait. Alright, see you then, Cupid. See you then, Maya. See you around, Cupid. Maybe I'll stop by and visit someday. Hey, Danny, if I have the powers of a god, does that mean I could go with you? Well, I suppose it does. And count me in on that visit too, Cupid. I feel pretty bad for how I treated you too, so I'm gonna do whatever it takes to make it up to you. Oh, shucks, I appreciate that, Dina. In the meantime, why don't the rest of us have a celebratory dinner at our place? I feel like it'll be the best way we can put this case behind us. And as long as you've got some of your burgers, I'm in. And don't forget the french fries. Of course, as long as you return that recipe to me. What about you, Miss Norma? You can bring Cab with if you like. Sure. I think you'd like that. Well, gee, now I'm a bit upset that I can't join you. But that might be for the best, since I'd probably end up eating all of your salt. And I suppose we wouldn't want that. Well, I suppose I'll be off then. Miss Valentine, before you go, can I have a word with you in private? It's really important. Well, alright then. I guess I better get the house set up for dinner anyway. Here, we'll help you out. Yeah, just tell us what to do. Everyone soon left the room, leaving just myself and Miss Valentine, two characters with very easy voices, thank God. So, what did you want to say, Mr. Wright? I owe you an apology as well. You do? Ever since I got mixed up in this case, I've had my doubts about you and your identity. Even in the trial, when that arrow changed back to silver, I found myself having doubts. I pride myself on the fact that I always have faith in my client's innocence, so for me to do this, it's just unacceptable. So for that, I'm sorry. Well, I suppose I can't blame you, Mr. Wright. It's not every day we gods expose ourselves to you humans as bluntly as I did when I called your office. And even though I knew I didn't change that arrow, you had every reason to believe I did. So I can't hold any of that against you, Mr. Wright. If it makes you feel any better, I forgive you. Thank you. That's not all I want to apologize for. I realize now that I'm in a very similar situation that Mrs. Norma was in. Tell me, Mrs. Valentine, does the name Dahlia Hawthorne sound familiar to you? I get it now. You think I was responsible for the feelings you had for her, don't you? I guess, subconsciously, yes. I was mad at you for that. That was the first time I'd ever been in a relationship that serious, or at least I thought it was. So to have that situation occur... Mr. Wright, I knew that situation was hard on you and I'm sorry for how much pain you felt. But I give you my word that any feelings you had towards her were not from my doing. Well, I suppose that's worse in a way. What do you mean? If my feelings were all my own, then it really was just shows how much of a fool I am when it comes to love. Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Wright. You were young, and you've matured a lot since then. Maybe. But after that whole Hazakura Temple situation just a short while ago... the reopened wound is still fresh, you know? Yes, I suppose that's fair. And now with Maya giving me the letter on this whole case involving you, it feels like fate is toying with me. Like maybe you were toying with me. let me tell you something, Mr. Wright. Remember when you asked if Maya wrote that letter because she was hit with one of my arrows? Well, the answer is... no. Maya wrote that letter out of her own free will. There was no influence from me. Really? It's like I told you. The feelings and emotions in that letter are 100% those of Maya Fey. How you choose to respond to them is your decision. So does that mean I'm not under any sort of influence either? Not at all? So tell me then, do you know how you really feel about Maya? Save. And my honest answer is not the slightest. I honestly don't really know. I suppose that's to be expected. Things are moving relatively quickly for you. That's certainly one way to put it. In any case, you should definitely give that letter a read and then talk with her about it. Well, sounds like I'm gonna have a busy night celebrating, but I'll see if I can find time. Oh, goody. Well, I think it's about time for me to head back home. Thank you again for everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. The feeling is mutual. Cupid. Yo, Nick, are you coming? You can't expect us to do all the work. Yeah, I'm coming. I was just saying goodbye to... Miss Valentine. She vanished. My god, the courtroom's haunted. Well, it seems like she's already said goodbye to you. Which means you've got no excuse, mister. Alright, I'm coming. Sounds good. Back at the office. Whew, that was an eventful day if ever there was one. But I guess that's just another day in the life of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, huh? And in the end, we are all of us a Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Yep. And poof, she disappears. The gods were real after all, and Santa was a terrible person. Oddly enough, that's true. That dinner celebration was well needed, I'll admit. Everyone seemed to have a good time. But I never did get to end up with enough alone time to read the letter or talk to Maya. Is it because I didn't really want time? Or because I didn't make time? Come on, Mystic Maya, the last train to Korean Village is going to be arriving soon. Alright, Pearly, I'm coming. Well, see you tomorrow, Nick. Maya, wait! Yes? I was hoping that you could stay for a little while longer. Huh? Why? Now that everything is wrapped up, we need to talk about something. In private. Mystic Maya, we're going to miss the train! Nick, can this wait until tomorrow? I suppose it can, but... no. Oh, alright then. Pearly, just head to the train station. I'll meet up with you there in a minute. Okay. So, what do you want to talk about? Well... oh, wow, whatever it is, it must be serious for you to be looking so nervous. Well, wait, are you firing me? What? You are, aren't you? After everything I've done for you, you're just gonna fire me. Maya! I even helped you with the trial today, so why would you... Maya! I'm not firing you! Well, duh. You'd be running like a headless chicken without me around. Must resist urge to scream. Maya, I'm really trying to be serious right now. Suppose you are. Sorry. She really looks remorseful for that. I guess that's a sign that she'll be listening to me now. Maya, we need to talk about this. Oh, that! Wow, I totally forgot that I gave that to you. It certainly does seem like forever ago, huh? Yeah. Did you read it? No, I haven't had the time to. Okay, good. Because I don't want you to. Wait, what? Why not? Well? Is it because you're nervous? You definitely seemed that way when you gave it to me. Yeah, I was, but that's not it, Nick. Oh no. Is it because of what I said to you yesterday? No, that's not it. Well, maybe not completely. That's comforting. How did I put this? Look, Nick, this thing we've got going on right now, this friend/partner thing, well, we're pretty good at it. Like, really, really good at it. That thing we've got going between us is how we were able to get Cupid acquitted today. But the contents of that letter, well, if you saw them, then I think we have would never be the same again. Sure, we could try to keep things the same, but they just won't be. And to be completely honest, when you yelled at me like that yesterday, it made me realize just how much more painful that would have been had the situation been different. Maya. I found myself placing my arm on her shoulder in comfort. I understand, Maya. You're right. Our current relationship is something special. I truly am lucky to have you by my side. But let's be honest with ourselves. It's not exactly just a mystery as to what's in this letter, right? So it's not as if I haven't already been thinking about the implications of it and how it could affect us. In a way, the cat's already out of the bag regardless of whether or not I read it. Well, if that's the case, I still want to keep things normal between us, Nick. I suppose in a way this truly is just my luck. But how does the old saying go? If you love it, set it free, and if it comes back, it was meant to be? That's really how you feel, Maya? Yes. I'm sorry. I know this all ended up being a waste of time. Not at all, Maya. In fact, I'm really glad this happened. I appreciate you having a sense of honesty to this level, Maya. But you know what I think? What? I think it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. No matter what happens, you'll still be by my side, right? Well, yeah, of course. And that's all that matters to me, Maya. I definitely wouldn't be where I am without you. And as long as you're still here to help me going forward, then I don't care what sort of pair we are. Nick, that was... She then hugged me tightly with tears dripping down her cheek. Thank you, Nick. I really appreciate hearing you say that. I found myself giving a smile as I returned the hug. And as I returned it, though, I realized that I was still holding the letter. I cleared my throat and broke from the hug. Hey, Maya, if you really don't want me to read this letter, then what should I do with it? I don't really care, I guess. Just, please promise me you won't read it. I must admit that the temptation is heavy, but I promise. Thank you, Nick. I gave a smile and nod as I placed the envelope back into my coat pocket. But as all things considered, everything turned out alright in the end. It wasn't quite the ending I was expecting, but at least everyone's happy. Nothing could possibly... Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! What's wrong, Pearly? We missed the train. What? You're kidding. I didn't think we were talking for that long. That was the last train of the night. Now what are we gonna do? Jeez, I'm sorry, Pearls. You should be, Mr. Nick. Because of you, me and Mystic Maya are stranded. Ow! Ow. What are we going to do? Whatever shall we do? Oh, the huge manatee. Okay, let's all just stay calm. It's not the end of the world. We'll have to call and explain the situation to the elders so they don't worry about us. Other than that, there's really only one thing we can do in a situation like this. And that would be... Pearly and I will just have to crash at your place. Huh. Well, Pearly's right. You're the reason we can't go home, so it's only fair you let us stay at yours. Alright, I guess that is fair. So we're going to sleep at Mr. Nick's house tonight? Yep, it'll be like a nice, fun sleepover. Well, almost. I'll have to order some pizzas first. Huh? And we need to rent some movies too. Uh-huh. But what about toothbrushes and pajamas and other things like that? Good point, Nick will have to buy those for us too. Huh? Yay, this is going to be fun! Uh-oh, Nick's got that look on his face. You want to scream that word right now, don't you? Don't you, Squidward? If I do, will you stop with all these unnecessary purchases? Nah. Oh, to heck with it. I'm saying it anyway. I didn't want to be screaming along with it. I've been talking for over 7 hours now. That was Turnabout Heartache. Created by Awesome2464. You know, I honestly thought that the murderer would harm business at the diner. But shockingly, the police seems more busy than ever before. Well, I've been getting a lot of folks asking if the rumors of me and Dinah being gods are true. And to that I say, no comment. Hercule Souchet by Dragon Trainer, Mr. Sneaky Pants by Eric Matias. So, Hercule Souchet is his default, name, I guess. I suppose they give goodbye, Walter, I hope you enjoyed yourself. I'm glad that Dad is keeping the diner open. Not only does it mean I still have a job, but I really don't know what he'd do otherwise. As much as I'd hate to disrespect Joey like this, we do need to hire a new cook. Say, you look like you can way around a kitchen. You looking for work? Leslie O'Leary by Dragon Trainer. Clunky Old Time Piano by Eric Oh, was there Ragtime? Bellboy Recolor by Awesome2464. I ended up breaking off the Detective Gum show. It honestly really was the most difficult thing I've ever had to do. But he honestly took it a lot better than I thought he would. I guess that means he understands where I'm coming from with all of this. Anyway, I gotta run off now. I work as a security guard for the prosecutor's office tonight. I can only imagine what exciting adventures await me there. Casual Maggie Sprites by Silent Bob X, animated by Apollo Grimoire. Diner Entrance, Diner Kitchen, and Carlton Home by Awesome2464. I gotta be honest, pal. It's never easy getting your heart broken. She kept insisting that it was nothing I did, but I just know it's because I burped in front of her that one time and didn't say excuse me. Well, when my manners improve, I'm sure we'll be back together in a heartbeat. Remixes by Pet Friend A. Courtroom music by Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I've had my share of crazy cases, but never to the extreme of the Cupid Valentine case. Though I can't necessarily say I'm upset that I lost that one. I do hope one day I can battle Spikes in the courtroom again. He certainly makes court drama fun. Sarah, we're gonna miss the flight! Coming, cab! Well, that's my cue. See you around. Cindy Law by Tear and Silver Glass. Hosted by Rise from the Ashes and Super AJ3. Urban Jungle 2061 by Eric Matias.
Objection.
Norma's Objection voice clip by Kira Buckland. Actual legit ass professional voice actor for French fry recipe from allrecipes.com. It's so great to finally be back home after everything that's happened. And everyone up here has been so kind to me, some even apologize for always picking on me. All things considered, this experience was great for me. Though it is a bit sad that Mr. Wright never ended up reading that letter. Oh, if only I hadn't given Maya the idea while talking to Maggie. Darn it, Cupid! No, this isn't my fault. Maya made her own choice. But that won't stop me from seeing just how great those two go together. Boo Crystal by Hesseldahl. Yeah, you hang out on the forums long enough, you will recognize all of these names. I'm glad that Mr. Nick and Mystic Maya were able to help Miss Cupid, but I really wish they could have ended up going to that massage parlor. Well, I suppose there's always next Valentine's Day. For now, St. Patrick's Day is coming up soon. Huh? Am I gonna go hunting for leprechauns? Don't be ridiculous. Everyone knows leprechauns aren't real. Carefree Days in Groovyville. It's a fantastic title. I'm glad that everything's getting back to normal after that Valentine's Day case. It certainly wasn't easy, in more ways than one. But all's well that ends well, right? But I never did end up seeing what Nick did with that letter I gave him. But as long as he sticks to the promise he made, I guess it doesn't really matter. Sisters cover by Hoops and Hip Hop. For the Looking Back case competition hosted by Super Legenda and Rise from the Ashes. Which it won! Congratulations. The end. Several years later. Now you wait just a second, Trucy. Why should I have to be the one to put the papers back on the desk? You're the one who bumped into it. Well, whose fault was that, Polly? Not mine, that's for sure. Oh, really? So you at no point consider that maybe your yelling had anything to do with it? What yelling? Oh, no, you don't, mister. You're not gonna play dumb and get out of this one. Speak for yourself, young lady. I was over by the desk, you started yelling out of the blue. I did not. Yeah, it was like a loud, high-pitched squeal. High-pitched squeal. Trucy, are you talking about that coffee maker? That coffee maker? I was making some coffee right before you came in. It squeals like a kettle. Oh, really? And I suppose I have proof of that, Mr. Polly. Well, is that what you heard? Oops. That's what I thought. But it's still gonna take a while to fix all these papers all by myself, Polly. Oh, alright. I'll help you out. Thanks, Polly. So this is the infamous desk of the legendary Phoenix Wright, huh? By all the papers that were stacked on top of it, it certainly looked like a loose desk. Of course, it hasn't served that purpose in quite some time now. All it really does now is serve as a dump for old files. Where do we even start with this? And I doubt we need to worry about them being put back into a specific order. You never know, Polly. Maybe one day Daddy will need one of these files, and I'm gonna stop you right there. We both know that's not true. Like I said, you never know. Except I'm pretty sure I do know. Regardless, do you even know how they were stacked before? Nope. Neither do I. So let's get them to at least look similar to before. Alright, I guess that'll have to do for now. We began picking up the papers, one handful at a time. We tried our best to keep them as fold-free as we could, but even if Mr. Wright saw the creases, There's no way he'd immediately assume we knocked them over. Right? Most of the papers were white, so the ones that weren't stood out very easily. But this one looked to be a better place. An envelope? Addressed to Nick. Does Mr. Wright know a man named Nick? Well, of course he knows him. It's him. Huh? Nick is Daddy's nickname. Huh. Nick is his nickname. Anyway, yeah, Nick is Daddy. Never heard anyone call him that for being a nickname. Well, not many people call him that. I can list them all on one hand. I see. So if this letter is addressed to him, then I guess it must have been from someone close, huh? I guess so. Wait. Let me see that. Here was my command. As I thought. What is it? This is Maya's handwriting. Maya? As in Maya Fey? Oh, do you know her, Polly? I know of her. She was Mr. Wright's assistant from his lawyer days, right? Yep. Those two together in a courtroom struck fear into all criminals. Somehow I doubt that. She doesn't visit much anymore, but she was around quite a lot when Daddy first lost his badge. She was so fun, like a cool aunt I never had. Well, if Maya and Mr. Wright were so close, why is this envelope from her unopened? That's a good question. Oh, I've got a great idea, Polly. Let's open it. What? No! Why not? What do you mean, why not? We can't just open an envelope I addressed to someone else. Polly... If Danny hasn't read it by now, what makes you think he ever will? That's not the point, Trucy. There's no statute of limitations for reading someone else's mail. Well, there should be. Besides, you yourself said that you may one day need something from this desk. Yeah, but come on, don't you want to know what Maya sent Daddy? Not particularly. Not even a little bit. Nope. Fine, I'll open it myself then. Knock yourself out then. I will, but if there's a check for $1 million in here, I'm not sharing it with you. And I better hope that's not what's in there. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some papers to finish cleaning up. I got back to work as Trucy stared at the envelope. Polly? Yes? I can't get it open. You didn't even attempt to open it. Maybe it's a sign that you should leave it alone. Or maybe it's a sign that you'd help a weak little lass in need of assistance. Weak? I've seen the stunts you've pulled on stage. You're not weak. Come on, please. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Fine, give it here. Okay. There. It's open. What's inside? A letter? Looks like it. Well, what's it say? It says... The contents of this letter are not the business of Apollo Justice or Trucy Wright. Oh, come on, Polly. What does it really say? Well, I've come this far. May as well see it through. Okay, fine. I'll read it. Yay! But be sure to do it in a girl voice so it's more like Maya reading it. Don't put fuck. Dear Nick. Yo, Nick! Greetings, Nick. Sorry, I guess I just don't really know where to begin here. You see, Nick, I've been wanting to write this to you for some time now. As much as I wish I could have said it in person, I just don't have the courage to. It's funny. I'll talk to you about anything else with no issues, but not this. Guess I better stop stalling, huh? When I first met you, Nick, I was clearly in a dark place. Between what had happened to Sid and being framed for it, I was in a bit of a mess. Well, okay, a lot of a mess. I guess you can only imagine how much worse it was when my one lifeline didn't even want to defend me. But, even though I barely even knew me, and even though you had only taken on one case before that, you still defended me. Despite the nearly impossible odds, you still stood up for me and helped me in my darkest hour. It was then when I knew what kind of man you were, Nick. Even months after that, when I felt even lower during the trial against Manfred von Karma, you brought me back up and showed me just how useful I really am. I guess at that time, I saw you more as a hero I was indebted to, so I felt like I needed to be the best medium I could be to help you whenever possible. But it wasn't until I was kidnapped that I realized what I thought about you went deeper than that. I was understandably scared, Nick, but I knew you'd swoop in to save me yet again. Even after telling you to do the right thing in court, even if it meant letting me get hurt, I just knew you'd find a way to save me regardless. And when you did, and when I finally saw you again, I had this heavy urge to, as a way of saying thanks. Sorry, it feels really embarrassing to write that down. At first I thought it was another example of being rescued by a hero mindset, but I realized that I never wanted to leave your side again. That I really needed you in my life. I wanted you to be there for me at my highs and lows for the rest of my life. Gosh, I really can't believe I'm writing all this, but I really need to get it all out there. I thought maybe the feeling would go away or at least die down as more time passed, but it didn't. If anything, it got even stronger the more time I spent with you after that. We were working on a case or just hanging out at the office. Just being in your presence was enough to make me feel happy and safe. And believe me when I say that when Pearlie kept bringing up the topic of my special someone, I was holding my tongue more and more the longer it went on. Because in a way, she's right, Nick. You are my special someone. But of course, I could never tell her that, or else she'd tell you that in a heartbeat. In hindsight, I wonder if you would have even believed her. And after everything that had occurred at Hazakar Temple, I knew that now was the time. You need to know the truth about how I feel about you, Nick. And the truth is, you, Phoenix Wright, are the most important person in my life. The joy and comfort I feel in your presence isn't what happens when you're just a good friend. You're more than that, Nick. And I wouldn't want it any other way. Nick, I love you, Nick. Well, I actually wrote it. In a letter I'm going to give you. I guess all I can really do now is hope that you feel something similar. But even if you don't, you still deserve to know the truth. You're really a great guy, Nick. I'll be sure to stick by you no matter what happens. Thanks for reading my nervous ramblings. With, sincerely, Maya. Gasp! 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 Maya wrote Daddy a love letter. I knew they were close, but I didn't think this much of it. And to think he never read it. Oh, poor Maya. Well, as surprising as this is, I guess there's not much we can do about it now. But don't you think Daddy deserves to know how Maya truly feels about him? See, this letter was clearly written a long time ago. The moment is far from past. No, I refuse to believe it's that simple. Believe what's that simple? Oh, Mr. Wright, when did you get here? About a second ago, I reckon. Or two. Well, you two have clearly had some fun while I was gone, judging by the state of the desk. We're sorry, Daddy. It was an accident. Don't worry about it, Tracy. It's been a while since the place had some sort of redecoration. Besides, I'm sure old Apollo here jumped at the idea of something to cure his boredom, huh? Well, I'll admit, having no cases at the moment certainly... Is that in your hand? Oh, Holly, did you read Daddy's mail without his permission? That is just despicable. Oh no, you're not throwing me under the bus for this one. And you're not going to go to the consequences for your actions. Both of you knock it off. Apollo, what do you have to say for yourself? Mr. Wright, this is just a misunderstanding. You do realize that reading someone else's mail is a federal crime, right? I could very easily have you arrested for this. Mr. Wright, that's not necessary. Daddy, you wouldn't really do that, would you? A crime is a crime, no matter how small it may seem, Trucy. Daddy. Well, thanks a lot, Trucy. Sorry, Polly, I just... Huh? Relax, I'm not having anyone arrested over this. Guy needs his fun to cure his own boredom every now and then, you know? I just wish it wasn't at my expense. So you're not mad? Nah, I could never be mad at you, Tracy. Apollo, on the other hand... Your face is as pale as a ghost, Apollo. Am I that intimidating? Kinda. Noted. Anyway, what we were just talking about before. In this letter. Aha, yeah, that's right. Man, that envelope brings back memories. What a case that was. Huh? Was this envelope evidence in a case? Eh, not exactly. But the details don't really matter right now. I see you've opened it. I'm going to assume you two read it? Well, technically Polly did. All I did was listen. Thanks for that, Jersey. Well then, hey, you should feel honored. Huh? Why? Because of you, the grand total of people in the entire world who know what that letter says is 3. So how about we keep it at that amount, But Daddy, you really need to see what it says. It's about... Trucy. Stop. What? Please don't tell me what it says. Why not? Simple. I made a promise and I'm going to keep it if I can help it. So I'll only say this one more time. Don't tell me anything about what that letter says. Okay. Okay, Mr. Wright. Good to hear. Anyway, I'm starving. Who wants to grab a bite to eat? Ooh, I do. I am pretty hungry, actually. I'm gonna eat old dunes. I'm not really in a noodle kind of mood right now. Plus, I'd rather not have 3 days worth of daily sodium intake in one sitting. Oh, I've got it. How about Carlton's Diner? Ah, now that sounds great. Carlton's Diner? Where's that? It's a diner that's pretty close. Their food is godly. That's what you people say about Eldoons. You two run on ahead, I'll meet up with you. Alright, but try not to take too long. I'll try my best. Hey there. Good to see that the train still hasn't killed you yet. Very funny, Nick. Thanks, I tried my best on that one. But seriously though, how have you been? I haven't heard from you in a while. Well, the trainee may not have killed me yet, but it definitely hasn't been a picnic either. Plus, Kurayan's culture is so much more different than ours, so that's an adjustment in and of itself. They don't even have burger stands, Nick. Oh no, whatever shall you do? Easy, I shall tell you to send me one through the mail. I can try, but I can't promise that it'll be edible by the time it arrives. A spoiled burger is better than no burger in my book. You really haven't changed a bit, have you, Maya? I may not have, but you certainly have. Nick the lawyer would have scoffed at the idea of sending perishable food halfway across the globe. What can I say? Maybe you're just rubbing off on me after all this time. Maybe. Nick? Yeah? It's really nice to hear your voice again. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't feeling homesick. No one would blame you for feeling that way, and you're certainly missed over here. I hope we'll be able to see each other again soon. Yeah, I'd like that. Daddy, are you coming? Paula's getting impatient. Tracy, How would I take a rain check on lunch? Huh? Here. Take my card, lunch is on me. Are you sure, Daddy? Sorry, Trish, I'm on the phone with someone important. Well, if you say that, then I'll trust you. Oh, and tell the Duncans hi for me, will ya? Will do. Nick, did you just rain check your daughter so you would keep talking to me? Like I said, I'm on the phone with someone important. Oh, Nick. So, anyway, are you guys liking it out there in Ukraine? I am, actually. Everyone here is so nice and welcoming. Oh, that's great to hear. Yeah, for example, there's this guy down the street from where I'm staying who... One day, Cupid. One day. And the case is over. My god, I was genuinely afraid this day would never come. Boy, that was fun. Yeah, that was a pretty solid case, all things considered. Yeah. I don't really ship Phoenix and Maya myself. The age gap is like just enough to start skeeving me out, but I think that's probably the best execution of it I've ever seen. Pacing was a bit weird, but I love mysteries that do supernatural rules that still wind up making logical cases, so I definitely see why this was a prize-winning case. I would like to discuss things in more detail, but we have been here for 7.5 hours, and my throat is shot to shit. Thank y'all for showing up. Gonna turn off the browser capture real quick so I can navigate back to Twitch. See if there isn't any form of raid we can pull off. It's much later than I am used to streaming, so I have no idea who, if anyone, is online right now. Everyone loves a mix of gods and mysteries. Yep. There's a reason they're called mystery plays. Oh ho 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 ho. So let's just see who's the lowest view count right now. Man, I have no idea what time it is in any of your time zones. Y'all feel up to a game of Jackbox? Or maybe watching some art streams. Someone else is streaming the actual Ace Attorney. If we would like to stay on theme. What are we all feeling tonight? Or, you know, maybe it's as late in your time zone as it is in mine. And it doesn't particularly matter. Anything's possible when you believe in the heart of the cards. I know. And my charitable spirit says we should go for whoever has the lowest view count. Now she's been streaming for a while, so she might be wrapping up. What about the other two? What are you up to? Oh, never mind. Never ye mind. No, Udi's also been streaming for a while. I'd like to try to avoid raiding someone who's going to, like, stop streaming as soon as I show up. You play games with the watch command and fuck me into the audience. That's rough, buddy. My condolences. Okay, I've made up my mind. We're going to be raiding Cole M the Golem, who is currently playing the actual non-Fangame attorney. He is on his last... He is on the last case of the main game, so if you have not been spoiled on that series already, I would advise that you leave now. But if you don't... I hope you all enjoy. Please treat Cole with all the respect and dignity you've treated me. And goodbye. Tomorrow I will try to pick some games I recognize so we won't spend the entire stream going through a single one. Laters. Goodbye.
Based on the available evidence, I'd say it's the name of his pasta shop.